I'm gonna show you what I do, what I do, what I mind. One more, what I get, give me the name. Are you shining for the never will through the gate? You hold all the keys for the chain, shouldn't hold you. I know you heard me, I'm fucking telling you. All is not made dead, noon is not made past. No one feelings, I'm tired of being right about everything I said. Yours is not made mine, kill is not made die. We are not your kind. No excuses, I challenge you to all I'm fucking wide. Drop that shit and put it on a pedestal. Children are afraid of the gods. Raise your eyes and show me what's impossible. That means there's even never done with the odds. What a more, getting stuck in a metaphor. I don't wanna go to sleep. I get a brain down quick in negotiation. Get it all together and put them in the same stop. Give it a 3, I'm gonna show you what I do. And if you know what I'm like, drive my violence more the same. I can see where you're going and I'm really ashamed. These things when you act don't just act like you're thinking. I gotta know now, you better tell me. All is not made dead, noon is not made best. No one feelings, I'm tired of being right about everything I said. Yours is not made mine, kill is not made die. We are not your kind. I challenge you to walk out loud. We are gathered here today to get it right. Repeat after me. I will not celebrate mediocrity. I will not worship empty shells. I will not listen to worthless noises. I will not subject myself to selected predictable choices. My time, my attention, my quality should not be bought and sold for convenience's sake. We are not your kind. 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 We are not your All is not made dead, noon is not made best. No one feelings, I'm tired of being right about everything I said. Yours is not made mine, kill is not made die. Pay attention, it's gonna be a while till I really feel alright. All is not made dead, noon is not made best. No one feelings, I'm tired of being right about everything I said. Yours is not made mine, kill is not made die. We are not your kind. No excuses, I challenge you to all I'm fucking right. I challenge you to all fucking
All right, where is he?
Good morning, Sunday morning.
Where is he?
Where's what?
Where is he? He's not here yet. 7:05.
Oh, what, the other guy? Oh, yeah, he said something about he's not doing the show anymore because we're sickos and God's wrath will eventually find us or something like that.
Okay, but what about Cuntcrusher? He's going to be here, right?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
The guy who was on here before.
Well, I know from that, but I don't know who he is, so I have no idea if he's actually going to come here or not.
One of you guys sent him the link, and it wasn't me.
I don't know. It's probably your dad.
No. Cuntcrusher, if you're out there, we got a show to do, man. Come on. Don't leave me with my dick in my hand. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't want to be alone with him with his dick in his hand. Please,
Right.
God, spare me that.
Too late. Well, I've graduated from sealing fleas up in water bottles, and I'm now dropping them into lit candle wax. So, and it's much more cathartic.
The next thing you know, you'll be torturing rodents with sticks.
Fleas are horrible, man.
They are.
Horrible, horrible.
Especially the ones that they call congressmen.
Yeah. I've used flea collars, flea spray, flea powder, diatomaceous earth. I've like massaged all this shit into the carpet that dries them out to where they can't reproduce, you know, and it's like I'm still finding one here and there, but mostly I think I've holocausted every flea. So it won't be long.
Yeah, and then you'll have to find some other way to get your sick kicks.
Yeah, boy, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but okay, this isn't Cuntcrusher either. Where is he?
He'll probably be here sometime. I did give him the link for today.
Okay? So you know who it is.
I'm thinking of Ken Amy.
Okay, well,
Cuntcrusher was actually Ken Amy in disguise.
No, he was not. Ken Amy would not use the word cunt, I don't believe. I really don't believe he would.
No, I don't know who Cuntcrusher was.
I don't believe it. You're always talking about wanting to troll and use this spare troll account for trolling, and now you're telling me that you don't know anything about this Cuntcrusher fellow, and I don't believe it.
I mean, Zach actually sucks at trolling.
I do. I've never actually done an alt thing, even though I've thought about doing that as a quiet.
Yes, you have. You have multiple ones in here every week.
Oh yeah. Though.
I mean, yeah, but that's only because you're a sucker.
Okay, well, send the link to the GREGOR bot anyway. I mean,
okay, I'll send it to the real Gregor too.
I already sent it to him. He's not going to come. The GREGOR bot will do. He's not going to. No, I'll make do with the GREGOR bot.
Let's see here.
Well, I mean, we should have made a GREGOR soundboard before he left.
I could still do that.
We could probably go back to the old episodes and do that.
I could totally do that, yeah.
Oh.
But for now, the bot will do. So I have no idea. I didn't prepare anything to talk about beforehand. Like I prepared less than even usual. So I have no idea what we're doing tonight. I I felt like I kind of had an ultimatum put to me earlier, though, and so I don't think Connor will be joining us. After that little trial thing last week. I mean, it worked out all right, but I mean, I kind of felt like had an ultimatum put to me earlier, where it's like, no one could say the word faggot and all this other shit, like, and that's just not how we roll. I would rather have Anne talking about, how there are only blacks and like multi-ethnic whites than for someone to, try to hang something over me, because I'm done appeasing people like that Oregon crowd, and I thought Connor did all right, man, but if he can't gel with everyone here, then it's just not going to work. And no hard feelings. I'm glad we found out before it went any further, but hello, Gregor Bot.
Will you stop playing this song, Zach? It sounds like a dumpster rolling down 5 flights of stairs.
I'm convinced that that's you singing on there, Ben.
No, it's fucking Carl from Jimmy Neutron.
Steven Universe.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Dumbass.
The Gregor Bot just jinxed you.
Okay, so what was this guy doing? The porn. What was he saying? The ultimatum.
That's you singing, Ben.
I don't sound that nasally.
Well, if you're trying to, maybe you were trying to sound nasal.
I can't. My voice is not that high and nasally.
Oh no!
Kick it.
Wait, just another minute. Okay. It's still playing.
Kick Zach. We don't need him.
Okay. Bye,
You
Zach.
do need me.
No, we don't.
You do.
Why don't we watch the?
He was saying we couldn't use the word faggot.
Yeah. No,
Why?
it's not even that. It's that he was going to.
How else am I going to talk to Ben and address him?
He was gonna call out anybody who used it, and so that's just not gonna work, But it's no hard feelings. It's
I know I don't have heart.
he's all right to talk about books with, But yeah, if we're that far apart that we can't even have a laid back atmosphere, then it's not gonna work. And no hard feelings, but I don't like feeling like I'm having ultimatums put to me in 2020 when I've worked so hard to get away from, people that I felt were trying to control my mind anyway. So
I thought
you watch the Fabulous Secret Powers video.
Fag with the secret powers.
No, Fabulous Secret Powers.
What is that?
Go to YouTube and type it in.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you see that video that I sent you? Or it was like a little news thing that it had the video in it.
No, you send me links to the news, it depresses me.
It's a freaking horror movie. That clip, it's horrifying.
What?
It's like
Go to YouTube, type in Fabulous Secret Powers.
Yeah, and then I'll send you that link again.
No, I don't.
Yes.
I don't want to.
We have to watch it.
Why?
It's a horror movie.
Literally?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's the news, so it's.
Today I held aloft my magic sword and sang.
25 years, and my life is still trying to get off that great big hill of home for a destination. And I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man. Or whatever that means. So I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed to get it out what's in my head. And I and so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high. And I see the top of my head, what's going on? Hey,
Man at Arms. Man at Arms is not gay.
Yes, he is.
No.
That guy's gay.
Beastmen and Skeletor are gay. There's a song to prove that, too.
It tries. I try all the time in this institution. And he prays. I pray to sing your name. And I say,
No.
Be right back.
Okay.
Just keep it inside.
Hey, do you see that pause button?
Yeah.
You should click it.
Why?
Oh, there's only so much gayness you can handle at once. Okay, I'm ready to finish it now.
You had to whip it out first, didn't you?
And my life is still trying to get off that great big hill of hope for a destination.
He kind of has my mother's haircut.
Okay, so what were we supposed to take away from that, Ben?
That it's the best thing ever.
No.
What, did you get Uber Eats or something?
Yeah,
What'd you get?
Time for it?
I just got pizza,
What kind of pizza?
pepperoni pizza
From where?
from Pizza Hut.
I don't like pizza.
That's like the worst pizza. That's
Yeah,
worst.
Papa John's the best. The best non-local one. The best chain.
No, Little
Yeah,
Caesars.
Pizza Hut's fine.
Little Caesars is the best.
I like that sweet sauce that Papa John's has.
You know what? If you get it fresh enough, the sauce is sweet with Little Caesars too. But I mean, the best around here is Johnny Brusco, bar none. I've shown you photographic proof before. So
Here's an
I don't
idea
know,
for a
Mellow
YouTube
Mushroom
video.
It's
What?
better anywhere.
Order a Papa John's pizza just for the garlic sauce. Throw it away because it's not that good, and buy actual good pizza. And just use the garlic sauce on the actual good pizza.
The sweet sauce is amazing. But now,
That'll be your YouTube video.
earlier in the week, we got a pizza from Papa John's that was barbecue chicken, and it had the chicken sauce, and we had pineapple on it, and it's freaking awesome.
a lot of people are like morally opposed to pineapple on pizza, but
I don't get why it's good.
I mean,
that's
it's
because
right.
you're a sicko and God's wrath will eventually find you.
It's a gimmick. Let's be honest.
I think it's a gimmick to hate it.
Allegedly, we've got 6 people watching, so identify yourselves in the chat unless you're chicken shits.
Yeah, that's a good way. Completely alienate our fucking audience.
You kidding me?
It's probably some of the people I've been
As if we
trying to
didn't
get-
already alienate them by playing them a meme from 2005.
Dude, it just jumped to 7 when I called them chicken shits. They love it.
Yeah, they're here to be abused. It's like, oh God, abuse me more, Jeremy.
Some of them
I
want
can't come without it.
Yes, some of them want to be abused.
Yeah, I got in a little skirmish on right-wing Christian Twitter, and now I have a lot of Eastern Orthodox kind of after me, or not after me, just watching my moves, although I'm typically...
Isn't that what the stupid kids who get tired of alt-right shit gravitate towards?
No, I went there right off the bat.
No, I mean like the Eastern Orthodox thing.
Oh, I've got my opinions on the Orthodox. Now, of course, people going there normally, it's a fine church. I'm not going to say that, although I think they're theologically wrong in certain areas. But the main thing is there's this Duganism aspect.
That's what I mean.
I'm just now learning.
I thought the Duganists were occultists.
Well, it's really weird. It's got something to do with a subversion of Western culture. And a lot of people think that this recent Orthodox thing is like one aspect of it in certain senses. Like, I'm not saying that the conversions aren't legitimate. They are, and anyone going to craft is good, but they're really like super against everyone else. They're like kind of little kind of like battle trolls against like all of the rest of Christianity.
I kind of expect they won't be in that mode long, and we'll jump to something else.
Yeah,
The
I
ones
think
that aren't
so,
sincere,
too.
anyway.
Yeah,
Because I think a lot of them aren't.
no, most of them are. Most of them are really young too. But I got in one sort of theological debate with one of them, and he ended up just posting a picture of a saint and telling me, "Huh, big guy, you wouldn't say that to him, would you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Like, I think you're theologically wrong, and a picture of a saint is just a picture of a saint, but I don't know.
That's fucking stupid.
You like to argue. Why do you pretend like you don't?
I do like to argue, but I know that I can get carried away with it, so I kind of have to make myself stop. And then I end up apologizing to him.
Wait a minute.
This isn't me this time. This is not
I'll
me.
bet. Yeah, hey,
I'm here talking to you, dang it.
Hey, Gregor Bot, what are you gonna say to me now?
Excuse me?
Yeah, what do you got to say to me now, Gregor Bot?
This is the Gnostic Bishop.
Hey, it is Gregor.
Oh shit!
Zach, your voice is getting better.
I'm here to spread the word of ecclesiastical Gnosticism on this program.
No. Yeah, you kick him off.
You came back to me. Well, what have you been up to?
Zane, the main brain.
I've been, as Zach has recently told you guys, I've been reading the Bible, and
Yeah.
I've been doing my best as I read through it to subvert it,
Kick
or
him off.
invert everything that I read, and so
Kick
that
him
I can spread the word to my congregation that I've been building.
Kick him
So,
off.
did you get a copy of like did you look at the Ten Commandments? It's like thou shalt murder, like that one weird Bible that had a misprint that said that.
No. The Ten Commandments, we just ignore that in my church.
Okay, makes sense.
The not murdering thing is kind of important, don't you think?
Nah,
Unless
fuck
it's
that. Shit's for pussies.
I mean, for Gnostics, it's kind of like we think that you're treating us like babies having this kind of stuff laid out like that, right?
Now that
You know?
I've never heard before. That is interesting. It's like, dude, I should have. That should be obvious, right? That's
Right, exactly.
Okay.
I mean, it all seems to be pretty clear cut, right? Do you need to have somebody lay it out for you like that?
Mm-hmm. It makes you think how many religious people would do some of those things if they were not told to.
If you're one of them, please do not come within 6 feet of me, and not because of COVID.
Now what now?
He says that he doesn't want anybody coming near him who doesn't just naturally adhere to the Ten Commandments.
Well, who doesn't adhere to the, not murder part?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't give a shit about most of the rest of those.
So, I mean, it is technically thou shalt not murder, right? It's not kill. Is that correct, Zach?
Kill. It's kill.
I thought it was
Depends
murder.
on the translation, but,
I'm
whatever.
not sure on that.
What is the difference, though?
Well, murder is like intentionally like killing someone just out of a different motivation other than like say self-defense or whatever, right?
Well,
So
the thing you have to remember about the Ten Commandments is they were given specifically for Israel. Not that they don't apply to us as well in certain, like in the moral aspect, but remember that in Israel, part of the law, which the Ten Commandments were correlated to, had to do with there was, a justice killing system, like eye for eye, tooth for tooth thing. Who's this?
I think this is Cuntcrusher.
So you're saying that Christians can kill and murder all they want, the Jews can't?
No, I'm saying that the law and gospel discussion's tricky, but it's, basically all laid out in the New Testament. It's like we know, like we don't have to follow the ceremonial aspects of the law, but the law guides us. Like the law is perfect. We don't have to observe those customs and feasts and whatnot, but the moral law is the moral law. Like it's what's right and what's wrong, basically. Who is this? Is it the Wiz?
I think it's Cuntcrusher from last week.
Cuntcrusher is actually the Wiz.
Yeah,
Speak.
I hope it is Cuntcrusher.
Hey, who are
I
you?
don't know. It's probably not one.
That was a can opening. That wasn't a person.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's probably the ghost from Unfriended.
What am I watching? I know Gregor hates animation, so, but
I don't hate animation necessarily. I just
okay.
I hate watching videos on this program.
Okay, yeah. Well,
You didn't like that we played the Fabulous Secret Powers video?
no,
I've seen that before.
I didn't like
I don't think I've ever seen like the long. I don't know. It seems like I've only seen the chorus. Really, you know what I mean? Like I don't think I've seen the whole thing.
Yeah, that's most famous under the title "Hey Hey 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 Hey."
You know what I can't figure out? Why did Danny Elfman, when he was in Oingo Boingo, why did he think it would be a good idea to write a song called "I Love Little Girls"?
Because he was making fun of that.
He wanted work in Hollywood.
Well, he was making fun of people he saw in Hollywood who were with way too young girls.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't want to think that he was like that,
I mean, listen. I mean, it's not exactly a pro pedophilia song if you actually listen to the lyrics.
I'm done with the
It's a
video
nightmare
game. Who is
too, yeah.
with us?
What?
Who is with us?
Henry Stickmin,
It's
our
the
gamer, I guess. And
Huh?
I think that he's Cuntcrusher and he's just kind of laying low. We had someone named Cuntcrusher debut last week, Gregor. But
His
Not-
name is
Yeah, I
actually
saw
the
some
Wiz.
of his appearance, and he said that he used to talk to me all the time. So I'm curious as to who he could be.
I know who he is.
I know because you sent the link.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
But he's not going to reveal his true identity on the.
Okay, I've had enough of this. Why? I hate the freaking stick figure people. I hate them.
Well, you never watched Stick Death when you were. Well, no, wait, that was after you. I don't know how old you would have been when that was a thing. I was like 2005 or something.
Regardless of when it came out, I've always been mentally too old for it.
So wait. I've got to bring this up because Gregor actually liked something I recommended for once. Ghosters by Ralph Robert Moore.
That is correct.
You wanna tell them what they're missing out on, man?
Yeah, just a second. Hold on. I want to switch my audio to something. Wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's better. All right. Yeah, the audio is coming out of my speakers instead of my headset. So, yeah, that's an excellent book. It's a the what is it? Ghosters. Yeah, that's fantastic. So that one is it's a collection of short stories, but they're all kind of interconnected, and it's kind of like I wouldn't have thought it could be any good because of the general premise is essentially Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah.
But the guy takes it in such a different direction and takes that basic concept and it goes in entirely opposite direction, I guess, right? I mean, it's nothing in any way like Ghostbusters, other than the fact that there's a group of people who who have the job, like they get hired to basically deal with ghosts, right, or hauntings or whatever.
And there are different classifications of ghosts. Like there's a flesh
Right.
ghost who doesn't know he's dead, and then there's the ghost that is based on the preconceptions that someone has of other people throughout their life, and the way that you have to dispel a preconception ghost is probably my favorite story in that.
That's the one with the horse.
The horse in the living room, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember what he does, but he uses the father who's dying in his bed to channel these preconceptual ghosts through the horse, and they grow on him on the outside like cancers, and he has to cut them off with a sword.
Right.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. I was not expecting that book to be as good as it was, and
so there's no gorilla with a propeller hat.
No, it's not the real Ghostbusters either, right? So, but it is really excellent, right? I mean, it's the writing's good, the concepts are all very interesting. I mean, it's like he's really I guess extrapolating or being exceedingly imaginative with the particular basic concept of guys getting hired to trap ghosts, right? And they don't, well, there's a couple of guys that work in teams, right? There's two guys that work in team, but most of them kind of work on their own, but they're all they all know of each other, isn't that right, Jeremy? They do all know each other, but they kind of
they like meet up like a few times, like every year or two, and that they try to trade war stories.
Right.
There's like a freakishly tall female ghoster.
Yeah.
And she journeys through this like a series of houses that are connected, like as if they were like a human centipede of houses. Like one house was built onto another for miles, all the way back into this marshland. And she accompanies this widow back through the houses to try to locate the ghost of his dead wife.
Yeah, the widower, right? Yeah.
And it's all these different classifications of ghosts, and it's fascinating. And this guy, I don't know if he still writes. He may have written.
He's got a few books out. Yeah, I don't know if he's got anything real recent, but he's got 2 or 3 other books.
Father Figure was one that was pretty controversial for its time, I think. I just started reading Jack Ketchum. Finally got around to Jack Ketchum.
The Girl Next Door. Is that what you're reading?
No, it's. I read the novelization of The Woman, which I always liked that movie.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Well, that's a sequel to Off Season.
Yeah. I'm going back and reading Off Season, to show how The Woman, before when they were like a family of cannibals living in like the hills.
All right, so I'm confused. You're saying that The Woman is a novelization?
It's a novelization of a movie that is it is a treatment of another Ketchum story called The Off Season.
So wait, there's somebody. Okay, nobody made the off season into a movie, but they
made it.
Okay, so but you're saying that there's a movie that's a sequel to Off Season.
Is that about right, Ben? I mean,
I don't think so. I was certain that The Woman was a novel before it was a movie. I didn't know it was the other way around.
It was. No, it was. But The Woman is like the last cannibal in the area, in this like hill area. And
okay. All right.
She's captured by this man, this psychopath, who family sociopath type who keeps her in his fruit cellar with the hopes of educating her and turning her into a civilized human being. And it
Okay.
shows.
So have you read Off Season?
No, I'm going back and reading it now.
Oh, okay.
Off Season is her when it was a full cannibal family,
Right.
in the mountains. But
And it's like pioneering days, right?
no, it's modern.
No, it's modern.
is it?
It's loosely based off of the Sawney Bean legend, I think.
What kind of legend?
It's
The
an
Sawney Bean
Irish-
legend.
It's
What's
like an
that?
Irish or Scottish cannibal legend.
Yeah, it was Scottish. Scottish, I think it was. Oh, hey, it's Zach's dad. Yeah, it's a Scottish legend that there were these. There was this family that lived in like the cliffs in Scotland, and they would kidnap travelers to eat them.
Okay. Does he have a book that takes place in like the Old West or pioneering days? It seems like there is a book that's like that, or am I like being confused?
I don't know if he's done any westerns. Let's see.
Seems like he did a period piece, but then it was like pioneering days or western or something like that. But
Yeah, it's
maybe
not
I'm
in the
totally
off-season trilogy. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Like yeah, pretty much all the ones I've read of his so far are take place in modern day.
Okay. Yeah, the only one I've read by him, and I really liked it a lot, was Ladies' Night, I believe is what it's called. Have you read that one?
No, I've read Off-Season and The Girl Next Door.
Okay. Yeah, Ladies' Night's a real quick, super quick, fast-paced, fun horror novel type thing. It's kind of like a zombie kind of thing in a way, but it's super entertaining.
There's another one that I'm reading of his called Joyride, which is about this widow who, along with a side boyfriend or acquaintance, kills her abusive husband. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's not a whole lot of
Right.
mechanisms to that story. It's just straightforward. But what I really bought it for was that I heard the second half of the book is another short story based on the Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, the Ken and Barbie killers. That is probably one of my that is probably one of the serial killer stories that frightens me, disturbs me more than anything, is Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, because they killed together and they were doing all this heinous shit, capturing girls and basically enslaving them, and she was complicit through all of it and probably just as bad as him. And it's just, damn.
Yeah, I did also read Red, and I have read a couple of his short stories. I think Megan's Law was the best short story of his that I've read.
I thought Red was okay. I read Red and Girl Next Door. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, Girl Next Door is pretty fucking disturbing.
What bothers me, well, not bothers, but what I notice about Ketchum is that he is very convincing in vicariously imagining how someone who has committed a murder would probably really feel as far as balancing out their regrets, their fears of getting caught, and their inner monologues as to what they should do, to either come clean or continue to suppress the truth. I think that he conveys that anxiety, more than anyone I have ever read.
Yeah, he's pretty good at doing that. He's good at getting in his characters' heads.
But let's see.
The Crossings is the one I was thinking of, right? It's a novella, and it takes place in 1848.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
oh my
Ketchum.
god, that's spooky.
Zach read a Western recently. Didn't you? You didn't like it, huh, Zach?
No, I didn't like it that much. It was a Wyatt Earp thing from the 50s. And wow, it was written in a consistent Western dialogue throughout, like it's supposed to be.
Like a dialect, you mean?
Or yeah, dialect.
Okay.
Like the dude's supposed to be listening to a guy who's obviously supposed to be an old Wyatt Earp telling the Wyatt Earp legend, and he lays it on so thick it becomes tedious to read. It's like every freaking sentence is varmint this and varmint that, and it was tough to get through the book. I got through it luckily, but wow, it was horrible.
Yeah, I read Jim Thompson's Pop 1280 today, and that was really good. It does kind of do that because the main character is a Texas sheriff, so he'll have lines like, "Well, I just plumb forgot it," things like that throughout it. But it works really well because a big part of the book is that the sheriff pretends to be stupid to try to catch people off guard, and in order to manipulate people. It's actually probably the funniest book of his that I've read.
I've read one of his books. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I can't remember which one it was, but yeah, that guy's got a real nice stripped down style.
Who, Will Henry?
Thompson.
Jim Thompson.
Jim Thompson.
Like the book, it's like what he's like the main like plot of the book is that he's running for re-election, and of course he's like absolutely lazy and oh my god, that was music. I did not expect that. But he was running for re-election against another guy, and he just kind of throws out to a guy he knows, like, there are like stories about him. I ain't saying what the stories are, but there are stories. And then
is he a pedophile?
Well, no, well, almost sort of. The one of the rumors that starts going around about the guy he's running against is that he raped a 2-year-old baby.
Wow. Why didn't you say I was right?
I did. I said you were sort of right, but it's a rumor, a completely baseless rumor. There's things like that throughout it, like that he talks how he goes to the next town over to talk to the sheriff there about what he can do about these two pimps who are harassing him, and they get in a conversation about a guy they recently arrested because he was fucking a pig.
Man, I gotta say, the thing about the Wyatt Earp book that killed me the most was that it's constantly building up and talking about how much of a legend Wyatt Earp is. Like, if y'all ever ran into books that do that, it's like they constantly have to sell themselves because they suck so bad.
Maybe I've come across that at some point in time, but I can't think of an example. But I kind of get what you're getting at.
Yeah. It's like a constant sales pitch for the book while you're reading the book.
Yeah. Now, speaking of dialect and accents, right? So, Zach and our man Jeremy, you guys have, it's pretty obvious you guys have Southern accents, right? Are you guys able to do because like on one show, Jeremy, you had like a British guy on, and you immediately started talking to him in this horrible British accent, right? So, can you do a Midwestern accent, like
I've tried. It's tough. It's really, really tough.
Midwest,
like how me and Gregor talk.
Yeah, are you able to do that accent?
Like Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, that's Midwest.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, that's more like Northern Canadian.
Yeah, that's kind of like, yeah. Are you guys able to do like a Midwestern accent?
You all don't have accents.
So are you able to imitate that way of speaking without the, you know what I mean?
I think I could, yes.
Let's see it. Let's hear it.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Anything you want.
Read the Navy SEAL copy pasta.
Okay.
In a Midwestern accent.
I already did the Navy SEAL copy pasta. I don't feel like doing it again. I don't know. What's,
I know. Grab whatever the nearest book to you is.
What's like a good Ohio movie for like dialogue? Are we talking Minnesota, Midwest? Like what?
No, more like Ohio or Iowa or something like that.
Yeah, the places where the people don't have accents, like they literally just.
We have accents. It's just it's just not as obvious.
You don't have an accent.
Zombieland. No, wait, that's British, isn't it?
Huh?
No, that's American.
You're thinking of Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah. I wish I could tell you that this was still America, but I've come to realize that you can't have a country without people. and there are no people here. No, my friends, this is now the United States of Zombieland. How is that?
It sounds like
I-
it could be maybe from Kentucky, but not.
I guess I'm just too Southern fried. Hey, Phoenix, by the way. Phoenix is here.
Hey, are you able to do a non-accent, Zach?
Okay, I'll try here.
All right.
No.
Just like, I don't know, grab one of your books or something.
Yeah,
Well,
just-
I'm looking at the Zombieland thing too, but it's Wikipedia. Zombieland is a 2009.
You didn't do it at all.
No, it doesn't sound like you're
That's the point.
suppressing your accent at all.
Like I can't figure out how to not talk in a way while talking.
What are you talking about? It's easy.
It's hard.
I mean, yeah, I can
It's
kind of hear
not.
Jeremy suppressing his accent. But
Yours
Zach, I
wasn't
can't hear it
good
at all.
try it again, Zach.
Zombieland. Zombieland is a 2000.
What are you, chicken shit?
He can't do it.
I can't. Like I literally, I can't do it.
You
Zombie.
can condition yourself not to. You just don't want to.
No, I do want to. It's just I don't.
Try to do an impression of Ben. Can you do an impression of Ben?
No, I'm not gay enough.
Burn everything down. Burn everything down.
I'm not that nasally.
Well, I mean,
I only sound that nasally right now because I have allergies.
Give me something to read that will like the
I've been
accent.
fucking your dog. There, that's been. always,
That's not, your voice is too high to
always,
imitate me.
no, that's how you. That's always with the dog fucking with him. I don't know.
Well, that's yes. This show is about your love of fucking dogs.
Okay. Anyway, what now?
So what are you looking for, Zach? You're looking for something to read that actually would maybe give you I don't know what.
There, Zach. Read that. Read from.
Oh, the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, do that.
The rain of Spain falls mainly on the plain.
You didn't even
No.
try. I didn't do it at all.
Think about it. It's
Wow.
like it's tough to do because
All you have to do is mute the I and say I. That's the biggest.
Let's hear
Okay.
you do it there.
the
then,
rain
Jeremy.
in Spain
Yeah.
falls mainly on the plain.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
That was horrible.
I can still kind of hear
No,
it.
it wasn't.
don't you?
That sounds a lot better though. Not better, but it sounds closer to the non-accent. You're right. But you guys aren't going to be
Rain in
singing "I Feel Pretty"
Spain
anytime soon.
Falls mainly on the plain.
This
Yeah.
is reminding me of how I learned vowels. I had to learn vowels like
You had to learn what?
What was this?
I had to learn vowels.
it's like a special counselor had to teach me how, my vowels, and it was like there were these five brothers.
He
There were
did.
five brothers who were,
You know,
who were named E, O, and and
Say vowels.
they she
like apples.
yeah, she was teaching you vowels when she should have been teaching you vowels. How to get up in them guts, you know what I'm saying?
That's probably how she prompted him to actually pronounce them.
Hey, Jeremy, say vowels again.
Okay, vowels.
Why do you do it like that?
Because I'm doing the Midwestern inflection. What are you
Now,
talking?
say vowels how you normally would.
Vowels.
Okay, it's better.
Anyway, I liked apples, and was saw an egg or a chicken lay an egg, and went around dressed like an Indian, going wah, 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 and then was like.
Yeah, we've alienated. So okay, we can check off another group we've alienated: Native Americans. Soon we'll get everybody to hate
This
us.
is how I learned my vowels, though. This is how I was taught. And then ate too much, and he was rubbing his stomach and going, and I can't remember what his deal was, but
Jerking off.
Anyway, hey Phoenix, what's on your mind this week? Gregor's
Vowels.
Yeah, welcome back, Gregor. I hope things are going well. Wait, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay.
Who's the other guy that came in? We never figured that out.
No, and now Gregor's gone too.
Gregor
Go
left.
back to the things we can see.
Yeah,
I'm
Phoenix
curious.
just scared him off. No, I'm joking. Who knows? Anyway, maybe he was just going to pop in for a second, but
Yeah. Did you know he was coming?
no, not this time. No.
Oh, okay.
Usually
So he
Zach-
really has been coming before then.
No,
No? Now I'm confused.
Zach being a dumbass.
and when I ask for the Gregor bot, the real Gregor appears. So maybe it was reverse psychology, and I should do that more often. I don't know, but
Yeah.
what's going on with you, man?
Well, I'm doing okay. Still writing a bunch.
I can't wait
Yeah.
to read that. You still going to send that,
Sim what?
Dark Kid?
Oh, I am gonna read. Yeah,
Still
I'm gonna read a
working on it?
passage. I don't know when. I need to pick a passage.
Now this is the fake Gregor that just popped in, right?
There's a fake Gregor.
Now there's a fake Gregor. Yes. This is not the Gnostic Bishop. This is Gregor Mofo Zane. That's Gregor Bot. Anyway, go ahead. So what? So you wanted to read a passage from Dark Kid? That'd be awesome.
I do, but I have to decide what passage.
Okay.
So
well,
I mean, you're like really excited for me to read though, huh?
I want to
from
read
that
it
book.
myself, to be honest. But yeah, I'd be okay
Dude,
with reading the passage.
Did you ever write anything and you just like let it sit for a while? Because like it was tiring.
Yeah, I read a lot of my writing.
Because I like really want to go over the Dark Kid, but I'm editing another book, and then I've been working a lot and doing other writing.
What's
but-
the other book about? Can you say it?
Well, it's your favorite, Jeremy, but I'm writing a book called Volatile that uses a special technique. So I would describe it as prose poetry because the writing goes on quite a bit. It can be pretty dense, but it's poetic in the sense that I'm not as concerned about grammar. There's no punctuation, and I'm not necessarily telling like a narrative in the same way as like a novel. And so I don't know if you would find that interesting, but I like it because it makes, and I've been journaling too. So doing both of those things makes me break down my associations and the way that I usually use words and ideas. Like with my journal, I'm okay with it just being like super messy because I'm not going to share it with anyone most likely. So it's nice to have that. I am trying to decide what next novella I want to write. And at this point, I don't know. Because I have a few ideas. I wanted to do something with like imagining if you could like simulate things that don't exist. So I guess basically VR except more immersive. I'm not sure how I would do it, but I thought of the idea because I think we're at a point where the idea of like the simulacrum is like a fascinating idea to people. The idea
I've heard of a simulacrum before, but what?
Yeah. So a simulacrum is, I don't know the exact definition, but I usually use it as like it's so far removed from something real that it basically stands in as a metaphor. I think simulacrum is actually a word in the Bible. I just don't remember what the passage was. But the idea is, let me just look it up real quick. Because it's like the idea is a simulation is a simulacrum. And the reason why I know that word specifically is because of, forgot his name.
Baudrillard.
Yes, Baudrillard. Yeah, so he was describing how like we have all of these symbols that stand in for reality that aren't reality, basically.
An image or representation of someone or something. So
yes, yep.
So
yeah,
if we have like a picture in our avatar of ourselves, and that is a simulacrum, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or
And I think
imagine
the
that.
idea-
Imagine that one Magritte painting that shows a picture of a pipe and says this is not a pipe underneath it.
Yeah. No, those are good examples. And I think about that in terms of like the Matrix in the movie. The Matrix itself is a simulacrum because it represents something that isn't real. And at least that's how Baudrillard uses the term, because he basically goes so far as to say that language itself is a simulacrum. And the reason is because language has become divorced and detached from what we actually mean. Didn't
Baudrillard try to make a case that the Gulf War never happened, the first Gulf War?
Did he?
I think
don't
so.
know. Really? Yeah, no. I only read that one book he's famous for, which I forgot. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what his reasoning would be behind saying that the Gulf War didn't happen.
I think it was like an example of his philosophy that it was like a media event rather than a.
Oh,
actual
yeah,
event.
yeah. I wasn't sure if you were saying that he was saying it literally didn't happen. Because
I
that
think
would have
I
been.
read that, actually. I think
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, he wrote a book called "The Gulf War Did Not Take Place."
and
Interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't what the title prompted it as you would think. You know,
Yeah,
it was more of like this symbolist obfuscation that academics do a lot. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I think Baudrillard, as interesting as he is, does the same thing.
I did want to mention, because we were talking about Westerns a minute ago, and I was going to tell Gregor while he was in the room, but Timber Gray, I'm actually reading this right now. It's by Ronald Kelly. I think he's the guy that wrote Floating Staircase and a few other like contemporary horror novels. But whatever the case, I'm really digging this one. It's about this guy who is the only guy in the 1850s to survive a rabid wolf attack, and that's why he kills every wolf he comes across now. And he's hired with $1,000 every kind of firearm and ammunition and lodging that he can ask for in order to kill this pack of ravenous wolves that are eating up this ranch hand's cattle. And it's really, really awesome. I mean, it's a period piece. We were talking about period pieces in the Western era earlier, and that's I happen to be reading this, and it's pretty damn awesome. So I definitely recommend it. So.
Well, I was sad Gregor left.
Well,
I hope I didn't really scare him away. I know you were joking, but
absolutely did not.
No, it was probably Jeremy again.
I plan on saying, okay, here he is. Hey, what was that about?
What about? Oh, I just lost my internet. I just lost my internet connection. It dropped.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just toying with my emotions.
No.
That comes later, right?
That comes later.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. It comes after he's used your hole.
So he was saying that he hopes you're doing well. How's Hanover Block coming?
Who says who's doing well? What now?
Phoenix,
I was.
room.
Yeah.
Oh,
Phoenix,
you were.
right?
Yeah, but then
of course I do. Yes. Oh yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah.
Good,
And the
good.
Hanover Block series is being edited. Yeah, I was. It's slower than I thought. I had to do some rewrites. I also.
I don't think I knew about this project.
Well, look, I mean, so there's the first three books are out, right? The Hanover Block, Brides of Hanover Block, and Son of Hanover Block. And the fourth one is called Return to Hanover Block, and that's been written. I'm just in the process of editing it. I did have somebody do, a beta read. I got some feedback from that human, and then as a result, I have to rewrite some things that'll make it better. And the thing is, the guy was right, and it's also going to please Jeremy. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I that could mean one of two things, and I don't want to speculate too much.
That's not about no beavers are in it.
I know.
Does one of the creatures transform into a butt and sit on his face?
You know what? I'm going to rewrite this part I already rewrote.
So, when are you going to release this? Because you said you didn't want to do it on Halloween.
No, it got a rather large delay, right? So I was initially going to release it like right now, right, like September, time frame. Well, actually, early September, and then I had some problems, and it's not going to happen. It's probably going to be like February of next year.
Bummer, man.
Yeah, but I have been writing though, so I mean, I have been getting some.
All right, I'll say the N-word.
So yeah, I have been getting some writing done as well, though. So I mean, in addition to some editing, I've been writing some new material as well, which is good. So,
so this is. I actually didn't know that you'd written a series. Is it a series then?
Yeah, it's a series. It's a 4-part
cool.
series, and 3 of them are out, and the fourth
so
one is
I'm
late.
I'm curious.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm curious about. Are you publishing it yourself, or was it through a company?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, really?
publishing it myself. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got to check this out.
Okay, yeah,
You'd
it's
probably like it.
it's about
Yeah.
like flesh mounds. I guess they're just called mounds to date, and people end up like right. People who become like entranced with these things, they basically it consumes their lives, and they do everything with like from eating to fucking them, and then eventually I think they crawl inside them.
So this is like horror?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm
like
looking
body
at the
horror,
covers.
once
Yeah,
removed kind of a thing. Yeah.
No, yeah. No, it's intense. What is body horror?
Body horror usually expresses it's usually like there's a lot of maybe scenes of I don't know, disfigurement or things being underneath your skin.
Like Cronenberg's The Fly.
Yeah, Cronenberg's The Fly is a prime example of it. Yeah,
which I haven't seen. I don't know as much about horror as I used to because I stopped reading horror.
But you're not a horror person, right? Like you don't like to read horror, right?
I mean, I like some horror. Well,
this isn't really horror, right? This is like, I mean, it's not, it has elements of other genres in it as well. Yeah. I mean, Jeremy, you've read it. It's not really like, you wouldn't even, it's not in any way, shape, or form what you would consider like a pure horror novel, right?
No, because the mounds are more passive, and we don't know why they make people do what they do yet. But if we start to, with the next one, if you start to intimate that maybe, we start to see that they are sentient and enough to have some sort of plan that they are realizing, then it could be horror, I guess. But maybe it's more like body suspense. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it has body horror elements to it. It has like conspiracy elements to it. It's got like B movie type of vibe to it in certain points. You know what I mean? It's not a pure genre piece. It's a mix of genres. So I think you'd probably like it and not be. It doesn't have. It's got invasions of body snatchers kind of vibe to it a little bit, right? That type of thing. So it's not real. I don't know. It's not like in any way, shape, or form, a straight horror novel.
I actually still have it. I need to read it.
I find horror interesting as a genre, but I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I'm just not as interested in horror, and I just feel like often like horror has like a popular appeal. And like I feel like I used to be interested, and then I think at a certain point I just kind of fell away. But
I don't think horror really even has a popular appeal, though. Really?
Oh, really?
No.
Okay. I mean, people love
compared to sci-fi and fantasy.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, really? I feel like people love horror movies. I feel like, especially during Halloween,
there's not really a very big overlap between horror movies and horror books as far as the people who would consume them. I think.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
It used to, but it just like dropped off at some point.
I would respect horror as I would respect horror in a book, though, more likely because I appreciate the medium. I mean, the idea, the way that the writing medium works, I think is a little bit more interesting than just having it like spoon-fed to you on film.
I thought you were super big into what's his name, Stephen King with the Talisman and all that.
I love the Talisman, but I think the reason why I like the Talisman
that's more
is because
fantasy.
It is.
Yeah.
It has more fantasy elements. So, I mean, and I also felt like there are horror, but it felt a little less like horrific, if that makes sense. Like it didn't feel like it was like super violent. But I don't know, like, because here's the thing, like this is something that's been bugging me. I think some of it is my provincialism, I think is the word, or conventionalism, where like I used to love horror and then I felt like my writing got out of control and I got feedback where people didn't like it. And I was like, well, maybe I should read other things. And then before I knew it, I was like shying away from like a lot of the horror elements, such as violence. And then suddenly I was like, well, maybe I don't like horror, but I'm not sure if that's like my actual belief. Like, I wonder if I actually engage with it, I would think differently about it. Because literally I was internalizing just what I was taught, like if you live in a religious state, people might be a little bit more provincial, and I think that rubbed off. So I'm not saying that like it's like a pure thing, but it just, I don't know, at a certain point I kind of fell away from it. Like, I don't even know what it would be like if I wrote horror. I wonder what kind of book that would be. I just don't feel like it would be that scary. Like, even when I wrote In the Garden of Evil, which does have horror elements, I wasn't sure that it was like super scary. And like, I'm not even sure like if people would find the elements scary, even though it was dealing with some pretty intense things.
You need to write about something. You would need to write about something that actually scares you or someone you know.
Okay.
Right. Or if you're not interested in the genre really that much, then don't write it. Right. I mean, that's my thinking, you know, like if you really don't care about it all that much and it doesn't speak to you, then why even try to mess with it?
I don't
right.
know. There's a lot of good
Phoenix could write a Western.
There's a lot of good metal bands that don't listen to heavy metal.
Well, the story of the Y is kind of a neo-Western in some ways. Yeah, especially towards the end.
No.
Greg, that's or I mean, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, you'd
sorry.
probably agree if you watched any of Sam Peckinpah's films.
Jeremy, that's an interesting point, though. That like, yeah, I was just listening to a podcast of one of my favorite musicians talking about how she, like, actually, she's playing in this literal metal band. I think they call it hardcore, like the new hardcore, which is like heavy metal elements with some punk. But it's like a lot of screaming and very heavy guitars and stuff. But she was actually saying that she listens to trap and trip hop, and she loves it. So I just find that interesting. But and again, I think what I was trying to say, Gregor, it's not so much that I don't feel like I don't care about it. I think I got to a point to where I thought I didn't care about it, and then I just kind of fell away. I'm not sure if that's like actually my feeling. If like I read more of it, I wonder if I would be interested. I guess I'm just like, even though I like analyze this a lot in my writing, like taboo elements and stuff, I guess there's a certain point in which I kind of shy away from violence.
Right.
And I just worry about like, I don't know, I worry about how my readership might interpret it. But that doesn't mean that like they wouldn't like it. I mean, people might actually like it if I wrote a horror novel. So,
well, there's not very much violence in at least this first book.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's got some weird stuff going on in it, right? I mean, it's, you know, a little bit, you know, disturbed. You know, I mean, you kind of know the spoiler kind of aspect. I mean, you know, Jeremy kind of gave you a heads up on what that's all about, but you know, you know, it's like a B movie in that the monster doesn't arrive until about halfway through the runtime, right? So you already know what the monster is, so you're not going to be scared.
So what's your definition of horror then? Or I guess it's an open question, but like,
well, I don't know.
Horror isn't just horror is about atmosphere. Like that's why like Hitchcock and those kinds of filmmakers are interesting, because it's not just about violence or gore or even just being disturbing. It's like you're trying to, like Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, like you get this feeling where like you want that sense of dread, but that doesn't always come from like over the top violence.
Well, I mean, I think it would be.
The thing about okay, I gotta get these freaking streams off. I'm echoing. Okay, that's better. No one else can hear the echo, right?
Right.
Okay. So the thing about the tropes and stuff, I'm definitely more inclined to say that it's all about atmosphere and whatnot, because once people start taking the super gory grindhouse thing, like, and saying that has to be a trope of horror, it ends up becoming goofy than it does, or more so than it does any type of like horrific story. Like for me, it's just like an intensely emotional story that happens to have a kind of like dark tint to it. Like there's something dark going on.
No, and that sounds fascinating, honestly. And Greg, you were going to say something too, but I do think that that's a fascinating idea, that it's more about the way that it makes you feel rather than like doing a specific thing. Because that leaves it a lot more open-ended. Yeah,
well, yeah. I mean, it's also just generally, I think that horror genre is basically exploring the, I don't know, the universal human fear of death and dying, right? I mean, I think that generally that's, you know, where, I don't know, the juice comes from for it, right? Regardless of whether or not it's a gory thing or just like a Monster Squad movie or something, right? I mean, you know, I think that all of it is wrapped around of death, the idea of death and dying, I think, right? And it can be expressed in many different ways. Like body horror it would be something that you say, okay, well, specifically a metaphor for disease, right? Or fear of disease, or fear of getting sick and dying, right? Of like, you know, that type of thing would be a body horror.
And that's the thing is like, I have read a lot of Stephen King, and even some lesser knowns, although still known, like Dean Koontz. And like the thing that I liked with Stephen King was that, so an example is you could take Pet Sematary. Like it's horrific. That book is disturbing, but it's also about grief, and it is about the fear of death. And that's actually what makes it so interesting. It doesn't feel like it's just about the violence. I mean, Stephen King would go overboard in some books, but like I think Pet Sematary is actually really well written.
It is, yeah.
And granted, but I think what I'm saying is there might be a disconnect because again, Stephen King is like the only one that I really know. You know, I haven't really talked to it.
Well, you should read Clive Barker if you haven't read Clive Barker.
I have read Clive Barker, although I wasn't sure if the book I read was more fantasy.
Well,
so
it is.
Talking about like
that's
a
what I'm
magic.
saying that, right? You maybe should lean toward more Clive Barker because it is a mix of a lot of it is a mix of fantasy and horror.
So like a Magica, that was the one he was really. So I read Weave World, and I did like that book. I don't know if anyone read that here.
Yeah, I've read them. I've read everything he's written. Yeah, so
cool.
I've read that. So Magic is better.
Phoenix, were you the one that said that Thief of Always was your favorite novel, or was that?
No, I don't even know that book. Unfortunately,
it's a middle grade Clive Barker book.
Yeah, Weave World was
Anne
interesting.
Anne says, let me pull it up here. I accidentally exited it out. There it is. Damn it. This freaking thing. I hate technology.
Weave World is excellent.
Okay, so she says, I'm trying one more thing. Then I'm going to have to walk around with my phone again. I will stick to the street where it doesn't cut out much. It's been another tragicomically typical Anne week.
That poor girl. She's the lucky world on everything. Oh man.
I did enjoy Weave World, and I was always curious about a Magica, since that was the one that he was like. People said that book was really influential, and I was curious why.
I love that book. I mean,
really?
I've only read it once, right? You know, I generally only read a book once, but that's one that I would read again. Probably I would listen to it on audiobook to try to experience it in a different way, you know. But I loved that book when I read it, and I couldn't wait to get back to reading it. And when I wasn't reading it, it was just one of these huge books you just get immersed in, and there's so many great ideas, and there's just so many interesting visuals. Yeah, that's a fantastic book. Yeah, Magica. Yeah, that's a great book.
Well, you know, as far as what horror is and what makes horror, people like horror, John Carpenter, I always thought had the best answer. It's that sometimes people, he said that he tells some story about some people around a campfire, and someone was telling, you know, the people gathered around with him, there are two different kinds of horror stories. The kind that is outside there, pointing outside of the campfire, the grounds of the campfire, and the one that is in here and, you know, pointing towards his chest. So
no, I mean, I think just for whatever reason I ended up walking away with limiting myself on what horror could be, and that's like too bad. Because I don't know, like I think because I like that idea that it's about the exploration of the shadow, so to speak, if we're using Jungian terms.
Right.
It's about this idea of exploring the darkness, the things we don't like, the things that make us uncomfortable. It's not, and even trying to explore something like evil. I find all of that really interesting, and in that case, it's more about the themes rather than just like the shock appeal.
Right.
To be honest, I think it's moody fiction with a dark aesthetic. Like that's as far as I'm willing to define it.
What's that now?
Moody fiction with some sort of dark aesthetic. Like it's going to be an emotional roller coaster in one sense or another, and the aesthetic has to be somewhat dark, or at least if it's not dark, has to be geared towards something that we typically think of as horror. Like, for instance, Fall or whatever.
Well, you're using the word in the definition. You can't do that.
Wait, what?
I mean, you're trying to define horror, and you're using horror in the definition.
No, I'm saying what we know, like the kind of the tropes. Like we're conditioned to think of Fall as like being
right, but that's also death themed, right? I mean, autumn is all about dying, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's fiction generally dealing with the fear of death, and oftentimes, right?
Yeah, there's
in
going
a
to be a
metaphorical
morbidity.
or an analogy type of thing, right? It's a lot of times it's a metaphorical type of thing, right? Like a lot of the supernatural fiction, or there's various different types, right? I mean, now have you read anything that's considered quiet horror, Phoenix? Maybe you'd like something like that.
Maybe, yeah. What's the definition?
It's generally what you consider like a slow burn kind of movie. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like where
Yeah.
it's more of building a sense of dread and atmosphere over a prolonged period, right?
Yeah.
More so than just finding a body in the basement or a ghost, throwing things around every 2 chapters, right? That type of thing,
Yeah.
So it's more of a
Stealing
sustained
the
thing.
candles out of your house.
Well, and that really
Yeah.
takes a certain skill to be able to actually do something like that.
Yeah, for
'Cause, like,
sure. Yeah,
yeah,
and to make
yeah.
it actually readable and compelling, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be very difficult. I don't even know if I know of anybody who does a great job of it. Really, I mean,
Charles Grant does a great job, and Dennis.
well, that's what I
Estes
hear,
does-
but I don't think I've read much by him, like other than maybe a short or two here. I don't think I've read an entire book by him.
To be honest, one of the best examples of it, in my opinion, actually was a Clive Barker short story. And I'm blanking on the title, but it's where the woman's walking along some kind of street with a bridge. That's all I can remember. Like, I don't remember specific things about the story, just the mood and the atmosphere that it evoked. And to be honest, like that's kind of what I think of when I think of quiet horror. It's not the plot doesn't matter as much. It really is just like that feeling that you're kind of dipping into.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
Borderland is one of the best horror novels I've ever read.
I need to get to that. And I think
Which
earlier
book?
in the year, I was suggesting that we do some sort of like legit gothic fiction reading thing where there are titles that I want to get to personally, like Melmoth the Wanderer. That's one of them, The House on the Borderland.
Willows by Algernon Blackwood.
Yeah, stuff like that, like technical gothic horror.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
House of
Do
the
we-
Borderland is amazing. This guy
Okay.
goes on this like cosmic vision quest when he goes into this cavern where there are these pig people. He goes like 1,000 years into the future or something, and then comes
Yeah.
back. And the pig people are under his house. When at some point it's wild.
Yeah, it
What's
is
the book
good.
called? House on the Borderlands?
Yeah, it is good. Except for, I don't know, in my opinion, there's parts of it, I don't know, it falls apart at some point in time. I can't remember what it was, but there was a big chunk of it that I thought that just slowed it down tremendously. But it is good.
No one agrees
Yeah.
with me, but to me, the epitome of all horror is the Psycho series and franchise and all of it. No one else agrees with me, but I still say Psycho is the number one. Everything you could get out of the genre is in those amazing.
Now you're talking
movies.
about the films or the books or both?
Well, I would say the first film and the second film, and then the TV show. The books kind of, but
And the
not
TV
really.
show, you mean Bates Hotel, or is there some earlier 70s one or something that I don't know about?
Bates Motel.
Okay.
There actually was an earlier, I think it was 80s. They were planning to do a Bates Motel TV show, and they ended up filming the pilot movie for it. But that's all that ever got made. They didn't actually make the show based off that movie, which was a pretty strange case, to be honest. It was an anomaly in all of like filmic fiction. It's one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
I don't know
So-
if I could call Psycho number one. I think it would have to go
Right.
something of a supernatural bent for it to be number one for me, because then you're dealing with things on a much more epic scale, and there's a lot more fear to overcome with that than there is just not to say he is mundane, but in comparison, mundane, killer.
Well,
I mean, I prefer supernatural elements in a horror book to just a slasher or whatever, personally.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
To be honest, I think I just mentioned it because it's more moody and it does have that kind of gothic vibe to it. Like, it's not, Yeah, it is mundane, but it's also more like realistic and emotional. If that makes sense.
I mean, the Psycho film. I've not read any of the books, but the first movie I think is excellent. I've actually had an opportunity to see that on the big screen, and it's fantastic. Except for the last 3 or 4 minutes, which is pretty terrible. But overall, it's great. I mean, when the guy comes in and does the psychoanalyzing bit, you know what I mean? That was just stupid.
that was
Yeah, it was bad. But if they, aside from that, it's fantastic. Yeah.
So I'm noticing the House on the Borderland was so the writer was a contemporary of Lovecraft.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I saw that Lovecraft gave it a blurb.
Yes.
So I was going to say too, just because I am thinking about horror, and since it got that lovely review, I was thinking of Ben's book, Elaine, which I actually want to read that one to kind of experience some of my roots in horror. So kind of excited for that.
Have you ever read anything by Bentley Little? Have you read anything by Bentley Little?
No. What kind of stuff?
I mean, it's, in my opinion, that Elaine kind of reminds me of Bentley Little a little bit.
Oh,
Bentley
cool.
Little's books are always about dude goes to some geographical location, and then something about that geographical location is messing with reality, right? Depending, and the reason for that messing with reality or whatever is like, what you got to find out in every book, essentially. There's some sort of weird thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ben.
I was gonna say, I think Bentley. I guess he probably was kind of an inspiration. I think Bentley Little has a sort of absurdist bent to his to his horror, like the association, like it's just stuff like people will just come by and like spray paint like happy faces on their house when shit starts going down, and just
interesting
goofy shit like that.
It's very entertaining because there is this weird, absurdist, almost surrealist, borderline absurdist stuff going on in his books, and it's always very interesting. Reality bending, I guess, is another way to put it.
What do you mean by reality bending?
There'll be some.
I mean, it's like his book, The Mailman. The titular character, like there's a part where they like the character himself is just like this goofy looking guy who has frazzled red hair and shit like that. And there's a part in the book where they find him dancing naked on a cliff, chanting the post office slogan, like neither rain nor sleet nor snow and things like that.
This might be an exaggeration, but based off the criteria that we're using, I would actually classify the Joker, the new movie, as horror.
Yeah,
I know that might be heretical, but unless people liked it. But I mean, yeah, because the Joker was weird for that reason. Yeah, well, and I'm not even sure how I feel about it as a movie, if it was any good. But I do think the themes we're talking about are huge in that movie.
I think it was excellent. I don't know if I'd call it horror. There's definitely a.
Well, I kind of meant just on the note of the absurdism, though. Like, yeah.
Well, absurdism is not necessarily an element that's
always used.
Yeah. I mean, that's what kind of sets Bentley Little stuff apart, is because he mixes in this weird absurdist type stuff, some surrealism, some hallucinatory type stuff, and it so I mean that's kind of what Bentley Little's shtick is. It's not absurdism is not in any way a core component of horror, really.
Now, there are two other aspects of horror that I really think need to be hammered down. One of them, and this is really, I mean, of course, I would consider it to be in a religious framework, because if you're thinking in terms of meta-narrative, the human story is basically all about rising from the darkness and getting away from the darkness and whatnot. And that's prevalent in all horror. It's always going to be there's some component of good trying to get away from the evil, and that would, of course, fall into the biblical meta-narrative. But then also the kind of cozy horror that we just kind of throw all the stuff away and revert back to Goosebumps and things like Ruby Jean Jensen, like stuff that does not bite at all, but we can still call it horror. Like, why do we still call that stuff horror, I guess?
I mean, Goosebumps freaked me out as a kid.
Yeah, I guess.
It still does deal with themes of death, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even though it's done in such a way that it's kid friendly, right? It still deals with, themes of death and dying.
I was also interested in this little bit about Ramsey Campbell and Fritz Leiber because I've heard of both of them, but I don't know. I haven't read them.
This has inspired me to actually read one of the several Ramsey Campbell books I have lying around my library.
Well, because that's what I was going to say is like on this note, like I think that I kind of shied away from horror. There might have been other reasons, but one of them was because I thought horror was extreme horror, and like I don't want to read extreme horror.
No.
So like
that's very different from a lot of horror.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't even consider a lot of that stuff horror as much as it is just like titillating fiction. Like it's there's nothing. What I want out of a horror story, it doesn't really supply. Now, some stuff
it depends. Like "Suffer the Flesh" by Monica J. O'Rourke. Yeah, like 90% of that book is just a grisly BDSM erotica.
Okay. Well, and I so this is the thing. Like, I don't mind going into disturbing territory. I guess I just don't know, like, how I would capture some of the more intense themes. Like,
okay.
I guess what I wonder is, like, in some ways, is horror an escape? Is it more of an escape or a confrontation?
Well,
like, is it more? Yeah,
it can be either. I think.
Okay. Yeah.
To be honest, like I'm going to take away everything I said about horror and say I just call it dark. If it's good, I call it dark literary fiction, and if it's cheesy but fun, I call it general fiction with horror tropes that.
Okay.
Well, dark literary fiction. I mean, that be
that would be something like
crime noir. I mean, it could be.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Thompson or Hubert Selby Jr.
Yeah, man, I would still, like I said, I would still classify Joker as horror. And okay, so would you? Dang it!
I've not seen the film, so I can't speak to Joker.
Yeah. Would you classify something like The End of Alice or? Which I've not actually read End of Alice yet. I'm just familiar with it, but I know you have been. Would you classify that as horror?
Is that Philip K. Dick?
Not really, no.
No, it's not Philip K. Dick.
No, it's
Holmes.
Holmes is her name.
Holmes, yeah.
I don't think
I'd classify that as horror. No.
What was the book called?
The End of Alice.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you said Valis. That's why I got confused.
It's kind of like a pedo book that is similar or inspired by Lolita, but more contemporary.
Well, I'm definitely drawn to this.
Lolita.
I'm definitely drawn to this idea of atmosphere versus atmosphere and talking about death, because I have been thinking about those kinds of themes, but I think horror. The reason why horror is an interesting genre to choose or to gravitate towards is because it allows for capturing the elements that we fear, capturing the things that make us uncomfortable, that are hard to talk about. And you can almost do it as an allegory or as an analogy.
I guess fear of the unknown also is a major theme of horror as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I watched. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, I think that fear of the unknown. I was limiting it. I think way too much to just death, I suppose, right, and fear of dying.
Okay,
but I think that fear of the unknown in general, right?
Like Alien.
Right.
Speaking of Alien,
the thing about like I guess atmosphere or I guess effect against I guess plot. The author M. Kitchell was talking on his Twitter about how he was watching like what he was told were like two of the most extreme contemporary films, which would be Serbian film and The Angel's Melancholy. So
now you got my attention.
Which I think that is a good example of like atmosphere or effect versus plot. I
know that we haven't quite gone in this direction, but I am really curious. Like, do you think there's a way in which, like, well, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. I guess I just feel like maybe my fear in the past of thinking about horror was because I didn't want to write something that was too disturbing. And I'm not saying I would have, but then if I had, maybe that's not bad, but I might not have realized that. Like, because if my anchors are thinking that horror is like extreme horror, which is stuff that even I wouldn't touch, then it's this weird thing of like, I'm thinking that I might write something that crosses a line. But like, it sounds like the whole point of horror in the way that we're talking about it is it's to express an emotion or to reveal an emotion. And that sounds very useful in my mind. Like, it sounds like the lines kind of blur a little bit on what's acceptable. And that's not bad. I just think that might have been my fear.
What's the difference between an onion and a whore? My answer was going to be your mom's not an onion.
I cry when I cut onion. Rob Zombie 31. By the way, that's a really mean film, man. It's like it took all.
Wait, which movie?
Rob Zombie's 31. It's like took all the fun out of it, like with the House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects. Those were fun, but 31 is just mean in a way that it's like it's hard to watch. I don't know.
See, I thought House of a Thousand Corpses was mean and 31 was fun, but obviously Devil's Rejects is the superior of all of them. And then 3 from Hell should just freaking die.
It's not good. It's not good. Yeah, it's because there's not as much Captain Spaulding. Anyway, that's just one little portion of horror. You guys are carrying this better than I am. So.
Well, I'm really interested now. I haven't been this intrigued in a long time because I think I kind of want to revisit my roots. Because like the stuff that I wrote. What?
What are your roots? What is your?
Well, I started as a writer writing horror. And then I moved to poetry of all things. And then I stopped writing horror. And like,
I horror, did you?
No, I don't have any of my old works actually. And it wasn't all horror. I was writing fantasy.
Mindblade.
What was that?
I would say Mindblade could kind of be classified as horror. I mean, I would consider it to be a horror tale, although it was a completely surreal one. I would still say Mindblade's firmly horror.
Well,
but I guess that's technically not published right now.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I meant by the Joker, though, is like watching this descent of the Joker is like maddening. And like, I think they did handle that well. I mean, I think the thing that people didn't like about it, one thing I heard was that the Joker himself wasn't someone you could sympathize with. And like, there was this disconnect.
Now you can.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Well, I was thinking you could sympathize, though. And like, the reason why I thought it was horror, I mean, it did have the violence. Some scenes are really disturbing. But I think what was interesting about it was basically capturing, it's literally a film that captures, and I hope this isn't like too strong language, and it might be an exaggeration to a degree, but like it captures a psycho's descent into madness. And like my discomfort with that specifically is it makes it seem like, mental illness will lead to violence. And then that's where I have a problem with it. But at least overall, in terms of that specific trope, like that's hard to pull off. And I think the reason why they captured it was because they were capturing this horrific, these horrific. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, here's what you can do if you're worried that you're going to send. If you're worried about message a lot more than most authors I know, which can be a good thing. But I think if you're worried that you're spreading a message that mental illness equals deviant and depravity, then have
it just equals Jeremy.
Now, hang on. Yeah, but the protagonist, have them be mentally ill too, but they deal with it in a more healthy way.
So by definition, that's Mindblade, because Mindblade is the villain. And granted, they're one and the same person. But but I was going to say that's hard to do, because I think even with Mindblade, there was a point at which I thought that relationship could have broken, where then like the main character, the protagonist, did become evil. Which is why it's disturbing. That's like why it's hard to write. Because the last thing I want to do is stigmatize people and just make the wrong associations.
Well, most people are going to read whatever message they want to into your work anyway.
That's true. That's happened.
If you entertain them and you give them something to forget their troubles to immerse themselves in, most of them, unless they're these insane people that are burning down cities right now, they're going to appreciate that you gave them an escape for however long, they were reading. That's the way I see it. So,
yeah, no, this is fascinating. So why do you consider Mindblade to be horror, Zach?
Well, first off, I mean, it's super, super dark and in some aspects gory. I mean, not gory, but I'm sure you remember. And generally, it's just kind of got like a horror trope to it, whereas it's kind of like a mental illness embodiment as a demon type thing going on, which I mean, I know it was less concrete than that, but that's how it comes across as in him talking to Mindblade and whatnot. So I mean, it's basically got horror tropes, and
that sounds like it has horror tropes for sure.
And then plus, I mean, it's a pretty horror cover too.
Yeah, the cover is amazing. I love that cover.
I know that you guys are like way different styles, all the four of you, but what if like some of you collaborated on a story, like did a pass off, like Jack Ketchum and Brian Keene and a bunch of others did with 65 Stirrup Iron Road, where like 6 or 7 horror authors of solid reputation, they got together to do something, a charity story for Tom Piccirilli, who was ill. But I mean, what if you guys all like did like a pass off horror thing, or any kind
Give
of
it to charity and we'll do it.
Is that book actually any good? Because I remember like reading the sample at the beginning. It's like this is the sound. This just reads like Edward Lee's just on fucking automatic mode.
Let's see. I don't remember what I rated it. See, back then I was a lot easier.
You were a simp back then.
Yes. Now I have a lot more of a critical eye now, so I probably would give it 3 stars now. But I was sold on the names alone back then. Now I'm critical of those authors too. Although they're all good.
I'm hypercritical of Wrath James Wyatt because I think he probably has some freaking. That dude's crazy.
Yeah, and he will get you in a triangle deadlock if you're not careful. So MMA.
That's what crazy people do.
No, that's what MMA people do, and he's trained.
Crazy and
He's been
MMA
retired
is a
for a long
disturbing
time.
combination.
Do what? And
I mean, he's been retired for a long time, but I still wouldn't fuck with him.
He's not been retired from being freaking crazy.
retired from MMA or writing?
No, from MMA.
Okay. Well, he probably still trains younger guys. So
I don't think he's posted anything about that.
did he do tough man contests, or did he do like not professional like UFC or Pride or anything? Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know that. I just think
Because I'm pretty sure he was doing MMA before it was like a big sport.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, what if a bunch of you guys did do like a pass around, or some of you probably.
Why wouldn't you be included in such a endeavor?
Because
I don't know if I'd
I
want to
never
do like
finished anything.
I don't know if I'd want to do like one coherent narrative. I think what would be more interesting would be like what I think was Ketchum, Layman, and
anthology.
no. What I was thinking was no. Let me finish. What I was thinking is more like what I think it was. If I remember right, it was Ketchum, Edward Lee, and Layman. I think who did a book. It is like they all started where. It's like it was 3 novellas where each the scene at the beginning was the same, but they all went up. Yeah, triage. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's like the beginning scene of each novella is the same, but each goes off into a different story.
Okay, I've got the perfect idea. We're gonna have one about the multiverse.
No.
No, you don't understand what the multiverse is.
No. Listen, you know what, Zach? Listen to me. Zach, listen to me. Boom! I just destroyed the multiverse with my brain. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone forever.
No, it isn't.
You're not.
It's gone forever. I destroyed it with my brain.
That was just one multiverse. There's more.
I destroyed all of the multiverse with my brain. It's gone forever now.
No, you can't. Can't do that. It's not how it works.
Speaking of which, okay, I finally I broke down and got the Tubi app, and it's amazing. And now I'm going back and watching all of the old Masters of Horror because I've seen most of them, but I never saw all of them. And I'm just watching through them again.
Have you watched Cigarette Burns yet?
It's great.
I think I have.
John Carter, the movie that killed people, that made people kill each other.
The Masters of Horror episode.
Yeah, it's called Cigarette Burns. That's great.
The angel is captured in.
We don't spoil the movie.
Don't spoil it.
Okay.
The one I watched last night, well, the night before last night, was We All Scream for Ice Cream.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it was directed by the guy who did Child's Play, written by
Right.
David J. Scow, based on a John Ferris short story.
You say
Can you get cooler
Child's
than that?
Play. You say Child's Play, but I actually remember that director for a different movie, and it was Fright Night in the 80s.
Yeah, I've
There
seen
were
it.
there were so many great effects and scenes and dialogue in that movie. That
Yeah, I
is
really liked that at the time. Yeah, I've not seen it since.
one of my favorite vampire movies, and Evil Ed was awesome. He was worthy of his own movie, but man, that director was always good at making like characters melt, like, which is why he does it again and We All Scream for Ice Cream. I'm kind of tired of the cliche of killer clowns, though, and it is so overused, and no one ever gets tired of it, but I am. But
Yeah,
I think some people are like legitimately afraid of clowns, though.
they
Why
are.
wouldn't you be?
Yep,
Clowns are the
touche.
devil.
Now, you take a look at Gregor's buddy who came on here. What was Laffles the clown or
Laffy Pants.
Scary.
Laffy Pants? He probably thinks that it's clowning's gotten a bad reputation because of horror and everything, and
Yeah, that's fair.
and Gates
Yeah.
dressing up as a clown and everything. On the other side, what if clowns were a good way for fugitives and bottom of society, rung of society type individuals to
Demon
hide,
possession.
and that's where it really got soured for everything.
Yeah, they're creepy inherently. Because I'm sure you have a story of being at a fair as a kid. Me specifically, it's not a clown that freaked me out. But I was at the Knoxville Fair, and there was this old freaking like red truck that drove around, and the dude driving it was like a mascot and like a big, kind of like a gnome costume, like a freaking adult-sized gnome. And he just looked out the car at me and scared me. And I got sick the whole rest of the day because I was so scared.
Check this out.
And, well, the thing is, 70% of all people were molested as a child by a clown, and you're one of them.
Me?
If you don't remember, it's for the best.
Oh, okay. Well, check this out. There was this girl locally. I guess she managed the Purple Cow here in the 90s.
What's
got
a
to be
Purple
there when I
Cow?
was down there.
Your mom.
She killed someone in Florida, but she was recognized as a manager at a Purple Cow locally here.
Kind of
And
hot.
she was dressed as a clown, accused of dressing like a clown and shooting her current husband's then wife in the face.
Let's take a look at her face again. I'm sorry. I mean, Zach
Oh,
might-
that's what gets you off, Zach. Imagining that with like a big fucking red clown nose on it.
Yeah. So what's a purple
big
cow?
goofy fucking
Oh,
wig.
it's a Purple Cow. Oh,
Yeah.
It's your mom.
you guys don't have Purple Cows in the Midwest, huh?
I don't.
Jeremy, that's
personally
that's
don't.
not a chain restaurant.
It's a chain restaurant, yes.
No,
No,
it's a
it's
chain
not.
restaurant.
No,
It is.
not.
No, it's literal cows that are purple.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
right there.
Purple Cow.
That's a Purple Cow. That's the
The
Purple Cow.
Purple Cow.
No, it is more than one.
There's not. If there's more than one, it's within the freaking Sullivan County or Tri-Cities.
That's bullshit. I know Sullivan County. You don't.
I do too.
No, you don't, because there's more than one Purple Cow.
Yeah, but it's probably just within Sullivan
It's-
County.
You just
probably
did all right.
It's just a it's a
I
burger
said
place.
it's in Sullivan County or the Tri-Cities if there's another one.
Are the burgers purple at the Purple Cow?
It's better than Pal's.
Is it better than Pals? I don't think so. I don't like Pals either, though.
How do you not
Do
like
they
Pal's?
do they
What's
serve purple
Pal?
milk?
You guys have the dumbest places in the South.
Why?
Hey, Gregor, go die.
How is
I
that?
mean,
It's 'cause you're-
Purple
it's
Cow,
'cause they're-
Pals, and then you got what's that one place? Crystal Burgers or something like that. Crystals.
I want to
Smoke swacky hamburgers.
I want to serve Crystal Burger to an enemy. I mean, it's a little rinky-dink onion.
Oh, you shut up. They're
Fuck
good.
off with that shit. Those little rinky-dink limp burgers. They look like they're
one of them. That's the point.
Don't you guys have like a
Yes,
Paul
let
Bunyan
the hate
restaurant
flow
too?
through you.
Isn't there like a Paul Bunyan restaurant down there too?
I don't know, but I'm going if there is.
I'm pretty sure there is.
Paul Bunyan Boyga.
Burgers.
Why has it got that creepy bear?
How can you not like the idea of a purple cow? It's cool.
Does it,
I just assume it's like that due to radiation poisoning.
What's Pal's? Is that just another burger joint?
oh, look up the freaking PAL building.
Right.
They're
They
amazing.
don't have pals. I don't like them. Like it personally, but yeah, it's a big deal in the South, and it's like a sort
Yeah,
of,
look at that.
for some
Isn't
reason
that amazing?
Southern pride, and
I like
they're
the
really-
giant.
It looks like
fries on top.
looks like something for the movie Good Burger.
Yeah, it
It
does.
does. No, but the thing is that they're really, really fast. For some reason, I don't know how they do it. Working in a restaurant myself, I don't know how they are as fast and as effective. But
Probably
they
because the
are.
employees got guns to their heads.
Probably. It kind of looks like. Can you eat in there? Or is it only?
No, it's only
No, there's one that you can eat inside, and that's in Greenville.
okay.
I
Because it
know
kind of
that-
looks like a Rally's or something.
It's mainly just drive-through though, for most of them. And you order here and you pay and get your food at the other window at the other side. So
Right.
And the one next to campus, like it would freaking back up all the way into this back street into like close to the medical school. It's freaking annoying.
That's that
Everyone
popular,
wants
huh?
to go there. Yeah, it's super popular.
they're usually very fast, and the reason is because the employees are literally like tortured. They're like tested. They're retested every 3 months, and I mean, God, I would not want to work somewhere where I have to test every 3 months.
They give
Wow,
them
that's
meth.
pretty amazing.
I want to try Purple Cow out just because of the cow story. Now, I was in Kingsport and was going to go to it, but I just never ended up doing it.
When were you in Kingsport?
I used to stay down there with my ex-girlfriend a lot.
That's right. Yeah.
So at this Pal's place, do they have names for their burgers like Pal Burgers
Saucy
or
burger. Yeah.
what's that?
The saucy burger.
Is it the Saucy Burgers one of them?
Yeah.
They have
Okay.
good milkshakes too.
Now, are the milkshakes fast? Because I don't know how you could make a fast milkshake.
They're fast with just about everything. I don't know
Really?
how they do it. They may pull you up for a milkshake. They may pull you up. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, milkshakes. If they're making a good milkshake, it takes a while.
Okay. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
The reason I got on to the restaurant thing is because of the killer clown manager of a Purple Cow. That
The-
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
unifying.
And Zach thought she was hot.
Other in the
Yeah.
freaking Tri-Cities area,
She
there
is
are no other Purple Cows in Tennessee other than in that one
Yes, there
obscure
are.
corner of northeastern Tennessee, where there might be like
What is the Tri-Cities? What are the three cities?
Bristol, Kingsport, and Johnson City.
Oh, that's right. I remember Zach saying on Facebook he loves going to Johnson City.
Why? Why would you want to go to Johnson City if you didn't
I
have
went up there and went to the dang German restaurant next to
bunch of college kids town?
He loves it.
I'm
He
a
loves.
college
He loves being taken
know.
to Johnson City.
Exactly. Yeah. He's big on Johnson City.
Oh yeah, like his life is all about Johnson.
Anyway, horror. What kind of unifying conclusion were we reaching about horror?
Horror is dicks, clowns, and burgers. That's what horror is.
Horror needs to be made alt-right again. That's my new slogan.
Horror wasn't all right. What do you
I mean, I think
know.
horror actually is considered to be a conservative genre, though, right?
Yeah,
Horror-
it was
really?
in the 80s.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Walker's super
By dummies.
Wait, why would horror be co-opted by politics?
Well, I mean, that's what
I mean,
that's what folks seem to claim, though, right? It's one of these things that they claim
I mean-
that horror is a conservative genre.
well, xenophobia was a major part of Lovecraft's stories.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about like,
sort of.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think Edgar Allan Poe was that right-leaning, was
I
he?
was just joking. Yeah, that's not.
No, I mean,
Because I feel like Lovecraft would set that precedence, but I don't think a
author
lot
doesn't
of
necessarily have to be conservative, right? Or to be, you know what I mean, in order for the genre to be, for folks to claim that the genre is conservative, right? And the
that just
reason,
surprises me though, because I mean, if one of the ideas behind left-leaning ideology is that you are open to experience, I would imagine that's what horror is. That's
Well,
what reading
horror-
is.
Well, the horror is generally not, like it's like one of the major themes in horror, right? Is there's a family that goes to a particular town, and then the world in that town, or some sort of events in that town, or supernatural creatures in that town threaten the sanctity or the life of that family, right? And then the family is broken up, and then they have to come back together again by the end of the story or the movie or whatever, right? I
Hey,
mean, that's a
what we're going
huge
through as a country
huge
right
theme.
now.
What's that?
That's what we're going through as a country right now.
What?
The breakup of the family by evil people.
Well, right, but that's what that's what I'm getting at. That's like one of the themes that's in horror that people graft onto being a conservative, right? Why they say it's a conservative fiction, right? Because like in the thing that you're talking about, Ben, is about the xenophobic elements of horror, right? What's another thing that they claim to be, the fear of the other, right? You know what I mean?
Fear of the unknown. Things
Fear
like
of the
that.
other, fear of the unknown,
Teenagers getting punished by Jason.
and then conservatives are less, have more of a higher, liberals or whatever, progressives, I guess is what you want to say, is they have a way higher threshold for disgust or something, and conservatives are have a more of a sense of disgust, I guess, is what that you hear people say. So that's another reason why they say that conservatives are not the conservatives, but that horror is a conservative genre. And also, if you look in the 80s, I mean, a lot of the horror books in the 80s were written from a Christian perspective, really, right? I mean, they might not be overtly Christian novels, but they all took place, or lots of them took place, within the Christian pantheon or whatnot, or the Christian mythos, I guess, right? If you want to call it that, right? It's like The Exorcist being a prime example, Omen, all these things were, had a Christian worldview, right?
Well, I actually thought the point of The Exorcist was to show that like the evil still is there, which doesn't seem. I mean, I'm not. But I understand what you're saying. Maybe the analogy that I would have is when I was watching this YouTube video, and I only got through about 2 minutes of it because he was describing all of the politics and Stranger Things, and I was just like, "It's Stranger Things." Like, what more do we need?
Well, I'm not really trying to be political about it, right? I mean, I'm just saying that these are things
well, totally. But I guess it just surprises me.
I don't want people to come away from this conversation. It's a way of thinking about it, or through a particular lens, right? That's not what it is, right? Is what I'm getting at, right? I mean, I would, I'm just it's more of a thought experiment than anything else, right? I mean,
I just can't imagine. I don't know. I can't imagine a lot of right-leaning people liking horror, though.
Why not?
I mean, I think that's even sometimes Zach's point.
I'm not even really saying it's something, a genre for conservatives, right? It's just you know what I mean. It's kind of what they say is it's a conservative genre for the reasons that I said: the xenophobia, the fear of the other, the disgust, like low threshold for disgust, that type of thing, right? And a lot of the spiritual / Christian demonic type stuff, right, is also all tied up in horror. Especially 80s horror was big on books that were written within a Christian worldview, right?
I finally got what that title is a play on. I was trying to figure out why you would call
Quit doing drugs, Jeremy.
I was trying to figure out why you would call it Golf Curse, and I'm like, what is Golf Curse.
Right. Christians play, not Christians, but conservatives play golf all the time, right? So there you go. I mean,
yeah, which is why golf courses are fucking evil, and the guy in Falling Down was right.
Now
we should just go on golf courses and start shooting people in a video game.
And now I'm like a stupid hat.
I'm like super stuck on this now. Like, I never would have thought of the link between conservatives and horror.
Well, haven't you ever heard the thing about when conservatives are in power, that zombie movies are no, I think it's when conservatives are in power, vampires are super popular in popular culture, and then when Democrats are in power, it's zombies or something like that. Have you ever heard that?
No.
I've never heard
What's the
that.
reason?
Allegedly, it's because of like the conservatives are expressing their fear of
The other.
decadence, right? And
Yeah. Okay.
you know what I mean? The fear of
Fear of
what is it like? Moral degeneration,
okay.
hedonism, that type of thing, and where and what was the reason for the?
Well, vampires are aristocratic creatures who feed on the poor.
That's right. Right. Yeah.
So
yeah,
who are
yeah.
the zombies then? What do they represent?
The masses.
Yeah, the masses. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, but that's these are people try to graft these types of ideas onto these things. I mean, it's an interesting way to look at it, but I mean,
But you're not convinced.
No, I mean, I'm not convinced of anything, right? That's part of my job.
No, that's great.
I really like
Yeah.
I don't like to play a board game based on serial killers. I feel like there would be a marketable thing.
A what? A board game?
Like real serial killers.
A card game or a board game on serial killers, and it's like,
I think we'd have enough of that.
I'm gonna play my hand. I've got a Dahmer and a Bundy, or something like that.
I think we have enough of that kind of thing.
How? No, not that.
I think serial killer stuff can be interesting, but that kind of kitsch, I think, is just I'm just not on board with that kind of thing anymore.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be involved in such a thing, but as far as it having a marketable type of, I think that you may be onto something, right? I mean, you go ahead and run with it, but don't ask me to help you.
Freedom and wheat, boys, and I take all the chips for myself. Yeah, I think it would be cool.
I think a dang board game based on Jeremy's life will be funny. It's like you're navigating candles and books. And the whole point of the game is to get to your closet to hang your shirt up.
I figured that.
I do like that idea. I'd be on board for helping to develop that.
Half the fucking board would just be going around in a circle.
Right, him just part of it would be him like combing fleas out of the carpet with a big comb like that.
Yeah, I was doing that earlier this week. Oh my
God!
God.
You have a flea comb?
Flea comb, flea collars, flea sprays, flea powder, diet to
it's
make
like you get an erection by pouring fleas into the candle wax. Move forward 2 spaces.
I did feel bad for those poor fleas, though.
No. They brought it on themselves. You don't know how cathartic.
Only you could make us feel sympathy for fleas, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean they're vampires.
They immediately stop moving when you run a flame over them. Immediately they stop.
All right, keep it in your pants there.
Why would you do that to them?
Because you should see what they've done to my cats. They deserve it. They're
vampires.
They got to eat. Now that those were their last meals.
They deserve no mercy.
Right. They actually ate me up worse than the cats, if you can believe it. Yeah, you should see my leg. Yeah. Oh my God. I look like a leper right now with the spots on my legs, from where they've just eaten me alive. Yeah. I look like
you pick them because of the drugs. The red crocodile you've been taking.
You don't know your drug. You don't know which drugs.
You take red crocodile. That's why you
No, I didn't.
Crocodile.
Got
that's why your dick rotted off. You injected crocodile in your cock veins.
Yeah, crocodile.
Do you take psychotropics?
Huh?
You take
crocodile
psychotropic drugs?
Take what?
Jeremy? Psychotropic drugs.
I did for Halloween last year. Remember mushrooms, but
well, that's more like a psychedelic.
Okay, whatever. But mainly, no, just the pharmaceutical grade narcotics. That's
like narcotics.
Yeah.
Like opioids.
Yes.
Okay.
But I have a legitimate medical condition, so.
Sure, I really feel bad.
Addiction's a medical condition, right?
No, not that kind of medical condition, though.
Wait, so I'm getting a little concerned. You're not serious, are you?
He's serious.
I am.
So are you okay?
That's what I was. I'm serious that I have like chronic pain. It's like.
Are you okay though? Like.
Yeah, if I'm on my feet for longer
Okay.
than an hour, I'm usually starting to slow down. It's like I limp quite a bit. That's no
Yeah.
bullshit. It's like
Yeah.
having flat feet and all this other bullshit. Arthritis. And when it rains or snows, it's compounded even worse. Yeah, there's legitimate pain there. But I mean, is it wrong to enjoy life? To find a way around that pain to still enjoy life? Is there anything wrong with that? I don't think so.
I wouldn't assume
I
there
guess
would
it
be.
depends on what medium, right? I mean, that could mean a lot of things,
Well, isn't the problem like addiction though, and like you're not addicted?
That was a pregnant pause right there.
The made, but I don't care because I am. I am
Because you're going to die anyway.
Because fuck everything.
any of the above, all of the above. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I didn't know that you suffered though. I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not suffering from that. I'm suffering from the pain.
Okay. No. Well, that's what I meant. The pain. I didn't know you were suffering from chronic pain.
Everyone talks about legalizing marijuana, and in many states it already is. But I would appreciate deregulation of the harder stuff better, personally.
Yeah.
Don't ration out how many I can take a month. That's fucking bullshit anyway.
I still feel bad for those poor fleas, though. I think I'm going to start voting for flea liberation.
Hey, those
because...
are addicted to blood, man. I had to release them.
But they didn't do anything.
They did do something, though. They did bats, man.
They're bloodsuckers.
Yes.
That's what they do.
Well, then that's what I do is throw them.
It doesn't excuse it.
Wax and seal them up in bottles and dry them out.
Yeah, you're torturing them. Why are you torturing them?
Well, okay, I'll just kill them with diatomaceous powders. And I won't have to torture them.
Yeah. Well,
They'll be moving up to rodents soon.
No.
Yeah, we
People
talked about that last
eventually.
time. That's like a real concern. It'll be rodents, and then eventually it leads to people.
Nah.
Now, are fleas insects or are they arachnids?
This is due to a love of animals that I am engaged in this.
I feel like this might.
So you'll skip the rodents and just go straight to people.
So fleas are.
Would torturing fleas? Would torturing fleas be like prime material for horror movies or like a horror book?
Maybe.
A really lame one.
It would be at the beginning where a little kid torturing fleas and giggling while he drools.
Right. I mean, there probably is a horror book that's about fleas, probably called Fleas. I mean, really.
Yeah.
There's
There's an erotica book called Autobiography of a Flea. Yeah.
Oh, is there really? There literally is?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No.
Oh, damn, it is real. There's a bunch of them, though. There's more than one by different
Well,
authors.
it's because it's just one. It's just in public domain, so it's been printed a billion times.
Have you read it?
No, not yet.
Victorian erotica.
Yep.
They knew about fleas back then?
They had fleas surgeons back
No,
then.
they didn't know about fleas at Victoria times. They would wear petticoats and go, ooh, ooh, fire bad.
I mean, they were George Washington, father, I cannot tell a lie. I mean, I could barely even get I'm barely wearing clothing,
That's what George Washington was like. He just carried the axe around, bragging his knuckles like, ooga booga, I cannot tell him.
Wait, so what is the autobiography of a flea about?
It's basically just a flea describing the people he sees fucking while he's on them.
How did you know this?
Because I'm really into like this old weird erotica stuff.
Because he's a freaking pervert.
Yeah, he's a pervert.
Yeah. I don't deny that.
That reminds me of another book that I read at the beginning of the year that was actually pretty awesome. The Roaches Have...
You calling me a pervert means nothing. I've seen what you consider normal.
So, Roaches Have No King is a pretty awesome thing. It's exactly what it sounds like. It talks about these roaches, this society of roaches in this house that's owned by this Jewish guy who like sells drugs on the side or something, and they observe his social and private life with his girlfriend and do little commentaries on it from their places in the cupboards and in the walls and shit. It's very interesting.
How long is that?
I wouldn't
40 pages.
That's too long for that.
I wouldn't go bad. I wouldn't feel bad if you killed a roach.
Okay. Well,
Have you ever seen the movie Twilight of the Cockroaches?
no.
Is that really
No,
a thing?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it though.
It's a mixture, and it just reminded me of that movie.
Or Joe's apartment?
I petted a cockroach once.
I used
How
to.
was that?
Right, you.
And you call me a pervert.
There was
I didn't know I was petting a cockroach though. I thought it was like rubbing you know how like a lot of couches have like a button, like they have like decorative buttons inset in them.
Man.
So
That sounds horrible.
So I was rubbing what I thought was a decorative button on a couch for a while, and I was talking to a buddy of mine at his house. We were just talking about whatever. I looked down and I realized that I'd been rubbing a cockroach.
And then,
for
you jumped up on the couch, pulled up your skirt, and screamed at the top of your head.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You know, I used to think that I had imagined Joe's apartment, that it wasn't even a real movie, that I just made it up in my head. Turns out it was real. Yeah.
Okay, how do you do that, and what does that mean?
What? How did I do what?
How do you like imagine that something like
No, wait a minute.
exactly what you did?
Well, I thought.
You're going to take me there. You're going to try to tell me some. Okay.
Well, I thought that tattooed
There
teenage
you go.
fighters from Beverly Hills was a fever dream for years.
I think
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible to
Look who it is.
yeah.
Gregor, you got some competition. We got the Crusher of Cunts is here.
Oh,
wait,
that's
he is?
nice.
Show us.
Right here. He's right here.
We
Show us on the
We're
screen.
still looking
dipshit.
at. Oh, there he is. Oh, nice.
What do you have to say? See?
Yeah, I had to jump in because it sounded like Gregor was jerking off a roach or something.
I was.
That's
Well, I
what it
wasn't
sounded-
doing that. I was just touching it and rubbing
Okay,
it.
so I'm going to steal for you.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing, though.
This isn't actually Cuntcrusher. It is the Wiz.
The Wiz.
The
Who?
Wiz.
Like the ease on down on the
Same
road
point.
Wiz, like a wizard.
No, it's the Wiz of Dick and the Wiz, the podcast.
Huh?
Dick and the Wiz.
Yes.
Okay.
Is
I'm
this
not familiar with
real,
that.
or is this another alt?
What's up?
Well, hang on. Ann, is that really you, or is this one of Zach's alts? Okay. Anyway, so CC, I know
Wait,
that.
no, that wasn't me. I'm serious.
Well, I know that's the same voice that we were talking to last weekend. So, CC, you mind if I call you CC for a minute?
Yeah, you
No,
can.
it's the Wiz, dang it.
So, you said something interesting last weekend.
Yeah,
You
what's
said that you agreed with a lot of my original messages. Do you think that I have sold out in some way?
I think you've sold out.
I didn't ask you. I asked you.
No, I think you've just moved on to different topics. I mean, you can't rehash the same old shit over and over without getting redundant. So,
Oh, the new topic's lamer.
You'll be glad to know that one person who was in here last week at the same time you came in, I don't think he's coming back. And
Who
because
is Neil?
hang on, Jesus, one interloper at a time. So he said that he was going to take issue with anybody if he came back on the show who used the word faggot or said this about trannies or chicks with dicks or and I started to think, what if Cuntcrusher was right? What if he was trying to say that I have gone off, topic or compromised myself in order to make, peace with people who don't really give a shit about me anyway. And I don't mean that to say about Connor, but just that Connor was, if he was going to come back, it was going to be on his terms. I kind of got a feeling. And it, like I said, nothing personal, better to find out now. And I'm still cool with Connor, but I feel like it would have compromised the show if I had let him back on to kind of browbeat everybody for using words.
Let Neil on. He's in the
What the fuck's Neil?
wanting to be on.
Okay, Neil's on. Damn it, Zach.
That wasn't me. I'm serious.
What was that?
Right now.
Oh, was that a picture of a dog with next to a guy's dick?
Neil is
No.
not me. I'm serious.
No, it doesn't. Anyway,
Go back to the thing. I want to see this. Yes, get it off.
It'll get kicked off YouTube.
Show the thing. Like I'm
so
curious.
anyway, what do you
We
think?
can't show a dick on here. We'll get kicked off.
Crusher. What?
I didn't even see
Crusher.
him.
Crusher has the floor. Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Get back to
Well,
the
first
thing where we can
off,
see each other
Shut up.
talking.
Shut the fuck up.
Get it off. Get
We
back
can be
to
coming
the-
out there and slap the dick out of your ass.
Go ahead. Crusher.
there's this comedian on YouTube, and I kind of take his approach with words. Like, I have nothing against transgender people, but you shouldn't be able to censor words. Like, I consider tranny a term of endearment. Like, grandma, you shorten it to granny, right? Andrew, you shorten it down to Andy. Ecuadorian, Mexican.
Shorten it down
So
to-
transgender, tranny. That's kind of his joke, and that's kind of like my take on it. It's just fucking words, and people shouldn't be so sensitive. You know, if I let every word that someone said towards me get to me, then I wouldn't be anywhere in life. And people just need to grow thicker skin. I get why some people get offended by stuff like that, but it's just fucking words. And let's be honest, they're fun to say sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my take on it. I don't hate anybody. You know, if you know,
Right. A lot
someone-
of people get offended on other people's behalf too, right? And like you said, I don't hate anybody, right? I mean,
No, it has nothing to do with that. And if you know, if like I've met transgender people, and you know, I've always been like as respectful as I can be. You know, I have my the only thing where I would say, like, I don't give a shit if they want to use a bathroom or whatever. The only time that I like say no, like put my heel down and just say fuck that, is when it comes to like kids. You know, just like wanting to transition children and stuff. Like, they should be mature enough to make their own
I hate how
decision.
they say that we have to accept their view on gender, because I don't accept their view on gender.
Well, neither do I, but you know, I'm kind of libertarian on the, you know, where it's just like, as long as you're not fucking with me and, you know, treading on me.
I mean, I can
I don't-
see that, but it's like they're doing that culturally by like saying that you can't have that discussion, or else if you literally believe they don't exist, that makes
I believe in the binary.
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's cultural Marxism, and no matter how much people want to deny it, cultural Marxism is a thing. So
No,
in our
it's not.
society,
There you
You're
go.
not a thing,
There
Ben.
you go. Hey, it makes things.
Cultural Marxism is just a rebranding of the Nazi term cultural Bolshevism.
Oh my god!
Hey, Ann.
No.
Yes, it is.
Real Ann. Hey, Ann. Okay.
Get back
Hey,
to the
who's-
thing.
What was,
who's
what was
also-
with Neil? What was with Neil showing a dick
Who is
avatar? Is he
Neil?
trying to
I
get
don't
us
know.
kicked off?
I don't know.
Who
I'll
is
let him
Neil?
come back too if he wants to, though. As long as I don't
Who-
show the avatar.
who- Who is Oscar Schindler?
He's
I've been-
Uncle Void in the chat said that you were the Oscar Schindler of fleas.
I was wondering who it was.
like Schindler's List.
Oh,
Yeah, I
think
actually
that's-
haven't seen that. Yeah.
the guy who snuck Jewish people out,
Oh, okay.
and
Okay.
Spielberg did an award-winning movie about it. And when people thanked him for saving all these Jewish people at the end of the movie, he cried and said, "I couldn't save enough," you know. And it was he was a real-life historical figure. So
Well, I do really feel bad for those fleas.
don't feel bad for those fleas. Feel bad for my cats.
Feel bad for your what?
My cats. Feel bad for my
Oh,
cats. Feel
Yeah,
bad.
you
guess
for
that's-
you got
I guess
15
that's fair.
cats.
yeah, I guess
feel
that's
bad
fair.
for Ben because he doesn't believe in cultural Marxism. It's evil.
You don't know what Marxism is. You're fucking
I've
retarded.
read Marx.
If you
I
actually read Marx, you wouldn't find the full fucking cultural Marxism thing.
so
Oh,
so
I haven't. I do.
seriously, like the
Well,
Communist
you're
Manifesto
retarded.
is like one of his most famous texts, and a lot of people would consider that text milquetoast now. Like Marxism is not that potent. Like when you actually read.
I mean, yeah, if you
The way
wanted
it
like
gets
a really
appropriate-
radical text, you'd like read something like, I don't know, the Revolutionary Catechism or something like that.
I don't know that
Yeah.
book, but I know what you mean.
Which-
Yeah, that would be the idea.
It's a pamphlet that that was written by a Russian nihilist that advocated total terrorism.
Oh wow.
That
But
sounds
yeah.
familiar.
Yeah. I mentioned that though because like Marxism, I think whether we
Burning
like it or
down
not.
cities is not terror at all. Yeah.
Well, Oh, I was just saying that Marxism, it did influence the Western. It influenced Western civilization.
How?
You really want me to go into it? I didn't want to distract.
Well, I'm interested.
Of course it did.
Are you saying that it
Yeah, that's why everything is burning down now.
I mean,
I'm just saying
everything's burning down because the people who run the country suck.
No, I was siding with Ben.
The people who have a problem with the people running the country suck.
I was siding with Ben on the idea that there is difference between Marx
businesses.
There's a difference between Marxist thought.
Savages, man.
Well, all I was saying is that
yeah, that's it. Yeah, you really want to go down that route?
Yeah,
there's a difference between.
People burning it down are fucking inhuman.
Yeah, no, they just run down the street with spears and bullets through their noses, screaming
"Ooga morons, man!" Yeah, they're fucking morons.
Okay, so all I was gonna say.
Video I told you about, and you'll see. Why do you get away? I told you.
I'm sorry, Phoenix, go ahead.
Play the video.
So no, I know what you mean. Like, a frustration with Marx is completely understandable, but I just think that there's a difference between his texts and then how those texts get interpreted.
Now,
so I mean, you don't have to be a Marxist. Like, there's no reason why you would have to like Marx. But I think Marx gets misappropriated.
I profoundly disagree with Marx on a lot of things.
Well, there's a lot to disagree with. I think economic determinism is flawed because the idea that humans only produce labor or they only produce capital is really flawed. And actually, people have argued that the problem with economic determinism is that you get this notion that there's no other meaningful aspects to life, which is absurd. And people take it that far as the thing. Like, when people are talking about, if you get like the certain like political movement of, and this is broad because I wouldn't know exactly what this would apply to, but that actually what I would say, let me scratch that. What I would say is that people reduce Marxism to saying that you have to completely overthrow capitalism. And that's not what Marx was saying. There's actually passages where Marx actually says that you need capitalism, but like people don't tap into that nuance.
Well, yeah, he actually believed that capitalism was a necessary transition between, socialism and eventually communism.
Yeah, and it's reasonable to say that communism is horrible. Like, it's not. The only thing that I would say is that I think there's a difference even between Marxism and communism, because communism became something else when it evolved.
The idea of communism was around long before Marx.
Oh, really? Well, The thing that I would say is just that it is fair that, like, with Marx, I think delving into the text, even if you don't agree or like it, is still illuminating, because you can see how his ideas and the way that those ideas become political has influenced Western society. So there's no writing, or there's no like contract where like you have to like Marx. But I think for me, I think that he gets misappropriated, and I think that's the problem. Sorry, Ben, you wanted to say.
I was just saying it's annoying people throw around the whole cultural Marxism thing. That's a meaningless term.
Well, Jordan Peterson did that all the time, and it bugged me because it was like you could have an actual discussion. It wasn't until he was talking with Zizek that he started to. Yeah, that he realized
Zizek showed that he didn't have a single fucking clue what he was talking about.
Basically, yeah. It was bad.
What,
Jordan
Zizek
Peterson
didn't know what he was talking about?
No, Peterson showed that Zizek showed Peterson that he didn't have a single fucking clue what he was talking
Peterson is the most inoffensive dude walking the planet Earth. Anybody who has a problem with Peterson,
it's not that he's inoffensive. It's just he's a complete pseudo.
Anybody who's got a problem with Peterson has got a major chip on their shoulder, and they're looking to bully somebody.
Like I said, it's not that he's quote unquote problematic or evil or whatever. It's just he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And his debate with Zizek proved that.
That's
I think he does. I think he does have more of a background
in contests anyway, though. Debates are never going to sway anyone one way or the other. They're just going to look at how to.
It would in this case because Peterson looked like a complete fucking fool.
Now, the thing about all Marxism, though, it's always got to be inherently anti-religion, built on making this kind of like view of humanity as a commune, a type of religion where there's always a hierarchy. There are always going to be people at the top, and every time we go down that path, there's like always a massive death toll. I mean, it's the normie thing to say, but there's
going to be a hierarchy either way.
Either way, but it's like in this way, you're putting all the freaking power with them. And then that's like when the serious hell starts.
The idea is, if I understand right,
granted, you can point to a lot of regimes that have done that, but I can also point to the Rojava or the Zaptistas that did not fall into that.
Yeah, but those weren't like big countries full of hundreds of millions of people.
because they're not supposed to be.
I mean,
but
so
we
I
can't
heard. I
Well, no,
heard.
guys, I do want to stress. Think of how exciting the conversation was about a half an hour ago, and look at where we're starting to go. And are you sure? I mean, you can pursue it if you want, but do you want to have a laid back show where you just, you know,
get it back to the thing where we can see each other.
We don't have to go down this route. I was just curious.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it was
This is
interesting.
what-
I
this is
actually
how friendships end, and I would hate for that to happen. I'm not,
no. I'm not offended. I'm not
Okay.
offended. Yeah, I'm not offended at all.
but it's obviously a volatile time right now, and
Well,
if
it's
everybody puts all their cards on the table as far as belief goes, you know, it can make for lively entertainment for listeners, but not necessarily for the people participating. And I'm just saying, whichever way you guys want to go, I'll play it whichever way you want. But
Is Gregor in the show?
yes, Gregor's still here. He just
well, we went off the deep end, so
he's
Okay, well, if we want to change the subject,
well, I mean, it's whatever you guys want to do.
I was coming to Ben's defense. I think that's when it went south.
Well, since I started it kind of in a way by bringing it up, I'll say as the olive branch, I'll just say it's not, I wouldn't call it necessarily cultural Marxism. We'll just say authoritarian
Cultural
toddlers
Satanism.
that try to control others' actions and
neoliberal
behavior.
identitarianism.
What's up?
Neoliberal identitarianism.
Don't use big words.
Cultural Marxism.
That's a good olive branch. He's obliging the olive branch, basically, is what he's saying. I mean, Ben is anti-cancel
Jeremy
culture.
with a mustache.
At the very least, Ben, you're anti-cancel culture. We've established that. You've taken some hits for this being on this show. So, I mean, there's no question you're anti-cancel culture.
Yeah, that's just stupid.
So, and we still can't hear you as far as I know.
Bring it up on the thing
But,
where we can see people.
But I guess if we want to change the subject, I did watch the Angry Video Game Nerd movie this week.
I'm sorry. What did you think?
Meh. It's
Yeah.
like I didn't hate it, but I'm glad I watched it for free.
Wait, what
What happened
movie?
to that guy? The angry
Yeah.
video game nerd.
Oh yeah, that
I mean,
movie.
I've been watching him since he was still the angry Nintendo nerd, so I was watching him for a while.
Yeah.
I just never got around to watching the movie until I did this week, and yeah, it's
Is it just me, or was he always very bad at video games? The things that he would get frustrated over were things that were often very avoidable, except with Battletoads. That game is impossible.
I don't know. It depends. Like I don't know, his very first one, Simon's Quest, that was intentionally like nitpicky.
Did y'all ever play the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or the no,
For
not that
Atari?
one, the Friday the 13th game?
Yeah,
Did y'all ever
it's-
beat it? I couldn't beat it.
I know that game is fucking hard.
Yeah, I know.
And
So a game that I like that is also hard
Dan
is
seems to be having some trouble with the audio. Anybody have any ideas for her? She usually doesn't have trouble with this, but for whatever reason,
She might just have to do the phone thing, like she mentioned that in her text.
she's tried restarting the phone, looking at sound
Whatever.
settings, switching
Is that-
headsets, different browser. Everything.
Zach, what is that thing you're holding? And please tell me your dick is not inside it.
It's just a
Yeah, I was
finger
gonna ask the same
sound.
thing.
Why is it wearing a Redskins hat?
What? I've never seen this before.
Is that a Franklin the Turtle?
That's my new friend.
Witch.
Yeah, it's a witch.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to
Oh.
live, Mr. Choir Boy.
It's freaking dead already.
Yeah, you killed her and stuffed her, and now
Oh, okay. Well, that's
and now
okay.
and then you poked a hole between her legs, and now you.
Okay, well, that's okay then. As long as it's not alive.
I've also got this one.
Throw it in the water, see if it floats. That's how we'll know if it's a witch.
It's dead, so it would sink.
Oh,
I was hoping Ken would be in here soon so he could
Hey,
talk
yeah,
about the kill stream.
Ken got mentioned on the kill stream. How about that?
What's the
He
kill
was in the
stream?
kill stream.
It's a stream run by a fat fucking retard.
Oh, really?
Alt-right of the alt-right.
That's
Well,
not this.
the
That's not
most.
called the quiet place.
Ethan Ralph's not smart enough to even be
It's not-
alt right.
It's not called the quiet place.
So what is the deal with it? What is it?
Okay, Ken went on there
It's
to
a-
talk with Ethan Ralph and Andy Worski, who are like
Worski's on it now.
he was that time, yeah. Ken Amy, who has been a guest on this show occasionally.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And he's
Went
my
on-
co-host for Indie Rock Dinosaur, which I will shield now.
Did Ethan Ralph get drunk and scream at Ken for being a Jew?
No.
I'm trying to find the audio. I had it saved
So
Did he end up screaming the N-word at
So
Ken?
why did he go on this program?
to talk about
Good
like,
fucking question.
culture and spirituality of the cult conservative variety. And hang on, I'm gonna find the mention here somewhere.
I'm just trying to imagine like Ethan Ralph and Andy Worski talking about that shit and taking it seriously. And I just
yeah, I
can't do
know.
it.
Yeah, I get you. Hang on, let me go find the audio and I'll play it.
So these guys are what? It's as you say, it's an alt-right like podcast. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
I was first introduced to them with the what was it?
They were the internet
Striker
blood sport
versus
guys.
who-
I've heard
who
alt
was
right podcasts before. By the way, Killstream is a lot more like
Well,
laid
but-
back than that. It's really
Yeah, it's more
They're
laid
more
back,
like
but they
they're more
have
like the
alt-right
4chan
people
shit
on.
posty types.
yeah. Okay, that's
Okay, so they're not really like.
I mean, they're
Yeah,
not super political, but they'll still talk about how Jews run the world and how we need to gas them and how transgender people are evil freaks who need to be put down and all that shit.
They say stuff like that, like.
And then they end it with.
I mean,
mind-
they'll say they're joking. No, I'm
and then
half
they'll
joking.
punctuate it. Then they punctuate it with "in Minecraft." Keep it in perspective.
Okay, yeah, but are they funny?
Yeah,
I think so.
Well, they're more fun. They're more funny to laugh at because Ethan Ralph is a fat alcoholic.
Here's the thing.
You're a fat alcoholic.
Here's the thing.
Well, yeah, but at least I'm not a Nazi.
Ethan Ralph has recently come into some like online drama. He's got some detractors that are just like irrationally stalking his every move, kind of
yeah,
like
and he's banned from California, right?
yeah. Okay, but here's the thing. It does seem like he did kind of groom.
He's cheeseburgers out of the trash.
He what?
He's cheeseburgers out of the trash.
That was bullshit. Hang on. I'm getting to the point here. What happened was he actually hooked up with this freshly 18-year-old girl.
Oh fuck!
And flew her out to meet him, and now it's like her parents didn't even know she was gone, and now he's like shacked up with her, and she's going to have his kid. That to me seems pretty sneaky. But as far as entertainment value, the guy's
Oh,
entertainment.
I heard about that. He posted a video of him fucking her on Pornhub.
Did he?
Yes, and half of it is just this giant fucking gut wiggling.
Okay, and that's another thing is that they call this giant gut that almost looks like a swollen vagina. I guess they call it a gunt.
Yes.
Now, hang on.
So
That's
that
why the
sounds
only
nothing
way-
like a show that Ken would like to be on. It's kind of
Yeah, it's like you invite me to come on Indie Rock Dinosaur. It's like you need to keep it clean while you're on there. Because Ken wants to keep it clean. And then he comes on us and he goes on a fucking kill stream.
That was wrong with me.
But I am a fat alcoholic. I am working to lose weight though. Whereas Ethan Ralph will always be fat, always be an alcoholic, and always be a fucking Nazi.
yeah. It's weird that he would go on that show. Yeah, it seems strange.
Well, here's
Probably
the
because
thing.
it gets a good amount of
Do
attention.
you have the
You're
video, Jeremy?
using Nazi in the same way that some cringe lord like Garrett Cook or Bradley Sands would use the word Nazi. He's not literally a Nazi where he's dressing up as Adolf Hitler and like doing the Roman salute or any shit. It's
I'm
just
like half kidding when I call him a Nazi, but
Yeah,
he basically he's like he's not really smart enough to like fully buy into it, but he's just like the he's just like a fat dumbass who goes along with what people say, and it's about pole tards who come on. So
okay. So here's the reason I'm playing this because
Pole
At the
tard
end-
as in POL tards. Is that what you're getting at? Is that what
Yeah.
you mean? Okay.
okay,
People of Lithuania.
the reason I'm playing this is because he mentioned Zach at the tail end of the interview, and I thought it was a small victory for Zach, to have his name put out there to a pretty sizable audience. Who
I think that seems more embarrassing.
No, it's not. Not if you're a conservative. Not if you're a conservative, and that's
It would be. I would still be embarrassing.
It's really not. I would be more.
Because if Ethan Ralph is like the face of conservative, well, yeah, it makes sense.
He's not.
Given that Trump's the president.
He's not. But I'm not going to steal Zach's thunder and shortchange him. It is a big deal. He got his name out there in front of a large audience, larger than our audience, right? At least right now. So I would be much more embarrassed in the company of BLM or Antifa than I would Killstream or Warski. So, but here's Ken Ami. We've been pronouncing it wrong. Mentioning Zach for what it's worth. Let the guy have his moment.
I have a moment.
Yeah, just then the
Hang on, let me turn it up.
and author Zach McGaha just recently asked me to co-host a show with him that's called Bendy Rock Dinosaur. So we've been having a fun time doing that.
Very good, sir. Thank you for coming on
Thank
the
you so
show.
much.
Thank you, Matt. You have a good one.
Thank you.
So what was the whole conversation like? I've not listened to it.
I don't know. I didn't listen to it either.
I'm not going to fucking listen to it.
But what I gathered at the tail end was that they were talking about how to make sure that conservative kids or kids in conservative households still have a chance at succeeding in society, despite all the bullshit going on right now.
Step 1, don't be Ethan Ralph. Step 2, don't be Andy Warski.
I mean, that's not entirely bad advice, honestly. I mean, I'm not trying to placate Ben here, but they really did get into some major shit. Like Warski actually told.
I first heard about Ethan Ralph when he got drunk and took a swing at a cop. Which is a good thing, something I endorse, but he did it because he's a fat idiot.
Normally, you would be okay with that, yeah. But
no, I endorse him, taking a swing at cops, but the only reason he did it is because he's a fat idiot.
But Warski did even worse because he told the guy to point his gun.
That was fucking hilarious. Stay back! We will defend ourselves! That was fucking hilarious. That stupid cokehead.
Yeah, I don't know if I could play that on here or not. I'm still recovering.
I'm pretty sure it's still on YouTube.
So Cuntcrusher. I haven't had a chance to hear you in a minute. You want to make this a regular gig or a semi-regular thing?
Yeah. I mean, I could pop in here and there. I'm on a different timeline than most of you guys, Pacific, but then work. But I could probably pop in here and there.
Who gave you the link last week? Because no one's fessing up to it, and I'm fine with it. But who gave you the link, or how did you find it?
Oh, it was Ben.
I thought so. So Ben, you're friends with Ben then, right?
It wasn't Ben,
absolutely.
it was me.
Oh, okay. There we go. I told you.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm actually friends with him. It started off awkward because he walked in on me fucking his mom, but after that we were cool.
So are you actually friends with someone, one of these guys already, or an acquaintance? What?
Well.
There's Mr.
I guess I kind of interacted with all of you at one point.
You what?
I've interacted with all of you at one point. Like Gregor and I have had extensive conversations in the past, and then
okay, wait. Are you Doug Gelsleichter?
What?
Are you Doug Gelsleichter? Is that your name?
No.
Are you Bradley?
He doesn't want to reveal who he is.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Right? I mean, right, CC?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really give a shit if people figure it out. It's not super hard, but I mean, I might as well make it more interesting.
Is that who you are?
That is not Brad. This is not Bradley. This guy's too cool for Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to know offline, I guess, if you want to hit me up, because it is interesting that you say we've had extensive conversations in the past, and I don't recall, I mean, at least the voice, but it doesn't mean we.
Well, we've just messaged online. It's been the same thing with all of you guys. Like at one point or another, I've messaged you guys online.
Okay, I know who he really is. He is
okay.
The Wiz from his new streaming show, Dick and the Wiz.
Is that
Okay,
your
I think
name?
I might know then. What?
So you're
Yeah,
a
I could-
podcaster or something?
Well, another friend and I are kind of trying to get something going. Just kind of, we've been talking for like a year, and he's just a really cool dude. He kind of got me to get out of my shell, and I don't know, like my history with writing is I just always struggled to get anything out, and just worrying about perfection, and whether my prose was tight. And I met this dude who is politically incorrect. He puts stories out like super fast, and he doesn't really care whether there's grammatical errors or anything like that. And we've just been talking over the last year, pretty much every day, and we got into a challenge where we were writing a story every week and publishing and creating covers every week, and just no matter how bad it was, just publishing on Amazon. And so just kind of just talking, because he's a very private person. I was like, hey man, you want to do this podcast thing? It's a way to kind of just get to know each other a little bit better. And I think we've got kind of the same sense of humor. So that's pretty much what it is. It's just two guys bullshitting that.
Hey, Gregor, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, I see the show here you're talking about. I'll give it a listen sometime. Cool.
Yeah, our internet connection was pretty spotty during the first part, so we're trying to figure that out. I think it's his
Yeah,
internet.
we know what that's like, don't we?
Yeah. So, and with the first, we did an episode before, but I forgot to hit go live, so it didn't record, and so we just kind of went into a redo this last week, and it was kind of awkward for the first part. I think it's just like anything, it takes some time to really get into that motion. So we're hoping to hit our stride here soon. And
what do you guys talk about on there? Just
pretty much bullshit. We want to stay away from writing because we both have kind of a distaste for the writing community. I mean, I'll say this because I think when I spoke about the writing communities in general the last time I was on, I think I came off a little bit more harsh than I intended to, because I was kind of in a rush, tired, and going to my job. There's a lot of, like, with the Bizarro community, there's a lot of good people in it, but there's also a lot of fucking just cunts, just straight up cunts, and so we both just have kind of a distaste. We don't really give a fuck about the writing community. I just interact with a couple writers, and I really don't care about a writing career. It's just about creating the art for me. So I've got all my shitty stories up there. No, they're not going to be really redrafted. Some of them will be, but the writing is what it is within a week. So
I'm just wondering if I would have read you at any point. Do you say you have published something, or?
I've published in some small presses, like really, really small, like not even worth mentioning presses, under different names, but nothing like super impressive or anything like that. But I kind of fell into like I don't know what to write, because I started off with like extreme horror, and then I realized, this isn't me. I don't want to write this shit. Like, it's not fun. And so I've just kind of gotten into kind of like just, dumbass satire, basically.
By the way, Mike knows here too. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, man?
Author of Legacy, and what was that other? Were you the one that said that Thief of Always was your favorite Clive Barker story?
No, wasn't me.
I cannot figure out who said that on here. Somebody said that Thief of Always was their favorite, and poor Ann is still having trouble. Hopefully she gets that figured out, or somebody can help her out with that. I'm lucky I can get my own self heard on here, but somebody said Thief of Always was their favorite, and that's an odd choice for a Clive Barker story to me. But out of all of them, but somebody
said good.
Is it?
But,
I am.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah,
but not the best.
No.
Wow, we got a full house here. I was wondering. Who does everybody choose as like the most horrible serial killer? Because I had this discussion at work today when I should have been doing.
What do you mean, as in ineffective or horrifying?
Well, I don't want to make it like, oh, this guy had a 100% kill rate, or like we're talking about baseball cards. But I'm just saying, who does everyone like cringe at the thought of? Who was the meanest bastard of them all. And to me, I guess I would kind of say Bundy at this point. If we're talking about, I'm sorry, Mr. Geen, I didn't mean to exclude you. Anyway,
why Bundy? Didn't he just shoot people?
No, God,
no, that was the son of Sam.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
To this day, one of the women that he assaulted in a college dorm room, she has permanent vertigo in a rest home because of what he did to her. Like,
permanent vertigo, that's terrifying. Yeah.
That's what I mean. And he did that single-handedly with like a hatchet or a hammer or something when she was asleep.
Wow.
See what I mean?
I read that book that who was it? It was, I think Zach recommended. It was just like this huge book just about serial killers. Is like talking about this most awful crimes. What was that thing called? Like you know what I'm talking about, Zach? You were giving away free downloads because this guy had been killed, whoever wrote the book or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Was it Programmed to Kill?
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So what was the guy's name?
Who wrote it?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Zach might know, or I don't remember who it was. It was Programmed to Kill, though. Some guy that was like, a conspiracy theory type writer or whatever that ultimately got killed.
He also wrote one about programming of like rock star kids in Beverly Hills or some shit. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. So I mean, this book was just a collection of just all of these horrible serial killer stories.
Yeah,
but then he tied them all together by saying that they likely were all part of a larger underground movements of either intelligence operatives or being driven by say mind control victims or mafia or secret government agencies or satanic cults or whatever. The general theory was that like a lot of these serial killers were not lone wolves, and then he was trying to basically make a case that hardly any of the major serial killers that we know and love were none of them were lone wolves. They all had a support system behind them or a control system behind them.
CIA training.
He had a lot of good evidence, especially the ones where they were able to like get away and they had like cars and stuff, and then like all the ways Dahmer like got away with so much crap.
Zach, you're Ed Gein, Zach.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he makes a good case, I mean, I didn't go to first sources to check everything he was saying, but I mean, he made it was convincing, yeah. So I can't pick who's the most horrible, because that book, like, it just had everything in it, and it was just a list of the most horrible things that people can do to each other nonstop throughout the entirety of the book. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was depressing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, though, it did convince me, especially the stuff about, the serial killer as we think of it in pop culture being a thing that was literally invented, like a straw man created in a think tank, when the reality is there's some sort of like, okay, so people obviously kill people, but this is like a cultural idea that's like worked and
right. He makes a convincing argument, yeah, for sure, right? I mean, and I would imagine that at least in some cases there are support systems or control systems behind some of these guys, right?
Yeah, not just that, but then also the idea that we have this idea of this serial killer that's like a lone wolf that can't really help themselves. And it's kind of made everyone paranoid, and everyone thinks that like there's a serial killer like next door all the time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was specifically in like the 80s, that was a big thing, right? I mean, a big cultural phenomenon in the 80s.
Yeah, and then plus they kind of chalk it up to mental health as opposed to some sort of spiritual decay.
What was the McDonald triad that they used to latch on to, but not so much anymore? First is torturing animals. Second is bedwetting, and there was one more sign.
Having a farm.
Intelligence.
I think it was not wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
Fire
Good
setting,
handle,
bedwetting.
Torturing fleas.
Yeah.
No, what is the
Masturbating,
McDonald triad? Triad, not heard of that. What is that? McDonald triad.
Okay.
there was a goat. There was a
No, shut up.
The goat
Fire
went down.
setting, fire setting,
cow went
bedwetting.
moo.
Hey, shut up. Fire
The cow
setting,
went freaking moo, dang it.
cocksucker, fucking shut up. The McDonald triad is Big Mac fries and a Coke. No, it's bedwetting, fire setting, and torturing animals.
And
There's
that's
more on
what
that
some.
list, wasn't there?
This
What's
means that you were created without you were born without empathy, that you're somehow not hardwired to experience empathy and understand.
So it means you're born a psychopath, like a natural born psychopath.
To me, somehow that seems like that seems like bullshit to me. You know, we're now going to absolve even murderers from personal choice.
It sounds like you maybe have 2 of the 3 of those or something like that, and that's why you're protesting.
Protesting.
Probably.
Protesting,
I don't
protesting.
wet the bed. I don't
Not that
torture
we know
animals.
of.
I don't
No, but
torture
we're
animals.
talking about these are childhood things
No, but
that
fleas
they're
aren't
made of.
animals.
But when you were a kid,
They're
did you
barely
do
even
that?
alive.
When you were a kid, did you do these things?
No, I only did it when I had a reason because they fucked over my cats.
Okay.
You don't know how bad they are this year.
So
man.
you only wet the bed when somebody messed with your cats.
No, I didn't do that. I never did that.
That makes
Never
sense, yeah.
Did that. Never did that.
You mess with my pussy, I piss the bed. Nobody touches my pussy but me.
So
motherfucker is saying, "Oh no, it's not piss, it's squirt." No, bitch, you peed on me. And motherfuckers argue is like, if is piss squirt or is it something else? And I say, what's it matter? It's hot either way.
Oh God! Don't say that.
So when you were a kid, you didn't do any of these things, Jeremy.
I definitely didn't torture animals as a kid. No, absolutely.
Right, and I think
I may have fried a bug or two with a magnifying glass. Did anybody do that? Tell me everybody else did that too. Come on.
Oh yeah, of course you have to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if when you graduate up to mammals, that's when it's really a thing, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, what about this? I was at Myrtle Beach one time with my friend, and there was this kid on the boardwalk, and he's real weird looking. And for some reason, we just started watching him. And then he picked up this lizard and ripped its tail off, and then looked up to us like he wanted us to take it or something. It's real freaky.
And he was trying to see if the tail grew back.
He was trying to relate to you.
Yeah. Oh, he knew you were a lizard person in disguise, so he just wanted to give you a warning.
What is the big? Who is the big all-star hitter on everybody?
Jeremy, that reminds me. Before we forget, have you been to the True Crime Museum in Pigeon Forge, where they have one of Gacy's clown outfits, like the actual one, and actually have Ed Gein's tooth, because he apparently mailed a tooth to one of his relatives, like when it fell out or something, like because he's a weirdo.
Was it yellow?
Yeah, it was pretty gross looking.
Wow.
No, I'm not making that up though. That's serious. They have that at the museum in Pigeon Forge. It's called the Alcatraz True Crime Museum.
No, I maybe I'll get out there again sometime. God, I love Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge. Yeah,
I was there just today.
Great vacation towns, but
So Ben, don't you have a bachelor's in psychiatry or psychology rather?
Yeah.
So what's the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath? I thought a psychopath was born and a sociopath was made, but it seems like some people say it's the opposite of that.
I think that's generally how people use it, but I think for the most part it's pretty interchangeable.
Okay.
I think someone with a degree could give us a better answer than that.
Well, it's only a bachelor's. That's a fucking useless in the field of psychology.
well, I want to know who everybody's like, killer is, like who they.
I don't have a favorite. I mean, like
You're
there's
not a favorite, but just like hey, I recognize that guy more than the others.
Well, I mean, Gacy, I guess, is one that really is kind of like a personal kind of a connection, right? Because when I was a kid, I lived in the Chicagoland area when he was,
Did he rape you?
What's that?
Did he rape you?
Did he rape me? No, he didn't. But
the way you said that, no, had just kinda
it could be right because let me tell you the story. So it's possible he did. I don't know. I mean, you never know. So
you got raped by a clown.
So when I was a kid, I used to collect clown things, right? I used to have like 6 or 7 years old, right? I had clowns plastered all over my room, on my walls, collected all kinds of clown stuff, like, posters of clowns, coloring book, torn out pages of clowns, all kinds of stuff from magazines and whatever. And then I went to see a circus, and a clown approached me, and I was just absolutely terrified. Right. And I was, crying and screaming and clinging on my mom or whatnot. And then when I got home, I ripped every clown thing off my walls. It was like a 5-year-old Citizen Kane going through and ripping the hell out of his, his place or whatever. It was just nuts. So maybe that was, Ben, like maybe I was ripping down the clown stuff, not because of a, false memory of going to the circus. Maybe it was just having been raped by John Wayne Gacy. I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, Gacy was in the area, right? My geographical area at the time, right? I mean, I was a kid seeing news about John Wayne Gacy, when I was very young, and that was, that type of news in and of itself was pretty frightening, right? So I don't know if the clown news about him, maybe influenced my ripping down the clown stuff, or was it genuinely just the, the circus experience? I don't know. But I doubt it was being raped by him. But I think he went for older people, anyways, right? I mean, he went for like teenage.
He went
boys,
for teenagers,
right?
yeah,
teenage boys, and I was like 8 or something, and he was in his heyday. So I don't think I was his type.
Mike,
you're Jeremy's type.
Mike, which killer would
now I am?
Would you be in a foxhole with?
Oh wow, there's like so many. I mean, Kemper is like probably in my top 5.
Who's that?
Ed Kemper.
What's his shtick?
Yeah,
he was just like one of those dudes that just like blended in with everybody. He killed his grandmother. I think he like severed her head and put it on top of his television for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then he like cut her vocal cords out and like tried to dispose of them in the garbage disposal, but they got stuck or something. But the dude is just like the most friendly guy you'd ever want to meet. And he was just fucking brutal.
Huh.
Yeah, Kemper. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he doesn't look like the type that would be, murderer, but
yeah, even in prison, he's like, he does. What's weird though is like, for a while in prison, he was actually doing audiobooks.
Oh yeah, that's the guy that they had the TV series, the Netflix series about, right? Yeah.
What kind of audiobooks did he do? Did you say he did audiobooks?
Yeah, he did all kinds of audiobooks, right? It was just, for just popular fiction.
Yeah, whatever he was. Yeah.
They didn't pay him for it, did they? Did he just do it for fun or what?
I think he did get paid for it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
They just put it on his commissary. Okay.
Yeah, but even before the Netflix show, I had as a kid, being a horror fan, I would like read about serial killers, and he was one of the ones that stuck out. I'm like,
well, he's a tall guy. Look how tall he is. Damn.
Oh, he's
fucking huge.
But for some reason, I think even more than Bundy or Gacy or Dahmer, I think the one case that freaked me out more than any other, it was Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, because she basically gave her chloroformed sister to Paul, her husband, as a Christmas gift. Let him rape her while she was out on halothane and liquid Valium or something, along with vodka, and she died that night. And no one thought anything of the burn on her face. They chalked it up to, have her dying from excessive alcohol or something. They didn't think anything of the burn on her face from the chloroform going wrong or something. And I mean, it got worse and worse with those two to the point where they were just as bad as each other. And I mean, if you look through the transcripts of what's on the videotapes they made of it, I mean, that's why I don't believe this shit about, oh, there's no such thing as snuff films. No, maybe not people that are willing to die for the art of a snuff film willingly, but there are plenty of tapes of people being murdered on, film, whether by accident or by, the will.
Well, I mean, a snuff film is in the sense of a commercially created one, like one created for profit.
Bullshitting around with the definition, though, I don't think it matters that much. To me, a snuff film is anything with a real legitimate death on screen. I mean,
well, yeah, if that's the case, there's a ton of them.
Yeah, that's what
I would imagine that there are some though that were made for a profit or whatever, you know what I mean? Like they actually planned it out, the premeditated murder of a particular actor, on screen. I would imagine that exists. It's not as common as other types of snuff films, but I don't think there's probably any or hardly any at all where somebody is like volunteered to be the guy that gets killed in the snuff film.
Who would ever do that? See, that's the thing. That's why they kind of move the goalposts back on what the idea of a snuff film is, when I think there's more than enough, evidence to qualify anything where someone is dying on film. Like, for instance, that footage of the helicopter crash on set of Twilight Zone the movie, I would consider that a snuff film just because it was captured on film. But I know a lot of people want to get technical.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I think you got to see the actual body, though, right? I mean,
there's nothing left to see. You see the propeller cut them apart, but
you do
for a split second.
There's actually a pretty good creepypasta about snuff films. You want me to read it? It's not very long.
Oh.
Sure.
So, okay, it's just called Snuff Film. You ever seen someone die on camera? A snuff film is a recording of the actual murder of a human being that is subsequently passed around for entertainment purposes. Suicides and accidents don't count. According to the... Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. According to the MPAA, the FCC... the FBI, and the ever-loving Snopes.com, there is no such thing as a snuff film. Yes, this includes Faces of Death. Anything you think might count as faked, falsified, or not made for that purpose, such as those tasteless videos you find on shock sites, this is a lie. There are, as best as anyone can tell, between 30 to 40 snuff films floating around out there. The earliest is a silent film on decaying nitrate celluloid, simply titled La Mort d'un Filet, and bears the date of 1896. The latest, judging by the hairstyles and the presence of a Frankie Says Relax t-shirt, was probably made in 1983 or 1984 and is on Betamax. The films vary in violence, but they all include seemingly ritualized sex, followed by the slaying of a girl with dirty blonde hair and piercing blue eyes who appears to be around 19 years old. Every film has the exact same girl in it.
It's a nice little creepypasta.
Yeah,
I
think that's pretty good.
Definitely, it was good.
There's actually a whole subgenre of creepypastas based around the idea of snuff films, where people get computer files mailed to them, like Smile Dog or something, and it had
those really bad like lost episode ones.
Yeah, a Dead Bart. I always like Dead Bart, even though they're totally fake. But
well, it's that they're fake. It's just that they're badly written.
Yeah. Wow, Phoenix, are you still here?
I am. I just got back. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I was listening while.
Hope they were a good lay, whoever it was.
I was wondering how we got on the subject, honestly.
Right. Well, I don't really know. Maybe the purple cow girl, or
we were talking about hamburgers, and now we're talking about. Yeah, we were talking about hamburgers, and now we're talking about people getting murdered on camera.
But I was a little bit confused. So there's no actual snuff film that exists. Is that what you were saying?
That's a popular thing to hear people say, right? Which is
like, there's
weird.
no proof that commercially that ones created for commercial reasons exist, but there's plenty of videos of people being murdered on camera.
Well, this is a little bit different on that, but I worry about some of the dark zones on YouTube because you can just get random recommendations to watch someone die in a car crash or something. Like it's not always good.
You noticed how many
they don't stay up on YouTube for very long. But
have you noticed how many deaths? Have you noticed how many deaths are show up on Facebook Live?
Oh, really?
All the time.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 live suicides on like Live Link, and they came originally from Facebook Live, and they're horrible to watch. Like one of them, the guy was trying to call his girlfriend, and she hung up on him twice. He says, "This is how you're going to be." Okay, guys, I guess that's fucking it. He takes a shotgun and does it right there with his cat running towards the sound to investigate, and blood dripping down.
You saw that?
Yeah.
I saw.
Were you irrevocably traumatized?
I mean, I'm not happy about it, But
I used to go on shock sites all the time, so that kind of thing doesn't affect me as much. But I do recall one that disturbed me. It was like a 4chaner who, I think they committed suicide on Justin TV, which is Twitch TV, before it switched the name. It's just like he just blows his brain out when the shotgun falls out of frame, and then with the camera still rolling, eventually his mom comes in and finds him.
Oh God!
Dang!
Yeah.
Wow.
And I did, and the Christchurch shooting happened on Facebook Live, and I've seen the video of that, and it's pretty horrifying.
Yeah. And then he runs over. Not only did he shoot someone in the street, but then he runs over them with the car on his way out. Horrible.
This is actually the reason why I stopped liking horror. I know there's a difference. We established that, but it's I thought that's what it was, and I'm glad it's not. But
there was another one that I saw of this guy. I think he was Russian, and he had a shotgun held at his head. And it's like his arms, he had to stretch his arms so far to to hold it at the angle at which he was at his head. But he pulled the trigger back, and his head became like a frog, where the eyes were above the forehead. It was horrible to watch. It's like you wanted to make special effects. It was so jarring and weird to look, and it's like he almost looked like he was deflating like a balloon, but it was his body, I don't know, tensing up. Horrible.
Yeah,
I recall one that I saw.
I'm not saying to go search this. Check.
no, I'm definitely not.
I'm not going to. I don't partake.
I'm with.
No, I had my fill of those. Like the Christ shooting video was the last one I saw, and I don't really need to seek out that kind of stuff anymore.
I don't feel like most people would anyway.
Yeah,
it's too bad that it would be that common on Facebook Live. That's insane.
That I have heard.
I don't think that's hard to believe at all. In fact,
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
Even though I haven't seen them all, I have heard of at least 5 instances of someone dying on Facebook Live. Yeah,
I think it's probably way higher than that.
Yeah, and there was
probably more. Yeah,
this girl was gang raped on Facebook Live. You guys heard that story, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
Wasn't that one that one autistic kid who was kidnapped by a bunch of black people?
He didn't die though.
No, they didn't. He didn't die. They just tortured him for a couple days.
Yeah, that was on Facebook, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's kind of funny how nobody people will get mad at I don't know 4chan or even YouTube, but Facebook doesn't get shit for that.
Yeah,
they're too big.
I think I'm not the type that frequents ogreish.com or anything, but I guess if a clip has enough notoriety, I will seek it out just to try to understand it, to try to personalize it and say, what were they thinking in this instance? What were their last moments like? Was what was warranted and what wasn't? What could they have done differently?
What site is this? You said it was ogreish.com?
That site's not up anymore. That's been gone for a while.
I never went there, but there are a lot of gore hounds that would go to those places to watch, third world beheadings and all sorts of shit like that. Car crashes,
right? Okay,
with actual footage of victims and all sorts of stuff like that. I never, frequented those, but if a clip has enough notoriety, I will seek it out just to understand it, how it fits into things, I guess.
Do you feel like you walk away with a deeper understanding
a deeper appreciation for life.
Yeah,
and
that makes sense.
The value of someone's life,
Yeah.
and the value of people making choices, any choice other than ending your life,
Yeah.
or ending someone else's.
Well, it's interesting that we're specifically talking about suicide, because that is a very taboo subject, and I don't think that people understand what it's. I mean, I almost wonder too. I don't think that's what we're doing, but there is a kind of difference between talking about it and like there's a detachment from the way that we talk about it with the way that it like actually impacts people's lives. So with like my friend who I lost, like that subject was so taboo that like we couldn't even delve into like the reasons, and it was tragic, like because my thought was, anyway, I don't have to go into this. I just I thought of that because it's a hard subject to talk about. I
lost a friend to suicide too, right out of
really,
high school.
yeah.
I think he was doing it to avoid a jail sentence, if I'm not mistaken. But I still think about that, and I don't know. I don't know why.
Well, it's just I don't think we understand it, because if like I don't think we understand it in the sense of like we might have like a revulsion to the violence, but we don't realize what drives someone to that point. Mm-hmm. Because I mean, it's actually very hard to kill yourself. Like you can succeed, and it's kind of scary how likely it can be if you do try. But it's also like, what the heck is it? Like, how do you get in such a state? And like, I don't understand that.
The human body is resistant, like.
Yeah,
it's not like in a horror movie where you get stabbed a few good times and then you just kind of collapse. No, the body, it does try to fight until the bitter end, and it can be very painful and agonizing because then you set up infections from it trying to get better. Yeah, it's the process of dying. Unless it was immediate, like immediate impact, or an explosion. It's very slow. And it's scary to think about that our bodies will all betray us. I think about that a lot sometimes.
What do you mean our bodies betray us? Sorry.
I was going to say, I heard that lonesome whistle blow. In Czech Palahniuk's The Invention of Sound, which I just recently finished reading, there is a part in there where...
Don't.
What?
I don't want to hear it.
I think it'll spoil.
Well, it's not a spoiler. It's just there's a part... No, there's just a part in there that says it only takes one stab to get a scream, but it takes multiple to stop it, or something like that.
What book was it?
Invention of Sound.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we were all supposed to be reading a Palahniuk book for the Palahniuk. I've heard it pronounced both ways.
Okay, how do you pronounce the C name in T.C. Boyle? I can't.
Corrigesson.
T what?
Corrigesson. All right.
You're just guessing. T what?
Corrigesson.
I don't even know what TC stands for.
T.C. Boyle.
Corrigesson.
I know who they are. I just don't know what TC stands for.
Yeah, it's like Corrigesson Boyle. I can't remember
what.
Something like that. I don't remember how to pronounce
Irish.
it. Yeah. I used to know how to pronounce it. Now I don't.
But I thought
you guys fucked it all up for me.
But I thought The Invention of Sound is one of his best recently.
Yeah, I'd like to read that. But I think for the Palahniuk reading thing, because everybody's reading their own Palahniuk book, right?
Yeah.
It's not like that. What?
Yeah, and you're the one that wanted everybody to do the book club thing, and then you pussy out.
Yeah.
Well, now it's just our reading schedules are different.
I'll admit, I actually forgot.
It's a.
I'll probably read.
You're reading Snuff, Jeremy. What do you think of it so far?
Well, how do I say without spoil? What I asked you in private, remember?
Yeah.
Can I ask that without spoiling anything?
No.
I don't know.
Do you plan on reading Snuff, Zachary?
Yeah, I actually plan on getting to all his books eventually.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I do. I've read Fight Club.
Read Invisible Monsters next. I think that's his best one.
I'm kind of hoping that the main character of Snuff doesn't fuck the girl who's trying to break the world record for porn.
Gangbang.
In a porno, for reasons that involve a plot twist. So And
Uh,
I don't know.
I mean, I think the biggest problem with Snuff is I've heard this criticism against some of his other books is like all the characters talk the same. It's like there's supposed to be multiple narrators, but they all talk the same.
Somebody also poses a very practical question in that book at some point, and again, I don't know if I can even deduce that without spoiling something. But are there any porn babies out there?
Yeah.
Well, then why did that? Why is it when they asked that question in the plot, it seemed such a plausible question to ask?
Well, probably because we think that the porn industry takes enough precautions to keep it from happening, but no, it's happened.
Can you name a porn baby though?
They probably don't want their name out there.
Yeah. Can you imagine? You.
Right.
Like
I was
all through
conceived
school.
on a porn set.
Yeah. Hey,
Instead of being
porn
born
baby.
in a hospital, you were born on the set of like
Right.
Deep Throat or something.
Probably like Shia
Porn
LaBeouf or
pop.
something like that would be one I would guess.
That would explain a lot.
I mean, imagine the poor kid in school. I saw your mom naked. Fuck you.
That's why
Your mom, like-
that's why porn stars use why they use stage names.
Dirt
Makes sense.
Ziegler.
Yeah.
Your mom is a good lay. I know because I watched her video last night.
It's what's that? How do you? It's like your porn name is like maybe your first pet and the street you grew up on.
Really?
Yeah,
think that's-
Sparky Eagle.
That's yours.
I would be,
Sparky
I would
Eagle?
be
Sparky
Rusty.
Eagle.
I would be Rusty Carter then.
That would be Bo Northwest.
That's actually pretty good.
What would yours be, Zach?
Yeah, it's Northwest. That's great.
Wait, my what? I kind of wasn't paying attention.
Your porn name is the name of your first pet and the street you grew up on.
Okay. I grew up on 2 streets, but I guess I'll have to say Misty Ramblin'.
Nice.
That's not a bad one. What would
Probably,
yours be,
that's
Phoenix?
actually probably a real one.
Midnight Old England.
He's got some
That would be
class.
classy one.
That
Yeah.
actually sounds plausible.
So Crusher of
Mine would
Cuts
be-
besides, the obvious one. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was gonna say mine would be like Buffy Cicero, which almost sounds like a perfect porn name.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
These all sound like
Yeah.
porn names.
Yeah.
Are you still there, Cuntcrusher?
Oh yeah, just listening. Yeah,
Yeah,
mine
what
would
would
be
yours be?
Jack Dandridge.
What's that? Jack Umbridge?
No, Jack Dandridge.
Dandridge. Okay.
Yeah.
that one's you had the weakest one.
These all sound pretty plausible. Why do
Sparky
they all?
Eagle doesn't really.
Why do so many of them use the names McKinsey and McGillicuddy? What are those like industry standard names or something?
McGillicuddy.
What the heck? I've never heard that before.
A bunch of porn stars use the names McKinsey and McGillicuddy for some reason.
Are they Irish?
Kind of white trashy.
Mackenzie is like a first name.
Yeah.
Well, Mackenzie, that's just a name that just kind of evokes like a young girl.
What about
Like a-
McGillicuddy? What is the deal there?
I've never
Hey
heard
guys, I
of it
don't want
before.
to cut in, but I gotta head out.
Okay.
Just when it was
Wait, let's take him to the multiverse first.
No.
Dude.
No, the multiverse is destroyed. Remember, I
Hey,
destroyed it
thanks
with
for
my
coming,
mind.
Crusher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Crusher.
Yeah.
Nice
All right,
talking to
Thanks
this
you.
for
is how
coming.
you do it. Click on my share screen.
Dear God.
No, this is how we do it. Boom! There, the multiverse is dead. I killed it.
I'm telling you, you're not doing it right, though. I mean, you're sort of doing it right, but I think I have to screen share that now, right? I have to
Never
screen
go
share
home again.
I have to screen share his screen share, I think, for it to work.
Do it, yeah.
Okay. There we go. Is that right?
Wait, now what?
Play a video. Right?
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
I
Are
don't
we
know.
really doing this?
Yes, until we
Oh,
figure it
no.
out. We're going to figure this
Oh
out.
God.
I'm with you, Gregor.
Yeah.
Wait a second. No, I know.
I do actually have to get going soon anyway.
Before you go, I have to tell you that, and this is just to be a jerk, so take it for what
Are
it's
y'all still
worth.
watching this? Can you see it?
I did not like The Talisman, Phoenix.
Really? When did you read it?
Oh, within the last 10 to 15 years, I think.
What was your reason?
I thought it was dull.
Really?
I was bored throughout most of it.
Well, that
And
makes me sad.
I think that it seemed like people, and this is just I don't remember a whole lot of details about it, but it seemed like people magicked their way out of problems rather than having a good, I don't know, problem solving or something. It just seemed like, oh, we'll just magic our way out of this situation. But I could be wrong about that. But I think that's the impression I got. Does that criticism at all make any sense? That somebody might be magicking their way out of something?
It does make sense, except for the idea that if Jack is the main character and he was experiencing all these losses, it's hard to imagine that just being like he just got through it, So, for example, his friend Wolf dies. I hope this isn't a spoiler, but yeah. So Wolf dies, and he has to deal with that loss. And there's a scene at the end of the book that you might remember where he's driving home with This is after he completed the mission. He drives home with Wolf's brother. And then there's that scene where Wolf is crying, but you can't tell because the music is so loud. Like stuff like that. Maybe it's a little sentimental, but gosh, I'm totally on board with that. Because it's sad. And I feel like that was, to me, what I got out of the book, which is the theme of loss and pain and like not being able to overcome a lot of things, but then eventually you do if you keep trying.
Yeah.
I read that book as a kid, so I might have really, like as a young kid, like 12, so I might have really identified with Jack at that age, and then it just stuck with me. There probably are better books than The Talisman, I would say. I mean, even though I haven't read it, Lord of the Rings probably holds up really well. As
I've not
fantasy.
read Lord of the Rings. Yeah,
but I mean, but even with just thinking of the story, I think that would have more of a mass appeal.
Now,
but,
have you read The Talisman more than once?
I read it twice, yeah. Although the first time I kind of skimmed through the end, I guess because I wanted to finish it. I don't remember the reason. But then I read it again just a few months ago. Well, when I just reread it, this was literally just over quarantine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this was recent.
And you still like it quite a bit because it seems like you're exceedingly fond of that book.
I like it even more than when I first read it.
Okay.
Because I know what you mean. Some of the elements might be sentimental. Some of it might be.
No, I never said anything was sentimental per se.
Sentimental.
I was saying that people magicked themselves out of situations.
Do you have an example though? And
I can't remember too much about it. Like I thought it was generally dull, and I think that I think I heard you talking about it at one point. I went to look up my review of it, and I think that's what my criticism was that but I don't remember.
The thing though is like you didn't have my motivation for reading it. Like for you, it was just another book.
Well, what was the motivation for you to read it?
Oh, for me, I wanted to recover. So it's really complicated. And there's a lot to unpack. Maybe we can do that in another episode. But at least for the short term, I wanted that experience of like feeling like there was a really rich meaning to life. And when I read that book, like it was weird how like everything seemed magical at the time. Which is like, so the idea is like, well, Stephen King is art or not art, whatever. To me, it was art. And one of the reasons why you could say that is because it wasn't like I was reading Joyce where I felt like I was reading something I had to read. It was like, I was reading this because I really liked it. And I admitted that I liked it. And it was kind of like a revisitation of something that I think influenced me in a lot of profound ways. My first novel, Away from Home, basically follows the premise of The Talisman in the sense that you have this character, Samuel Callan, and this book isn't published yet, but you have Samuel Callan who walks across the United States, and he flips in and out of this other world called the Common Ground. I mean, that totally is Stephen King. That's totally The Talisman.
Right.
And different characters, but then there's a stand-in. There's a character named Albino, which is like a horse, kind of like horse figure, horse human. And he is similar to Wolf. In terms of having different villains, that definitely reminds me of the alternating villains of Sloat and I can't remember the other one, but I think Morgan. No, that is the same character, but I can't remember the other character. But yeah, so it was cool. It was cool to kind of, and then I realized that that book even influenced my novel, which came later, but for different reasons. Contorted Royal, which had kind of the tongue in cheek with like playing cards, and so the idea of cards. Really like, and I don't make the exact correlation, but like just thinking of cards and like how that can be like this magical thing. Not that I don't think there are actually cards in the Talisman, but it was just like I made a whole bunch of associations when I was 21, and in that sense, because of the Talisman and how much it influenced me, it was really weird how fantasy kind of blurred with reality at that time. Like my whole reality was like filtered through the lens of the books I was reading and had really enjoyed and had read. Harry Potter would be another influence, in that sense. But yeah, there were just and Teen Wolf. There were just a lot of different things at that time.
Did you say Teen Wolf?
Yeah, Teen Wolf, not the movie, but the show. Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
never seen the
So
show.
basically, but the point is like you didn't have that backstory when you were reading it. Like,
no, I just wanted to see what it was like. Yeah. I mean, and I hear Black House is better. Is my
So I didn't like Black House though. Yeah, I read it. I could read it again, but I didn't like it. Yeah.
Huh.
And it might have been the time in my life that I read it, but I just didn't think that it competed with the Talisman. Because some people do really like Black House because it ties into Dark Tower, and then a lot of people really like Dark Tower. But I think the Talisman, with all of the things that they did in that book, I've just never seen another book do that. And I know that's a subjective opinion, but that's what it feels like to me.
Right. So have you read the Dark Tower?
I read the 5th book and I read the 1st book. I tried reading the 2nd. So obviously I haven't read it in order, but I just think the Dark Tower is too long for a lot of the stuff I've been trying to read.
I think the Dark Tower series is beautiful, and it is about all stories, really. It's not just about one story.
Well, yeah, I mean, with your vanities thing, I can understand why you would like it. Yeah,
I think that's kind of what planted the seed for that. It's like, yeah. There are a lot of stories now that deal with this kind of overarching like hierarchy of characters and stories in multiple universes. A lot of people are doing that thing now, but I think Stephen King was doing it with Dark Tower before anybody. So.
Well, Stephen King, even more than the Dark Tower, it's his whole avoir. I mean, it's all connected in this really intricate way.
Right.
So I don't. Yeah, I just don't know writers who do that. I guess they're doing it now, as you said, Jeremy. But yeah, I mean.
Okay, yeah. I'll show them. I'll show them to you later. I've actually picked up a lot of newer books that deal with that same thing in different ways, and it's like it was just a grab bag of a bunch of them off Amazon recently. A lot of authors are doing that right now because it makes the most sense. See, this is my problem with apocalyptic fiction, is that there's only one way for the world to be, and that's not how the world is. You know, the world, there's constantly things ending and beginning again. Apocalypse, it's just one flat ending for everybody, and then the after effects for what if they try to carry on. That's just not. There's constantly building up and breaking down in real stories, and that's why I like the multiversal approach to storytelling.
It is a wonderful idea. I mean, in an indirect way, that's influenced a lot of the books in that series that I wrote that I was talking about other episodes. You know, and the Dark Kid is part of that. In fact, the Dark Kid, I mean, this is how deeply it influenced is the Dark Kid is influenced by Jack Sawyer from the Talisman. And I think, at least with my books that I was trying to capture, I was trying to capture this intricate, and I did it differently. It's not that it's all connected necessarily in some ways, but you get these characters and you get these different points of view, and you can have this, like, so, I mean, the best analogy would be like, when Stephen King writes a book from a certain character's perspective, and then he'll write from another perspective, and it's still in that world, but it's a different perspective. I feel like he did that at one point.
He did, and a lot of times the character would never. They would die shortly afterward. He was just kind of giving a brief little glimpse into their, and then others he would come back to over and over. But sometimes he would take the point of view of a character that never appeared again, or they died in that very scene. But
and that's so intricate. Like, I think that's really hard to do. And maybe the reason why I like the Talisman, maybe even more than the Dark Tower, even though I haven't read the whole thing, is just in the sense that I think he took the best of both worlds. I think he took the best of like the escapism, the beauty of fantasy, and all of these like more speculative genres, and then and it's overlaid because it does reference some of his other books and it references his themes and things. So it's complicated in that way. Yet it's not so long that like you can't read it at a certain period of time without getting overwhelmed. And so it's like this compact way of capturing everything would probably be the best way that I would describe it, and that's why it really appealed to me. So
I thought it was too long.
You really thought it was too long?
Yeah,
Because it's not as long as the Dark Tower.
I thought it was about 100 pages too long.
Yeah.
But, I read the Dark Tower series, but I also read that over.
Did you? But
decades,
did you
right?
not identify with Jack Sawyer's character then?
I mean, not really. The book overall just left me with a very bland feeling. It was all very bland. I mean, there were some good parts, here and there, I think, but I don't really remember hardly anything about it other than I thought it was bland and I was bored and it was too long. Yeah.
So did any of the scenes stand out?
No, not really. No, I can't. I can think of like some scene where he's trying to sneak through some sort of a castle or something. That's all I can really even remember.
That was probably the end. Yeah, that was probably at the end.
Yeah,
well,
but the thing is, it doesn't mean anything that I didn't like it, right? I mean, it's just interesting that you liked it so much, and I felt so.
Underwhelmed.
So underwhelmed by it.
I think Salem's Lot was the most boring King book I've ever read.
See, and I really like that one a lot.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah.
And you also like the freaking Joe Hill book Nosferatu. I couldn't.
I haven't read it.
Yeah, I think you're saying I do. I like that book a lot. I like the Nosferatu.
I just find it interesting that like you didn't like none of the scenes gravitated towards you, because I feel like I have a photographic memory of that book. Like I remember scenes that I read like 20 years ago. Like it's that's how like entrenched it is. And it may just be that weird subjective quirk of just readers and reading where like
certain books hit at a certain time. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the thing, like
well, and even just the fact that some people like books and a certain book and other people don't, like because I think that happens all the time. Because I think of that with my own writing where it's like, well, I'm invested in some people like this, but other people will hate this.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened all the time in school. We were reading these books and people hated them. And I was like, why? But they did. They just didn't like them.
Right.
So I get it. I mean, I don't think you're being a jerk. I think everyone should have.
No, I'm not in any way. I'm not in any way trying to be one. Maybe I'm naturally being one, right? But I'm just saying. I think it's interesting, right? I mean, like Zach.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the Nosferatu book. I thought it was really a fun, action horror book. I thought it had a lot of elements that I thought, were cool. But Zach didn't like it. Probably thought it was Gnostic or something. But what can you do?
It was Gnostic.
Let's all point and laugh at Zach.
No,
before I welcome the other newcomer, Mike, did you read all the Dark Tower series or any of them?
I read like a few of them. They don't really stand out as much because I stopped reading King after the Tommyknockers, I think.
Yeah, that was where I stopped for a while, and then eventually I came back. But yeah,
that was where he was like a train wreck, and then a few novels to get back to himself after he got off all these crazy drugs. And I think Insomnia and Rose Matter he described as too trying too hard, and then he wrote the.
I liked Insomnia.
Really,
Insomnia was great.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
The idea
one of his better books.
People being controlled by these strings outside of like the physical world or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then he got back on track with the Dark Half, and things went.
Well, Insomnia was way after the Dark Half.
Yeah.
Where did
one of his newer ones?
Where did the new guy go? We had a new guy come in. I was about to.
Yeah, the Meta Lutheran. I don't know what happened to him.
Metal Lutheran.
Meta Lutheran. Oh, I thought it was the Meta Lutheran. Okay.
No. Yeah.
He decided we aren't cool enough.
I was going to introduce him. People got to give me a chance here. But okay.
I think it's the internet probably.
Okay. That's probably it. Yeah. Well, if he wants to come back, I hate that we probably won't get to hear from Ann tonight, but something's going on with the California blackouts there, or the signal. She can't even get service in Starbucks. So,
that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, Gregor, we can probably talk about it another time because I still have more to say on that. Because I not to convince you or anything. I just think there's a lot of themes that come out that I think would be interesting to hash out, or at least
Oh, yeah,
if I
for
like.
sure.
if
I'd like
if
to. I'd
had
like to hear about it.
Yeah. Well, because I know it seems like, because here's the thing, like you can like a book and appreciate it as art, but you could also like a book and it like totally transform your life. And like what's interesting about the Talisman is that's what it did. Like I almost feel like I like live and breathe that text sometimes, and even to this day, I still don't even know why it affected me so much. But
Right. Yeah. I mean,
there's a lot
something just
there.
hit you right at the right time, right? I mean, it's I get that.
Now
Anyway, thanks for having me on, Jeremy.
Oh, okay. Thanks,
Good to talk,
for
Gregor.
coming, Phoenix. It's always
Likewise.
a pleasure. And yeah, man, you're becoming a regular.
Yeah.
Talk
I
to you
appreciate
later.
that. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
All right. See ya.
Let me see Dark King sometime. Dark Kid sometime.
I will. Yep. I'm gonna look for passages.
Awesome. Later, man.
See ya.
So, Metal Lutheran.
How you doing, Brian? Can you hear us?
I'm doing good.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So what brings you to the show? I know Zach sent the link to you, but like, what is your interest with this? Do you read? You just
Oh no, I just sent him the link on Facebook randomly.
okay?
But I'm known to do that to people
That's fine.
and see if they'll take me up on it. But
Okay.
no, I know him from Twitter. There's a pretty small but substantial Twitter presence of Lutherans, wherein it seems that the internet has mostly been taken over by the Eastern Orthodox. Not that they're bad or anything, but they just kind of frothing at the mouth, hating all Protestants in a way.
Okay, we can talk about that, but we were in the middle of a discussion about literature. So how does that pair out? You know,
Because people like eclecticness, Jeremy.
Yeah, but they're two totally different things, and it's like I'm not
Not
close.
if you consider the concept of a meta narrative.
No, but I mean that's such a vastly like breakneck change of subject that it's like it almost feels like awkward. But I don't know. What does
Maybe
that have to
Brian
do
does
with-
like.
I mean, either way, welcome, Metal Lutheran.
Yeah, welcome. Okay, so
Oh,
all right,
thank
say
you.
what you want to say, and we'll go from there, man. It's cool.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah. I've read quite a bit of literature in my life.
What type of genre? What kind of things do you like to read?
Well, I've read horror and stuff like that. You know, like Bram Stoker's Dracula, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, and other stuff too.
Yeah, I still love Frankenstein. Yeah, the original novel was.
Yeah, I like that. I like it better than Dracula.
I need to read Dracula. I've got a big.
Dracula was pretty
collection.
slow. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Frankenstein's
really good.
slow, a little bit slow, but I enjoyed it.
You know, the greatest Frankenstein story I ever read, though, wasn't Mary Shelley's. It was Der Monstrum Führer by. Basically, it's Frankenstein's monster. Only he, after chasing down his creator to the ends of the earth in what, Antarctica or something.
Yeah.
Right.
He elects to live out there in Antarctica, and then a survivor of the concentration camps hunts the monster down in Antarctica, and persuades him to go back and fight the Nazis who are using that reanimation thing on their soldiers in Germany during World War II. And it's the greatest Frankenstein novel I've ever read. No, seriously.
Really?
It is the way he pulls it off. He pulled it off so plausibly that it's just incredible. And the way he rips through both Russian and German soldiers just effortlessly. And he has his reasons for taking this Jewish kid back to Germany to do this. And the reason is, well, that'll spoil it, but he has his own interests in pursuing that reanimation technology, shall we say, that has fallen into the hands of what's the guy's name? The monster?
Frankenstein?
No, the surgeon monster. What's his name?
Victor.
Not Goebbels, but the other guy.
Oh,
Mengele.
Mengele. Mengele has gotten his hands on the Dr. Frankenstein's reanimation, research, and that's why the monster takes the Jewish kid up on going back, because obviously, he sees an opportunity to get Mengele to create him a mate. But that doesn't mean he's on their side. It's just a greatly well-written book. Anyway.
Really? I mean, it sounds like it could be really bad, but you're saying it's really good.
I'm telling you, Erdelak must have gone through several drafts to get it pitch perfect, but he does it. It's better than Mary Shelley's, even, to me, because it carries on. It takes, like, it takes into consideration the full story of Mary Shelley's, all the way chasing him all the way down to Antarctica, and then it carries on from that into World War II, the Russians and the Germans and all this, and even after that, the resolution between the Jewish kid and the monster is just as intense in its own way. So
okay, it was published in 2017. Looks like.
Yeah, Comet Press, which is the same ones that published Gil Vallet's memoirs and first fiction novel. I know Ben knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Nobody else. Anyway, so Metal Lutheran.
He's gone now. He went to do something.
They scared him off.
Jesus, all I was doing was adding on to his Frankenstein thing.
He was like, it's too deep for me. I got to go.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, he's talking about Nazi Frankenstein monsters. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong stream.
Right, yeah, I got to go.
I'm not offended, but I have to go.
I draw the line in Nazi Frankenstein, you fuckers. Here you go, I'm going home.
Maybe he could try again sometime. I don't know.
Yeah, invite him back.
Probably be more apt for Indie Rock Dinosaur.
That's what I was going to say, but I mean, he can come back if he wants. If he can contribute something, The
thing is, we Lutherans are too cool for you all.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah.
You're just out there getting way too much pussy for us.
Yeah. Fucking Lutheran pussy slayers, that's what you are.
You got the pussy being fucking flung at you like octopus. You gotta fucking slap him down with 10 seconds.
Yeah, like octopus.
Fucking communion of pussy.
Hey, Mike, whatever happened to that book you were writing where the narrative, it's like a meta narrative?
Oh, it's out. It's been out for
self-aware that he's in a story or something.
Yeah, Out of the Black. It's been out for about a year now. I think at one point it was on Kindle. I believe it's still out there.
Aware
not,
and Out of the Black.
Yeah, the box set.
Okay. It says it's not available anymore. Yeah. What's that about?
My publisher pulled it. She was like going through a restructuring process, and then it was supposed to come out, and then I don't know. I gave up. I'm like, at some point,
I don't see any version of it. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, it's. I think I may have a copy of it on my computer somewhere.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna
what was it called?
Out of the Black. It's about a character who wakes up one day and everybody's kind of frozen, and he realizes that he's actually a character in a story, and he's the only one that realizes that this is all fake.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see a single thing. I know I did get Slime Time. You wrote that, right?
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. That was my take on like the 1950s kind of blob story.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I always liked the 80s or 90s blob better than the
that one. I freaking love that movie.
where the
I've
guy.
never seen it. I've always wanted to.
Yeah,
That remake's so good.
but I think maybe one of the best horror movies I ever saw may have been Nightbreed, though.
Have I seen Nightbreed?
You should if you haven't. Now,
I've
not,
heard- I mean,
everybody-
not the new,
I'm-
not the director's cut where Barker thinks that a completely different Nightbreed is the best one. The original that the studios wrestled away from Barker's control. That's the version you want to see. Trust me on this. Sometimes writers are wrong about this shit when it comes to movies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning on watching so many freaking movies.
The Cabal
this
cut of
October.
Nightbreed sucks. God, I hate it. Why do I need to see Ann Bobby sing a country song in a
Who the
fucking
heck is
Nightbreed?
Ann Bobby?
This is too insider for you if you haven't seen the movie. Don't worry about it. But I don't need to see Ann Bobby do a country number in a Canadian bar. What the fuck, you know? And
Yeah, I've not seen that director's cut version.
I haven't seen all of it, but I also heard that they cut down on Dr. Decker. He's not as prominent, and if that's the case, then yeah, the studios were right.
Yeah.
The studios were right to tell Barker to change some shit. If Dr. Decker was not supposed to be a bigger role, you know.
Right. Yeah, Decker was great.
I mean, it's Cronenberg, man. you
Yeah.
know? Why wouldn't you give him the floor? Oh,
right.
Cronenberg did write a novel a few years ago. Anybody read that?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Consumed, yeah.
I have it, but I haven't read it yet.
See, I also like his son's movie, Antiviral.
I've not seen that. It's on my list, though. What were you going to say, Michael?
I heard about it. I have yet to read it, though. The Cronenberg. I heard it was good.
It is good.
I just haven't had a chance.
Yeah, his son made one movie, Antiviral, and it was about a future where people pay large sums of money to contract the same viruses and communicable diseases as their favorite celebrities.
Huh.
So they can feel close to these celebrities.
Is it pretty good?
Yeah, and there's this guy who has a collection of them, in his immune system, and so he has to take an egg carton full of medicine every day, and he smuggles the diseases out, to sell on the black market. Yeah, it's actually frighteningly plausible future.
Yeah, I have to check that out. Yeah, it's been on my list, but yeah, I haven't watched a lot of movies lately.
Yeah, I've been watching just mainly binging TV shows, and after I get the Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. done, I'm just gonna freaking watch horror movies nonstop, because I've just been I went through Twin Peaks, I went through Ash vs. Evil Dead, this Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. It's they're all somewhat larger series or whatever.
Well, what did you think about the last episode of season 2 of Twin Peaks?
I liked it quite a bit. There are things, obviously, that I'm not on board with Twin Peaks, but just overall, I definitely liked it.
There was nothing like that at that time with that kind of feverish intensity and surrealism and everything. I mean,
that was a cultural phenomenon at the time.
That last episode of season 2 was everything any kind of horror fan or surrealism fan or any kind of weirdness, you could appreciate that. I mean,
for sure,
I'm trying to imagine who would have been watching it at the time. Was it
my mom?
Was it actually normal people watching it?
Yep.
Yes, my mom watched it too. Yeah.
Yep.
See, because the murder of Laura Palmer was the hook that hooked everybody into it.
I gotta say that was my favorite episode with the reveal with Liam. I think it was episode 14. That was my favorite episode.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like all the surreal stuff too. What's really freaking me out is how big a part Twin Peaks, the whole Red Room or waiting room stuff, plays into Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. in such a weird, actually, not meaningful, but it actually matters to the plot of this sort of long Scooby-Doo series.
Really?
So they've added Blim Yees and the Anunnaki to the new Scooby-Doo, huh?
Yeah, and to be honest, and again, everyone's gonna laugh at me, but it's like seriously straight up like literal devil worshipping Gnostic angle at one point, and I could talk about it, but it'd take up too much time. It kind of makes me mad seeing like a really negative push in Scooby Doo, which I grew up loving, and the old stuff's of course fine, but this is like they got influenced by the kind of Gnostic stuff in Twin Peaks and took it even further. Like there's more literally satanic stuff in this Scooby Doo thing than there was in Twin Peaks, and it freaking
imagine that antagonists are actually evil. I mean, imagine that. I mean, what?
No, it's a little different. It's the thing making the exact opposite, actually making bad out to be good, and good out to be bad. But it's just weird seeing it happen in Scooby Doo.
You know, there's been a big push towards that lately. Daniel from Karate Kid was the bad guy all along. Jar Jar was secretly a Sith Lord. You heard that?
Wait, what was that from? When did that come out?
Okay, there are these whole communities of fringe theorists that latch on to any kind of thing that has a fan base, and they will they'll spend hours like dissecting every scene of something until they can come up with something that will gather about 500 posts on some forum at 1 a.m. On any message board.
And like a bunch of fucking stupid Gnostics.
Whatever. I think
it's just stupid shit. Like, no, the Rugrats is actually a dream that Angelica is having because she's an abused child. Shit like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I heard that one.
People who are bored and they want to find a new way to appreciate these things that they have memorized by heart.
Arnold from Hey Arnold is actually a hydrocephalic retard, and the whole thing, and the whole TV show is his happening in his head.
I can believe that one.
That makes sense.
I didn't like that show. I'll be honest. I did not like that show as a kid.
I
think it was
good.
Just looking at Arnold, like looking at that face, made me mad.
I would actually
hated his little football head.
If Jar Jar had actually been a Sith Lord, I would have liked him better, though.
Jar Jar is just a terrible fucking character.
Yeah, you would like Jar Jar. That right there shows how.
I was like 3 when that movie came out, or when I first saw it. So.
Even when I was like only 8 when I saw that fucking movie, and even when I saw it, I was just like, this isn't good.
That's because
you
were a weird little kid.
No, well, I was smart because whenever people did fucking Jar Jar imitations, I wanted to punch their heads.
Now, I never saw people do Jar Jar imitations.
I saw people doing that at school all the fucking time, and I hated it.
Wait, no, me and my friend, we did used to both say Misa.
I had
Jesus Christ.
I had to dunk your head in the fucking toilet.
He wouldn't be the first, I'm sure. Right?
The prequels suck. The prequels suck. The Disney sequels sucked. Everything sucks.
You suck. Now the Disney sequels are horrible. I didn't even watch that one.
You know what? When Anakin turns to the dark side, I actually did like that one.
I like the third one. Yeah.
I didn't bother watching any of the prequels after Phantom Menace because Phantom Menace sucked so hard.
Did suck, and so did Attack
Phantom Menace left me more.
Dang, Darth Maul was cool. You all know that.
He was lame.
Really he was cool despite those 2 movies.
He was lame.
He was kind of cool to look at, but he did nothing. I mean, he had no character. There was no character.
Yeah, Phantom Menace left me. Phantom Menace left me so disappointed. I know how Zach's dad feels.
Damn.
That hurts. That's damn.
Hey, is anybody else releasing any books this year?
Yeah, I'm going to have one out soon.
You keep saying that, but I think maybe he must. Did he? Are you sure he didn't shit can it? I mean,
oh no, I mean another one that I'm going to be hopefully have done before the end of the year.
Okay, so he did shit can that one though.
No,
Nihilism Revised is on hiatus because of Burke's health problems.
Yeah.
He needs to respond to my messages.
Well, he's. What about you, Ben?
Probably not this year now.
Okay.
I already released Dr. Saddam and Mrs. Gamora.
Yeah, but it's poetry. I don't even know if that counts.
Yeah, it doesn't count. Nobody fucking reads poetry.
I will come over there and slap the tits off your chest.
You can write
You
some
got
more
something coming out
poetry.
this year, Michael? I mean, later this year?
No, I'm
No.
still like, I'm writing, but nothing's like even close to being finished. I'm just putzing around a little bit just to kind of get my legs back and trying to figure out what direction I want to go in.
Who do you publish with? Do you still publish through J. Ellington Ashton?
Yeah, that was my last book that was with them. But then once Corona hit, there's like a couple things being published to them. But once Corona hit, I haven't heard anything. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Now you would think would be a perfect time for people to be reading, right?
You would think, but yeah, you would think
People
so.
are lame and retarded.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
People
I didn't hear what you
freaking.
Zach, I didn't hear what you said, but it just sounded stupid. So say it again.
People are lame and retarded.
You would, yeah.
Well, they are.
I mean, you would think that people would read more during a pandemic, but it's all fucking Netflix and rioting and shaming people for not wearing a fucking mask.
Right. It's people,
Netflix and rioting. That
watching Facebook and Twitter.
Right.
Haze this little girl for not wearing a mask, God.
Dude, like, and where I live, I swear to God, this lady, I kid you not, I was going to say, she was at a middle school football game, and she had just decided not to wear a mask because, they were outside anyway.
Yeah.
So she's sitting there, and they ask her to leave. I mean, she's been banned from the property or whatever. So during the football game, she's sitting there, I'm not leaving, screw you guys. And then the security guard is like forcibly picking her up. And all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, he just tases her in the shoulder and escorts her out of the game. It's like the most fucked up, surreal thing I've ever seen in my life, because these kids are playing football. And this woman is just like not wearing a mask, not a fuck is given. Screw you guys, that's it.
Breathe air. She dared to breathe air.
And I'm like, what kind of society are we in now where you actually get tasered in the armpit for not wearing a mask?
That happened in Ohio, right? I heard about that.
Yeah.
Putting a mark on people.
I'm pretty sure that was an actual cop, wasn't it?
I don't think so. I think it was actually a security guard, and not one of them fuckers was wearing a mask either.
So security guards have tasers now?
Yeah, especially for a school. Good God.
Where was that?
I don't like cops, and most security guys are basically Seth Rogen from Observe and Report. So God, don't give them fucking tasers.
Right. Where in Ohio was this?
I think it was either Maslin or Norton. I can't remember where. But yeah, it was cool. Yeah.
Anyone in this room could be a security. Anyone in this room could be a security guard if they wanted to.
I couldn't.
I'm telling you, anybody in this room could.
I could.
Oh yeah, I could. It's not exactly a difficult job. But
I wouldn't be qualified.
That's what I'm saying.
It would be nice to just spend like all the time at the fucking monitors pretending to work and just read.
I have seen some very ineffective security guards. I saw once that wrestler Chris Jericho was getting like mobbed by fans who it wasn't clear whether they were just kind of in on the joke with him or if they were legitimately trying to, harm him, because, 12 people on one, it doesn't matter how ripped you are, but one of them came towards him and the security guard was just standing there smiling like, oh, this is all part of a storyline, even though it was in broad daylight outside the auditorium. And one of the people comes rushing towards him. And because the security guard won't do his job, he has to punch that person out. Another one coming at him from another angle. He's got to punch them out. And then he's trying to put security guards in front of him, said, here, do your job, because this is really happening. And they're just sitting there laughing, not taking it seriously. So, yeah, you don't have to even be effective to be a security guard, apparently.
No, you don't. I used to work at a grocery store where the security guy would actually watch people who stole things leave the store and wouldn't, not a fuck was given. He was just like, whatever. I'm like, I want that
Don't be
job.
a snitch.
right. Snitches get stitches. Yeah, don't fucking, just take your fucking ramen and go home.
It's like, whatever, they're probably poor and need it anyway.
Right. It was just like, it was amusing because I'm like watching, like, you would hear occasionally like people like walking out with shit and he would just be standing there, like whatever. we had a guy once take his teeth out with pliers in the bathroom, which was kind of interesting.
What?
Yeah.
Why did he feel the need to do that in a public bathroom?
I was still trying to figure that one out because, like, I worked, you know, in the in another part of the store, and like the guy was like, "Yeah, there's this dude who's in the bathroom right now, like yanking his teeth out with pliers." And he just left the emergency room and figured maybe he wasn't getting the proper drugs he needed or whatever. But yeah, he was like yanking out fucking teeth with pliers. And he's in the bathroom
That's
bleeding.
gonna be
You know, I'm like,
all the dang
like
in a public bathroom, just pulling your fucking teeth out.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I was fucking like, I gotta see this because this is fucking amazing.
Oh, that fucking rules.
I have another concern in regards to that, and it's not even related to the guy really. What were you guys watching? A camera in the bathroom? Is there a camera in the bathroom?
No, someone just saw him.
Okay.
Right. The security guard apparently came running into the bathroom. They were like trying to clear everybody from the area so they could, you know, attend to him.
Damn.
But yeah, my question was like, how do you get a pair of pliers? I mean, I'm like,
teeth
that's gotta be. My teeth are coming out regardless of what you think. But no, it was just the damnedest thing I'd ever heard. I'm like, how the hell did I even miss that?
Bro,
like,
you
that
weren't
is
in the
insane.
On meth or something?
No, I was not anywhere near the bathroom. If I would have been, I would have just been like, fucking, well, I would have been watching me because, you know, the amount of determination to do that.
Right.
In case of an emergency, pull out your teeth and use them as weapons.
Right. Yeah, I'm like, that is determination right there. To get out of the emergency room, to come to our bathroom and just, you know, fuck it.
To be honest,
that's what they speculated the motivation was, is to get back into the emergency room to get drugs.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, like you get put on morphine or something, or some sort of sedation.
Yeah.
No, that's not a bad idea.
It's Jeremy's taking
Apparently
notes.
it was.
No. Okay, when you come on next week without any fucking teeth in your head, we'll know why.
He's going to be in a Burger King bathroom somewhere. Fuck these teeth.
Now he'll be in a Hardee's bathroom.
Oh, there you go. I need the good shit. Bring on the morphine, fuckers.
It's just like, oh, I can't eat. I'll put these hot wings in a blender and drink them.
Yeah.
I hear that.
Did you just say you hear that?
Yeah.
That's it. That's what he's gonna do.
What's everybody doing next month? Anybody celebrating? Like, I love the. I'd be crazy. Anybody would be crazy to wear a mask right now with that crisp fall air, you know, coming in. You know, fuck. I don't want to be alive if I can't breathe in the fall air, man. What's everybody doing to celebrate for like the month of October or Halloween or whatever? Anything?
I'm just gonna
Human
be watching
sacrifice.
Blood
Yeah,
sacrifice.
there you go.
What else?
Okay, let's kick these two out. I'm just gonna be watching a ton of freaking horror movies.
Right.
I know, I've got Tubi, and I'm gonna watch. There's like a full moon channel where they have all the full moon movies.
Really? There's a channel?
Yeah.
Oh,
gonna watch those.
see, I love the full moons. It's trauma that hasn't aged well for me.
Yeah.
What's full moon? Is that the
Puppet Master?
Okay, right. Okay.
Doll Man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna watch those. I'm gonna watch I still want to catch The Lighthouse. I want to catch some stuff that I've missed and don't know about. Again, going through all the Masters of Horror. What else am I going to watch? I'm definitely going to go back and do a marathon of the Halloween movies, which is always tradition.
Boring.
No, it's tradition, along with Trick or Treat, which is tradition. It might be normally,
No,
but
Trick or Treat's good. I agree with that.
Trick or Treat.
Wait a second. How do you freaking hate the Halloween movies, you motherfucker?
I never said hate.
Well, which Trick or Treat?
I'm just indifferent to them. I think they're boring. Except for Halloween 3. That's a good one.
Which Trick or Treat?
I'm actually going to read the novelization of Halloween 3 because I have that.
You should have to do
Guzzler. Which Trick or Treat movie?
the latest one, right? Not the one from the 80s. The one that was made in the 2000s.
Yeah, not the anthology.
What
Not the anthology. So the
Rob Zombie remake?
I mean, no, the anthology one, the one with Sam and
not the one with the hard rocker that
Right,
died.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
the
like
one
that movie.
Which one?
The 80s one.
The 80s hard rock. I've not seen it, so I can't really say. But
Have I seen
it's
it?
extreme.
It's extreme.
It's hard to find. It's hard to find.
Is it the one where they the start of it is where they put the guy in like the like they're out at like the pool and they come and take him and put him in a
No, that is that's another that's another Trick or Treat movie. I know which one you're talking about. It may even be Trick or Treats.
Yeah, now that one sucks.
This one here it is. I'll pull it. You're right, it does. The guy is put in an institution by his wife, and that's it right there, right?
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I've seen that one too.
Yeah,
I did not like that one.
that's Trick or Treats.
Yeah, that's a horrible movie.
I always tell myself I'm going to watch a bunch of horror movies in October, but I don't ever do it. So maybe this year I'll do it.
Which ones?
I want to watch I'm probably going to watch anything that Cronenberg's done that I haven't seen yet. So like The Brood, and then I think Rabid. I think is another one I haven't seen yet.
Rabid's pretty good.
Yeah, that's one with the porn star is the lead, right?
She's a porn star.
Yeah, there's a Marilyn Chambers or something like that's in the lead of that movie.
I didn't know she was a porn star, but she's pretty good in it.
So I haven't seen that Brood or I haven't seen The Brood or Rabid yet. So I'll probably watch those.
I'm also going to read some horror novels just because I have so many that I haven't read. Like I need to finally read a Ramsey Campbell novel. I've got like a million Zebra novels. And I've got one by Brian Evanson that's Halloween themed. But then also, some of you all may have read this one. There was a book in the 80s that won a Stoker called The Manse by, I believe it was Lisa Cantrell.
Yeah, it's got a great cover. Yeah, with that pumpkin on the banister or whatever.
Yeah, so I read that book and gave it back to my friend because it's kind of hard to get. But the sequel to it called I forgot Torments. I have Torments by Lisa Cantrell I'm going to read. I've got a couple Del Abyss novels. One called Whipping Boy by who's that by? I can't remember, but I mean it's Del Abyss, so it's going to be awesome. Basically, just horror binge for me. But also, there's a YouTube channel, and I'm blanking on the name. I might look it up here in a second, but they do audiobook versions of a lot of those really hard to find horror tie-ins and novelizations.
Yeah, there's one that Jeffrey Thomas's Nightmare on Elm Street novelization. They have that on there.
Yeah, I've actually got that one in paperback. It's
nice.
good.
That's a hard to find one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually a really, really good novel. I tried to get him on here to talk about it, but he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't come on here with a bunch of assholes. But
wait, who wouldn't do it?
Jeffrey Thomas is what he said.
He has health problems and seems kind of.
Did he write Punkland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, his Nightmare on Elm Street novel freaking rules.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I
not
hear.
exaggerating. It's so good. Like it's better than any of the movies, like hands down.
Now, I would be remiss if I didn't tell our 2 or 3 listeners that I've got a lot of Halloween stories out there in anthologies for people to buy.
Quit shilling.
I'm shilling.
Bad
apples, and I've also got one in Doorbells at Dusk. So yeah, I've got quite a few out there.
I'm not gonna lie, I was tired of seeing people talk about that one and gloat over that one. Not that
which one? Doorbells at Dusk?
Yeah, all the freaking book review people are like, oh, it's freaking cozy, and it's got on my nerves.
Well, read my story in it.
No.
Read it, bitch.
Send me your story as a PDF, and I'll read it aside from the anthology. How's it?
Seems like a lot of trouble.
No, it
does. You got to convert that shit. You know, it takes time, man. Buy the fucking book, you pussy. No.
Send it to me as a Word file.
No.
Why?
Because it contains other humans' stories in it. It's not just my story.
No, your story.
Don't want to support fellow authors, huh?
I hate anthologies.
Well, no, I'm saying I don't want to give up my fellow authors' work away for free. Is what I'm getting.
Yeah,
at.
you're really making a case for somebody being
Hey, I'm going to mute myself while I do my homework. I forgot about it.
You're not gonna do homework while you're doing this.
Yeah, he was doing it.
Do what he
before.
wants.
Yeah.
No, you can't do homework.
I do what I want.
He can't do it. He can't do homework.
But Zach, everybody was oohing and on over that cover mainly for Doorbells of Dusk. I mean, its contents are good, right? But it seems like lots of people were like, "Oh, I love that cover."
Zach, you're not doing homework right now.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
All you gotta do is make 2 dang comments. Now this is master's work, so it's freaking important.
Not during my show. There will be no school learning on my show.
Just mute them.
Yeah. How dare you book learn while we're trying to talk?
Right.
Don't do that. Funny. Yeah.
Has anybody seen The Brood? The Brood?
I did.
Not yet. No.
Yeah, I felt like it was a little too understated for what it was selling. It was pitching as what was supposed to be the monster,
right?
These kids or something. I don't know. It just was all very understated. I mean, there's a disturbing scene of a woman near the end cleaning a fetus with. Never mind, but maybe it's not that understated. But I didn't like anything about it. But
okay, well, I'm going to give it a whirl anyways.
Okay,
I'm a completionist.
I haven't seen Dead Ringers yet, and I really want to watch that one.
Oh, that's good, man. That's really good.
Did Cronenberg do that Tammy the T-Rex movie?
No.
No. What?
Tammy the T-Rex? What the fuck is
Go
that?
Go back to your homework.
Yeah, go back to your fancy Burke
you
learning.
got a lot of research to do if that's
Tammy
more
the
homework.
thing up.
You got to
Tammy
do
the
more
T-Rex.
homework. There is no
Sounds like
Tammy the T-Rex.
Yeah, there is.
That sounds like a fucking
Tammy
porn.
and the T-Rex. Yeah.
That sounds like porn.
Yeah.
3 movies.
Porn parody of Barney the Dinosaur.
3 movies I always make sure I watch every Halloween: Nightbreed, Jacob's Ladder, and Fire in the Sky. Fire in the Sky is probably the most movie that legitimately scared me as a kid. Like I could watch vampire movie after vampire movie, zombies, and they're just like campy fun. But
Right.
Fire in the Sky, I would be afraid of the sky swallowing me up, via alien as a kid. So.
Yeah, I saw that in the
Does
theater.
anyone else in here love the Innkeepers the same way I do? I know it's not innovative, but there is something about that movie that's.
I never saw.
I've never even heard of it. What is it?
The
Me either.
Innkeepers.
It's called
By
The
Ty
Innkeeper.
Yeah,
It was
directed
directed by
West.
Ty West. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have heard that may have been his breakthrough thing. He also directed The Woods. No, that was Lucky McKee. Okay, Ty West was a big name there for a while. He did The Roost and The Innkeepers and one more thing. I don't know.
House of the Devil, I believe.
Yeah, House of the Devil. The ending sucked, but it was pretty good for the first half.
Yeah, well, I know it's kind of a cheap gimmick, that like aesthetic, but I just really enjoy
Oh, I've seen the cover of this movie before. Yeah, I don't know I've never seen it though.
Yeah, I'm a Ty West fan.
Why do you think so many writers can't nail endings anymore, Gregor?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
Okay, you see, when creative people write, well, I need to get back to my dang work. It's 11:06. Okay, I'll just finish that. We don't think about it's the story is the story. You don't mess with it. Like you can mess with it, but sometimes you make it how you want to make it, and you don't think about it in terms of does this ending pack a punch? Like that's something like a producer or an editor does. Like the writer, it's the story kind of evolves and ends as it ends. It's not I don't really know how to word that. You understand what I'm saying, Gregor, or no?
yeah, I do, but I mean, I think that you can also approach a story and put on your producer hat or whatnot, and come up with the ending, right? That's fashioned to be satisfying in the way that our man Jeremy likes books to be satisfying, or the endings to be satisfying, right?
I can see that.
I mean, Jeremy likes some resonance. He resonance. He also likes to have an uplifting ending generally, right? Or at least triumphant, or you know, or at least the if the hero is going to die, it's got to be at least bittersweet. He doesn't like a downer ending, right? Like a bleak, nihilistic ending. He doesn't like any of that stuff, right?
Somebody needs to have learned something at the end other than we're all going to die. That's the bullshit cop out to me. Because we're obviously all going to die. What's your point? Are you going to be a crybaby about it, or are you going to live your life? I mean, that's the way I think nihilistic endings are kind of a puss out. Yeah,
I agree with it.
We're all going to die. You mean we're all going to die? What's the point in anything?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I think that either kind of an ending could be effective depending on what came before it, right? Mm-hmm. As long as it's earned, right, and it seems appropriate, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't read The Girl Next Door. Does that have a big uplifting ending where you just want to smile and
Fuck no.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, does that, would that have been a worthy type of ending to tack on to the end of that story? I can't imagine it would feel earned, right?
Which story?
The Girl Next Door, Ketchum's The Girl Next Door.
No, but that was based on a true story. So, I mean, I think that's a different kind of thing than what we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about fiction primarily.
But it's, right? I mean, is it a nonfiction book, or is it a fiction? It's a novel based on.
It's fiction mirroring nonfiction, so you can. That's different parameters there.
Yeah, I mean, it is fiction, but it's like literally just following that story. Like it's not innovating that much.
Not literally, no.
Very close.
I'm trying to think.
I mean, how close does it hew to the real life events? I mean,
pretty close. I mean,
and Ben says no, right, Ben?
I don't know how close, honestly.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think of a good example of a really good ending and a really bad ending by my criteria here.
Okay, so really bad ending. I'm trying to think of one too.
Dr. Sleep was a good example of bad ending.
Don't talk about it. I want to read that book.
I've seen the movie, but I haven't read the book.
Yeah, I haven't read Dr. Sleep.
I heard the movie was better than the book.
I refuse to watch the movie because the book sucks so bad.
Really?
Yeah, it had a big problem with the main protagonist being way overpowered, and there was just zero tension. Is one of the biggest problems I had with it.
And like
The Shining,
and the way that it ended was
the Kubrick movie.
Yeah,
I don't even remember a whole lot about how it ended. I mean, other than returning to the place of the the Overlook Hotel site or whatever. But yeah, it was I was entertained, but ultimately I was like, well, there was really no doubt that this girl's going to overcome, and she's just had too many superpowers that it wasn't interesting. It might as well be a Superman comic book.
Yeah. Okay, I have a good example of a good ending and a bad ending.
Okay, let's hear them.
The girl was a pusher. I just want to stress that the girl was a pusher. That's why she was so powerful. She's the type with the ability that's called a pusher, like Snake Bit Andy. I think they were specifically that kind of classification of power. That's why they were superpowered.
Okay.
Not
I mean,
here's a good ending.
Doesn't make any more tension in the story though. But go on, Zach.
Okay, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is a good ending, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 is a good ending. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4, The Next Generation, is an annoying ending that doesn't resolve anything, leaves it open-ended in a really sloppy way, and is just underwhelming and annoying.
I've only seen one. I've only seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, I believe.
The ending of 2, I think, is where the girl loses her mind and starts running around with the chainsaw herself.
Yeah, but that whole fight scene and like all the action there, like
I mean that movie's good. Yeah,
it's hilarious too.
Yeah.
I almost got the impression that part 3 was like a remake, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it was.
And then The Next Generation was where everybody likes to point to The Next Generation one as, oh, they mentioned the Illuminati in that one scene, dude, right? That's the one, right? Matthew,
yeah.
Matthew, the True Detective guy's in it, right?
I don't know about True Detective. Matthew McConaughey, yeah.
Yes, he's in that, right? So yeah.
Yeah, there's like a little really, really vague, undeveloped Illuminati subplot, like
that everybody likes to latch onto and blow up into something like epic, you know.
Yeah, it was really sloppy, but it was kind of meant to be. It was meant to be like just give you a little bit to make you be wondering. And it's supposed to be this thing where like the whole time the family has been like an Illuminati operation that's funded so that they can push people to like a transcendent spot of terror or whatever. Like the whole freaking stupid Gnostic thing about spiritual alchemy or whatever. That is basically the gist of it.
Here's a nihilistic ending that I didn't hate.
Okay.
Cabin in the Woods.
I've never not seen that movie.
There was not a moment in Cabin in the Woods that I wasn't having fun.
Okay, here's a freaking obscure Halloween movie. Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow High. Have any of y'all seen that?
No, that sounds amazing, actually.
Oh, it's not amazing. Like, I thought it was
Why does that sound amazing?
Because it's Sleepy Hollow, only they're in high school.
Yeah, that does sound amazing. But...
God.
Okay, so
what do you buy? You buy TV shows for Disney or something? I mean,
fuck? That sounds awful.
You two are freaking awful.
But
that's like a terrible premise. Like let's redo Sleepy Hollow, but it's like 90210.
I got two words that are worse than even that. Gotham High. Huh? You gotta admit that's worse.
That sounds pretty bad too. Yeah.
I've got 3 words that are worse than that. Jeremy Maddox High. Like, imagine it.
What, his literal high school days? Yeah, I'm sure that's pretty horror
That
show.
would be a freaking awesome.
Is it Maddox or is it Madou?
Maddox.
I thought it was like French.
No, I am German. Thank you.
I'm German too. That's why you should be a Lutheran.
Oh, you're Irish.
But
no, Miguel has actually
you're
not.
a Mitt.
Well, no,
I
Miguel
mentioned
has
before.
No, it's not my last. Like, it is my last name, but it's not my last name.
Your name is Bud.
Now, the Magaha is my father's stepdad. I'm blood German.
Go get your shillelagh.
What the heck?
So what were you going to say, Ben?
I've been trying to say that I think Uncut Gems, that had a really great ending.
I haven't seen it.
You should. It's really good.
I would watch something like that. Yeah.
The Joker has a good ending.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it has a pretty good ending.
You would not watch Joker, Gregor. Are you still firm on that?
Yeah, I don't want to watch that. It doesn't. Yeah, it just rubs me the wrong way.
Watch it or I'll stab you.
Okay.
Look at Frank's comment.
Oh, I'd like to see that movie.
Yeah.
Jason Sinclair High School parking lot.
Yeah. We'll talk about Jason Sinclair's high school escapades.
Well, I guess I wouldn't want to see that movie. I get in trouble for that, but I'd like to see read the book, I guess.
Everyone in the high school is 18.
Oh, okay.
I'm still proud of that strip search story I wrote. I don't care. That I could that woman.
Wait, hold on a second. You wrote that?
Oh, wait.
No, Jason Sinclair did.
Yeah.
Remember when you were trying to read the other Jason Sinclair movie and Zach, made a comment and then you got all mad?
Yeah, listen, that made me mad.
Gregor in here, he would have humored me.
I would have been able to stop it potentially, right, from happening. But I was really mad when I was listening to that. I was like, "This is going to be the Jason Sinclair." It's gonna make me so happy. And then Zach jumps in and said, "You're a Gnostic or something." And he
no,
I said he was terrible at reading out loud. And he lost it. Like I said, he wasn't good at reading out loud or something. Or reading like aloud, or okay, no, that may have been another time I made you really mad.
It was something about you don't sound like a woman, so it's not convincing or something like that.
Yeah, that was it.
He was reading like an erotic thing.
Only for people who have no imagination.
No, Jeremy. If you're hearing like
I
dialogue.
mean, I have no problem imagining Jeremy as a woman when I'm fapping to him. Okay.
Oh,
You see what you do, Jeremy? You enable degeneracy.
that's not any better, damn it.
Like, okay, listening to freaking
isn't this better than
erotic
fucking politics?
dialogue by a woman being read by him is just freaking wrong. Is that not like? Am
Well,
I
how
weird
else
in
am I going
thinking
to
that's
communicate it other than read it?
okay? If you're going to listen to it, get a freaking woman to do the dang voice.
Well, next time we'll just have Ann read it.
I thought about that, but I don't know if I'd want Ann reading that out loud.
Yeah, just tell her it wasn't you that wrote it. It was Jason Sinclair.
Oh, okay. I see what you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe she'd buy that. You think?
Probably.
Why are you trying to protect Anne?
What do you mean?
Because she is a pure being who must be protected.
Yeah. So, can you do a Southern Belle voice? Seemed like you could do that, Jeremy.
Say you
Why,
do
yes. Why, yes, certainly.
Say that
See?
you declare.
See, there you go. I mean, he's got it.
Say, well, I do
But you
declare.
can't do a Midwestern honey. Correct. We've already established that.
I suppose. I don't know.
See, yeah, you can't do it. We established earlier this evening, Mike, that these guys can't talk right even if they try.
Mike, you're in Ohio too, right?
Yep.
I am.
So they're
We
both
had an interesting
freaking lame
moment.
and they live in a flat wasteland that has cool McDonald's with like wood paneling and stuff.
That wasteland is Kansas or Kentucky.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it is flat. But it's not
Ohio
a
is
wasteland.
basically a wasteland.
Kansas is
Ohio. Okay, that reminds me of my dang philosophy professor that Gregor and I were. I tried to get him to troll, but he wouldn't do it. But he came in there acting like he was super cultured to us Southern freshmen, and we press him on it and find out he's from Ohio, and we're like, "You motherfucker, you're fake."
What are you talking about? I mean, if you're from Ohio, you are more cultured than somebody that's in Tennessee.
Fuck you.
Which really says something about Tennessee. This is not a compliment to Ohio.
Fuck you. I've been to museums.
What, the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum? I mean, is that what you're talking about?
Does that doesn't
Yeah, that
count?
was actually pretty good.
Cultured, right?
You guys got two of those. You guys got 2 or 3 of those in Tennessee, like within 3 blocks.
You're right.
Now,
Gotta
the
go
Ripley's
far, you
haunted
know.
house is horrible.
What's that?
The Ripley's haunted house is horrible.
Why?
It's like compared to the mysterious mansion that's like a block away. Like there's no comparison. Have you been to Mysterious Mansion, Jeremy?
No, I went to the haunted house at Magic World. I thought Magic World was cooler than Dollywood.
Magic World. Where is that?
That was before your time. It's gone now.
Oh, was it
Unfortunately,
in Gatlinburg?
yes,
Okay.
it was better than Dollywood. I thought, even though it was a little bit more low rent.
Have you guys been to that Fantasyland place? I think it's something like that.
Oh, the Magi with a big hat.
Where you can go there and you can pretend to be like guys on a quest, like nerds and.
Oh, Magi Quest? No, I'm not.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I think that's right.
That reminds me, you were freaking down here and we didn't meet up because you're lame.
Well, I was in a very remote area that I wouldn't want anybody to try to go to.
Look, there's an old school map of Magic World.
Whoa, that freaking rat's creepy.
Yeah. Keep that away from me.
That is nightmare fuel for real.
I don't see a rat.
In
I see a rat
right there in the lower left-hand corner.
Yeah, I don't mean Frank either.
Yeah.
There's no rat. I don't see a rat.
Right above
That looks
Frank.
like, yeah.
With the flying saucer. Jeremy's gone.
Dang
Yeah,
it.
He went to put on his rat suit to scare us.
Wait, now where is this rat?
You'd have to show the picture.
Up your ass.
Like the kind of rat that would give you a hug and stick a pinky in your ass.
Are you talking about this right here?
Yes,
Yes, that thing is fucking creepy.
That is
terrifying.
That's Rolf de Wolf from Chuck E. Cheese.
That's not a fucking wolf. Kill it.
That was
Look
from
at his
Showbiz Pizza, which was Chuck E. Cheese before Chuck E. Cheese.
No,
No wonder it's so
Oh,
fucking
oh.
creepy. Kill it.
Those
Damn
are
it.
two different entities.
No,
Showbiz-
Showbiz Pizza was basically Chuck E. Cheese.
They
Chuck E.
existed at the
Cheese
same
is-
time.
No, they didn't.
Yeah,
They
did.
were like
No,
subsidies.
Showbiz got pulled, got phased out. See,
What? I mean,
Here-
Showbiz might have got
Jesus
bought
Christ.
by Chuck E. Cheese.
That's
That's
scary.
fucking nightmare fuel right there.
it's Rolf de Wolf and Earl Schmerl. What are you talking about? Look, they got a rainbow behind them.
Needs a fucking
They're fucking
baseball
pedophiles.
Needs
You
a
got a
fucking
point there.
baseball bat taken to it.
You got a point there, yeah.
Right.
Look, he's got his
It's kinda
hand up his
fucking-
ass. I never thought about it before.
Well, there you go. There's,
I've been to
there's a
Showbiz.
problem.
Showbiz Pizza. That was great.
Showbiz was way better than Chuck E. Cheese. I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
know.
they had
how-
the animatronic band.
Does anyone remember that they were supposed to be doing like a horror movie with the banana splits or something like that?
Yeah, it
Oh,
actually
they did.
did.
They did.
Yeah.
I've seen
It
it. Yeah,
came out.
Oh,
It's
it's
good.
actually out.
it's actually
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
And it's actually
I don't know.
good.
Something
it's
about
actually good. It's funny. Yeah.
that surprised
good.
me because it kind of just felt like they wanted to do a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, but couldn't get
Yeah.
the rights.
Couldn't get the license and rights, and yeah, that's basically what they did. But the banana splits, don't they have more fans anyway? I don't know.
I don't know. I watched a couple of it when I was a kid, but you know, it was pretty stupid.
I bet they
Yeah.
will do a Five Nights at Freddy's movie, though. I mean, it seems inevitable.
Isn't that a video game or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never played it.
It's basically you're a security guard trying to keep living Showbiz Pizza animatronics from breaking into your office and killing you.
Huh. And it's supposed to be pretty good.
I don't
Or
know.
it is
I've
pretty
heard-
good.
I mean, like the first one is fine, but the other ones just kind of keep going with the same thing.
Y'all
So-
hungry?
I guess we'll probably wrap out soon, but anybody got any good Halloween nostalgic? Well, we'll save the Halloween nostalgia for like October, I guess.
Yeah,
But
that'd be a good idea.
Oh,
Yeah, what-
another thing I'm going to get into is the Alien novels. Like they released a ton of those. I'm freaking going like for some. I know it's not like it doesn't fit the Halloween spirit because it's like sci-fi horror.
but I think it does.
Yeah, I'm freaking stoked for those because they re-released them in like an omnibus. Like there's 3 or 4 volumes. I've got the first one. It's thick, and I'm ready
Did you
for it.
watch Alien Covenant yet?
No, not yet. I'm going to watch that probably tomorrow night when I get back from school.
It's another one with a horrible ending, I thought.
Wasn't there like a anthology of alien stories that got released, and
A lot of
It is.
typos in them, I heard, yeah.
it was like that there were actually like editor's notes in the final published version.
That's
Yeah.
Oh,
embarrassing.
Jesus.
Yeah,
That's pretty bad.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Ouch.
How do you miss that?
by being
It's pretty sloppy.
bad at your
Not
job,
freaking- literally not looking.
I mean, seriously, I mean, can you
not
imagine?
giving a
Like,
shit.
yeah, fuck it, it's just an alien book. Who's gonna read it?
Yeah. It's just
Yeah.
an alien
Fuck 'em.
bug hunt, a collection of alien stories. Nobody cares about that franchise, right?
Right. Yeah, fuck them.
But, you know,
Bunch of nerds.
I didn't like Alien Covenant, but Prometheus I actually thought was all right.
Covenant's.
Anybody agree?
I liked elements of Covenant. I
Okay,
like
so
elements
go
of
ahead and tell
Prometheus
me.
too, but they're both pretty
Can I
bad.
expect to see the xenomorph a lot or no?
I can't remember if the
Covenant,
Xenomorph.
no.
I don't think so. But he was in the Prometheus, though. That's the weird thing.
That's only at the very end, right?
Yeah. See, because that was the first Xenomorph, a mutation, and so they still have to breed before they can, become prominent in the alien.
Wait, which one was the? Wait, which one came before which one? The Covenant or
I think
Prometheus?
Prometheus came before Covenant.
And no, I'm talking about release date.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Okay, then Covenant. I like
It's
that.
literally called Alien Covenant, and it has the xenomorph on the cover, but he's not in the movie.
I don't think
He is at the very end of it, though.
Oh, that's lame.
No, it's at the end of Prometheus where he's mutated, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's at the end
Well,
of Prometheus.
Yeah, but there's not a whole lot of action in that regard in the second one either.
There's some other thing in the. There may be face huggers in Covenant. Maybe I think that may be it though.
Yeah,
That's something at least.
I don't know, it had some good elements in Covenant, but I mean overall,
Those face huggers are scarier than the xenomorphs if you think about it.
That's just because you're scared of vaginas.
Yeah, because face
Well,
huggers are really
the
like
xenomorph
vaginas,
is
yeah.
the one. The
They
xenomorph is a giant penis, basically.
I'm still trying to figure out how a face hugger is like a vagina.
Go look at the picture of like the hand, like inside the hugger.
We'll
I
do
mean,
just
yeah,
that.
the face, it looks vaguely vaginal, but I mean, its whole thing is that it sticks its dick down your throat,
Oh God.
and then it puts that chest burster into you, whatever those
Yeah.
are called.
All right.
That is not vaginal in any way.
Wait a second.
Its mouth kind of looks vaginal a little bit.
Oh, okay. It's like a stingray.
Okay.
Whatever.
You should get one of those face hugger masks.
click
Maybe you
on
could
that
actually
one right
wear
there. Yeah.
it. Hey, don't you just want to put your dingling in there?
Or
Show 'em to daddy.
Oh, then it would put one of those fucking chest bursters in your dick hole.
Why stop there?
Ouch.
Why not just get a pet camel spider?
What the heck is that?
You know,
Camel spiders look a lot like the face huggers, yeah.
seriously.
Oh, that's freaking terrifying.
They're not even arachnids. They're too big to be arachnids or something. They're called solifugids. They look like a cross between face huggers and scorpions.
Yeah,
Oh, why does
there's
that
a picture.
exist?
There's a picture of like
That's your
some U.S.
God.
troops. Yeah, there's a picture of like U.S.
Wow.
troops holding one up, and it's fucking huge.
Jesus Christ.
They're
Yeah.
real.
That
And they-
should not be allowed.
They hiss.
No.
They
This
hiss.
is why we bombed Iran.
They hiss like snakes. And
Exactly.
they
This is why people don't believe in God. You know that.
They stand
Well,
up
I'm
on
an
their
atheist.
back legs and they can jump. All of these things.
Nah,
Wow.
God created it. It's a creature, but it's a scary creature.
Right. Right.
God was
Yeah,
like, hey, guess
it's
what?
like-
I'm gonna like fuck with my people. Here's a spider.
It's like
But it's not like any normal spider.
it's like God put that in the Middle East to tell us to keep away from it, and we still go there.
Right.
Yeah.
Same with Australia.
There are a lot of things in Australia that would kill you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I want to watch the dang second season of the Wolf Hunt TV show, but you can't watch it anywhere
Why?
unless you can find it for me, Jeremy, and download it illegally. Do that, please.
Can't do that for me.
Surely I
Can't you
won't
use
do
like
that.
a VPN to see if it's
I
available
mean,
in
you
other
wouldn't do
countries?
that, Jeremy.
Can't you use a VPN to see if it's available in other countries?
Who?
You.
You.
I don't know about that dang stuff. I barely know how to use Facebook.
Will learn.
Yeah. You want to download shit illegally, you got to learn. Have other
Right.
people do your downloading for you. What's wrong with you?
That's what I do.
Uh,
That's the
You know what?
easier.
One of
Be a
the.
real man.
I mean, here's something. Do any of you watch the YouTube channel Quentin Reviews?
Mm-mm.
I mean,
No.
Quentin
No.
himself is. I mean, Quentin himself is kind of a dork, but he does put out some pretty good videos. He put out one that this was a thing that happened, but O.J. Simpson apparently tried to have a punk reality show called Juiced.
That
Oh,
is
fuck.
funny.
It only ended up being an hour-long like special because obviously even back then reality shows were sinking that low. But
Okay, you know what that reminds me of? It's somewhat similar, but Shaquille O'Neal apparently was in the same area where there was a recording studio when they were working on Chinese Democracy. And so he literally went in and rapped over a song, and like they produced it and it exists. But
Shaquille O'Neal has done like 5 rap albums.
yeah, but
Yeah.
this
So how is
fucking-
that even
in a
close to being similar to what he was talking about?
it just is.
OJ, a guy who killed 2 people, apparently getting a Punked knocked off is the same as Shaquille O'Neal rapping.
On Guns N' Roses, yeah.
How about a
Yeah.
famous athlete getting some sort of industry privilege? That's how he meant it.
Oh, maybe. I guess.
This is an industry privilege. The only like OJ at this time was like so washed up and broke. This is the kind of shit he had to do.
Yeah.
I remember that this friend I had who's no longer with us at the end of high school, he actually had this idea that he wanted to do this like his own prank show, kind of like Jackass or whatever, only he would call it Bible Belt, and he was going to have like people dress up as the Grim Reaper and go to funerals and stuff.
Have y'all seen Brutal Massacre?
It's like a precursor to those YouTube pranks. It's like, what it do, everyone? Today we're doing an epic prank at this funeral.
I'm not saying that's a good thing to do in anything. But
I mean, I have a good
Y'all
idea
seen
for a
Brutal
prank
Massacre,
video.
though?
what's that?
Brutal Massacre now.
Yeah, well, one of the segments in the movie, what was his name? Harry whatever his name was. He's like a washed-up horror film director, and one of his movies was about the Grim Reaper dude in the Grim Reaper suit going around retirement homes and scaring people to death. And the way that they like portrayed it was amazing.
And the movie's called Brutal Massacre.
Yeah, Brutal Massacre.
It's
really one of the funniest movies I've ever seen.
I have a good idea for a pranks video. You go up to people on the street and ask them what their favorite racist joke is, and if they don't reply right away, you just blow an air horn in their face.
Okay, that's a good way to get. You want to get your ass kicked, no matter what.
Is that what prank videos are about?
Hey,
Yeah.
Jeremy, go to the link
Getting
in the
beat up and
chat.
screaming, bro, it's a prank. It was a prank, bro. Bro, it was a prank.
What link?
Here,
It
Stop
is?
hitting
I'm
me.
going to repost it.
What link? The ABC thing again?
Yes.
Why?
We
I
need
don't want to
watch
think about
this.
that shit, man. I'm tired of
We
hearing
need
about it.
to watch this.
Why?
It's a video. Just watch it.
How do you know ABC?
It's a video of
won't
his
get
mom
for-
getting eaten out.
How do you know that I won't get popped by ABC for writing it?
Because I saw it on Red Ice and they didn't get popped.
Dude, it's Red Ice. They will get popped eventually.
No,
Red Ice are basically Nazis, so what the fuck ever.
it's ABC 30 Action News.
I'm tired of
Listen
social
to the sound.
unrest crybaby bullshit.
Just watch the whole video. I see.
Oh, yeah,
There's a good part of it.
Well, there we go. That's a good part.
Yeah, this is good. I like this.
Yeah,
we
I like
watched
this
this
video.
earlier.
Yeah, we should watch this.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, I'm going to get struck for this one.
This is pretty nice.
And it'll be your
Yeah,
fault.
right.
Then we'll have to do
We can
quiet.
keep watching this.
Yeah.
Damn, this one's long.
I'm not
I'm
complaining.
not complaining. Okay, the good part's
Bring
over.
back the
Turn it
camel
off.
toe.
Now, turn the
Bring back
sound
the
up.
camel toe.
The
It's
creepy sound.
What
You took it off.
creepy sound. What creepy sound?
Yeah, there's like this almost like an emergency signal type thing. It's not
Okay,
that.
hang
I
on.
don't-
Hang on.
Yeah.
Bring back the thong.
Yeah, just bring back the butts.
Yeah. The camel toe
Okay.
is the rule.
What am I hearing? Why is this? Why? Why?
Okay, so watch it. The
That's
car.
the camera.
The car is getting
There we go.
away. So watch that. Now just keep watching it, and it's freaking horrifying.
This isn't a jump scare video, is it?
No. You think they're getting away?
Oh, okay. Are they? Well, I need some backstory. Who are the people that thought they were getting away?
They're just people driving. And sadly in downtown LA.
Okay, what am I supposed to take away from this?
They're trying to grab the driver. They're trying to grab the driver of the car.
Oh, okay.
This
That
is
was the dude.
really, really quick. Really quick. That pickup pulled right in front of the car. Now you have protesters beating up that driver, trying to get to the crowd. And here he goes again. He's stepping on it, and they're going to follow him.
Fine, but why are they doing it? Why are they doing it?
There's no freaking reason, apparently.
He drove into the crowd.
Hey, the
No, he
crowd
was
was in
trying
the
to
street.
get by them, if anything. Fucking retard standing in the middle of the road. There's no wonder. But you don't stand in the middle of the road. We know this. We were trained for this at a very early age. You don't stand in the middle of the road like an idiot. You know, that's one thing. But
yeah, when you see a crowd of people, you just accelerate into them, right?
Well, you sure don't.
Is that why they were after this guy? Because he ran over some people or something?
Don't
it looked
stand
like
in
he
the
was
front
trying
of a
to.
moving car. Then that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, okay, let's position ourselves in the middle of the street.
I'm
where
not
people
sticking around if people are trying to surround my car. I'm not sticking around. I don't even blame.
Then why are
the
you
guy
driving into it?
Why?
Right. That's like
if that's the only way he can get around, man. I mean, you know, if they're
It's
just
fucking LA. There's not like one single street.
I don't see any reason.
I
for
think
people
chasing
to be
after him was dumb if he didn't hit anybody, but he still drove into the fucking crowd.
The crowd is the street. Like, look at that crowd.
Yeah, what? So what? Do you see that and you just go right into it? What the fuck?
You don't stand in front of it. I know that much.
They don't need to be right there where they're at.
No, they don't need to be right there. That's fucking.
They have the right to be there.
No, they don't.
No,
Yeah, they do. It's called the right to peace. It's the right to assemble.
No, not in the middle of the street. Not in the middle of the street.
There are tons of things that happen where people go in the middle of the street.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal in and of itself, right? I mean, protesting and blocking the street isn't that bad.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Now, the people who bitch about, they like the fuck, shut the fuck up. People do that all the time.
The only people that I see acting like animals here are the ones surrounding that car.
Yeah, I think chasing after him was stupid, but
yeah.
Like I said, he
No,
drove
but
in
standing out in the middle of the
fucking
street
crowd.
and thinking that nobody's gonna plow into you, that's stupid too.
Now the flag.
Yeah, that's a fucking that's fucking yeah. Why should you expect that if you're in the street that people just won't plow into you like they're fucking playing crazy taxi?
Really quick. That
Wow.
pickup pulled right in front of the car. Now you have
Still
protesters
though,
beating up
the dang
that driver
what is that?
trying to get to the crowd.
They don't even know what they're mad over. That's the sad thing. They think they know. They think they know what they're mad about. They're
No,
really mad
yeah,
at their
global
own
handlers
failures.
have pressed the
They're
button
mad at their own
and it's all right.
failures. They're mad at their own failures. That's what they're
Shut
mad
the
at.
fuck up. That's fucking
No,
retarded.
dude, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. You don't stand in the middle of a move in front of a moving car. Fuck
They
them.
weren't. The car drove into them.
I don't owe those fucking cunts any kind of respect. Thank God I don't live in one of those big cities where people are allowed to act like animals and you can get tased and arrested for not wearing a mask, though, for a sickness that is barely even exists.
I wasn't
Fuck.
even in a big city, if I remember right.
You said LA, right?
Yeah, that
No,
was
well, that was LA. The
Zach-
mask thing wasn't.
Zach-
That was like in
I
Ohio,
told you
wasn't
it
it?
was Zach. I told you
Yeah.
it was a bad idea to play that, but you had to play it. We were going to end the show on a high note, but you had to drudge this up because you've always
This is a high note.
shit up. This is a high note. No, it isn't.
That was mostly a nothing burger.
Yeah, I mean, I like the spy hunter angle. That was kind of cool, but other than
Yeah.
that, I mean, yeah.
I thought it was creepy. The dang truck looks
What is
straight out
creepy
of
about it? It's just
okay. The
civil
truck
unrest and
with
people being
the
like
flag
animals.
in the back. That
I mean,
is, like driving alongside the car is like straight out of the bridge scene of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
What are you talking?
The guy tried to plow into a crowd, and they decided to chase after him.
No, he didn't try to plow into the crowd. He's getting through the crowd. They didn't need
That's
to be
exactly what he did.
the crowd that's protesting.
Yeah,
over
they moved
nothing.
aside, and apparently no one got hurt, so chasing after him was dumb. But still, it's still the case of like, oh, there's a crowd of people. I'm gonna just plow right through them. That's fucking
So there's a
stupid.
solution then. There's a solution for both sides. Let the cops do their jobs and conduct traffic. Then nobody has to worry about it. Simple.
Cops aren't doing their jobs.
Yeah, that's
I have respect for it.
their leaders are
They're being
told-
defunded, pressured, driven out. All
Good.
kinds of bullshit.
Good.
No, it's
Fuck
not
'em.
good. It's not good. It's not good when you don't want to have to go through life fighting for everything. No.
When you go through life fighting through everything.
When you believe in the
there's no
system,
other way to look at it. Like it's the global elite are pushing the button, and this is like the little destabilization of America. And that's what it is.
Yeah. Partially
destabilizing because of economy sucks and because the police
Oh
are.
yeah, I mean it's all tied in together. This is just like the culmination.
I'm just trying to understand what was freaky about that, Zach. It's
the thing sound
Yeah, there was nothing really that freaky about it.
It's the same thing we've been seeing for months now. What is different about that clip?
It was creepy. The dang truck. Like, okay, so you don't think the dang pickup? Like, imagine yourself in there, in that car with like the truck driving alongside. Like, it's freaky.
Yeah. But you hyped it. You said it was horror movie level. That's
it was with the sound. The sound didn't come through.
It's a
on
car
the video.
horn or something.
The sound was just like the background noises from the camera droning.
Yeah, it was creepy.
So what books are you reading there, Jeremy?
Okay, so Timber Gray, about a guy who is like the only known survivor of a bite by rabid wolves in like the 1850s, and so he's hired by a rancher to hunt down these pack of dogs, wolves that are eating his cattle and killing people. And then also,
is that a Western?
Yeah, it's by Ronald Kelly. I think he wrote Floating Staircase.
Oh, he's a Tennessean too.
Is he real? Yeah, it's based in Tennessee. Part of it is anyway. No, I'm thinking of Ronald Malfi. Okay, Ronald Kelly is okay. I don't know what this guy's written then, other than that. Bloodkin, Undertaker's Moon, Hell Hollow. So there you go.
So is this a horror Western or just a Western?
I think it's just an action Western,
Okay.
Like The Gray.
Okay.
There needs to be a romantic comedy Western.
I'm sure
there have already been that.
Yeah, like Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, right?
I mean, that's what half of the Westerns that came out in the 1950s were.
Yeah, it's true. Also, I've been reading this, and I can't believe that this guy shot you down, when you approached him, Zach. But Logan Jacobs, he writes these weird monster girl novels. Anybody heard of this guy?
No.
Hang on, let me pull up. Let me briefly go over a few before we wrap up. Anybody else that wants to get in and talk about their reads can too, but at least then we'll end on a high note where we share something.
Okay.
This is he writes the Monster Girl base series. Yeah. See,
that's fat material.
See,
nice cover.
You wouldn't think so from reading the first book, because there's actually a plot. The guy's eccentric uncle teaches him how, through a posthumous video, how to tap into other realms using his car or something. And he meets this cat girl in one of the other worlds, and then meets another girl in the next world, and they're all okay with being together. So it's like polygamy.
So it's
they're Mormon.
It's basically anime.
Yeah. See, and
it's an anime.
But here's the thing: you wouldn't know that it was basically that kind of material from the first one, but by the second one, it becomes painfully clear that it's just about him giving them both his seed and them living with him and being okay with sharing him and all this. It's like
it's anime.
Yeah. But this guy has written all kinds of different novel series here. If you look at it, he's got all these different books. Many of them are on the topic of Monster Girl Islands, Monster Girl Academy, Monster Girl Mountain.
It sounds like a weeb.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
He's got a brand going on. He might be making some dough.
Yeah.
It sounds terrible, but he's probably making some dough.
Right.
The first one was actually pretty good, though. That's the thing.
I don't believe you.
I got to start writing this shit.
Yeah, well, I don't believe that you exist, but you do. So, what'd you say? You want to write Monster Girl?
I'm gonna have to start. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start writing this shit. Maybe I'll make some money.
Yeah, weebs will buy it and download it and fap to it.
Hey, weebs have got money too, right? It may either be their parents' money. It's their parents.
Yeah.
Their parents have money, yeah.
Let's see, what else? Dream Woods by Patrick Lacey, the deserter of his co-author, but still pretty good story so far.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, what was that comment?
Okay.
The deserter of his co-author.
See, this is why I always liked Gregor, because he would push me to give more context when I didn't always want to.
It's like saying, like, you go on a first date with him. I like him because he got me to talk about myself.
To briefly,
Will he write a book with Matt Hayward or something?
yeah, yes, that's exactly. How did you know?
All right. I keep up with these things. Go on.
Okay.
I thought maybe that's what he was talking about too.
That was amazing that you just pulled that out of nowhere before I could even say it.
Just a guess, you know.
He knows me so well.
He's so dreamy.
God!
Never leave me again, Zane.
Okay, so Dreamwood's the guy who wants to take it. He finds out that his old childhood favorite theme park called Dreamwoods is open again. And there are a lot of legends around what went wrong with it closing down before. And a lot of people are terrified, downright terrified that it's opened again. However, he's taken the family there for some reason because he feels drawn to it to see if it's as good as he remembers or as frightening as he remembers. And so that's what that's about. It's actually really good so far, even though the wife / mother of the family is a real selfish cunt. And I hope she has a redemption arc, because right now I find nothing likable about that character in this story. But, you know, what is this in the private or white car privilege? Okay, yeah. Anyway, and then I'm reading this other thing that I don't even know what they're even trying to say in it. It's called. Let me pull it up.
It's called Let You Pull It Up.
Yeah.
Planetoid.
Part of the Monster Car series.
What the heck is a sassafras?
It's a herb or root or something.
Yeah, it's like a root, I think.
I don't even know what's going on in this because it's got that real like floating.
I don't either. What the shit?
It's this floating.
It was written by a woman.
Trippy 60s sci-fi shit.
Yeah, it's like floaty dream logic prose. I don't even know, but I think like the moon is in love with the sun or something, in like self-aware of it, and there's
that sounds lame
stuff going on with like dreaming people or something. But I like it anyway. Even though I have no idea what's going on, I still like it. So
well, I do like that kind of like 60s new wave science fiction, so I might like it.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be all right. The cover's amazing.
Are you still reading Speak Memory?
I did finish reading Speak Memory. That was pretty good. It's basically just Nabokov's autobiography from when he was a baby up until before he immigrated to the United States. And I don't really have much to say about it, but it is really good. The prose is excellent. He makes a lot of mundane things sound really exciting, like his obsession with butterflies and things like that.
Didn't he wrote another one called Nocturnal Butterflies of the Russian Empire, right?
I think he probably did, but I haven't read that one. I finished reading The Invention of Sound. Like I said, that was probably Palahniuk's best new book yet. Feels very, very much like it came out of his Fight Club Invisible Monsters period.
Novel or collection?
Huh?
Novel or collection?
It's a novel.
The Invention of Sound is a novel.
What's it again?
It's about two characters. One is this guy named Gates Foley, whose daughter went missing like almost 20 years before. And he's obsessed with trying to find her. Like he does things like download child porn, like hoping he'll see her in it. And
what the fuck?
Yeah. And he hires like a prostitute who looks like about what she would look like as an adult. to like play act as his daughter on like dates and stuff. And then the other major character is Mitzi Ives, who's a Foley artist and a serial killer who sells her victim screams for movies and such.
Nice.
And the plot is them eventually. It's I guess it's a minor spoiler, but
Don't tell us. I want to read this book. I want to read it.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's basically the plot eventually has the two coming together in a confrontation.
Right.
And I think, like I said, I think it's probably his best novel since probably I don't know, since before Snuff or something like that.
All right. Cool. I want to read it.
Yeah, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I read his book on writing, and that was really good.
Which one was that? Consider This.
Yeah, that was really good. Have you read it?
Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. No, I haven't read any of his nonfiction yet.
Yeah, that's really an excellent book on writing. It's really good.
Yeah,
it's very lean and quick, and you know what I mean. It's to the point and not a bunch of filler bullshit, and it's really good.
Yeah, he's good at that. I ended up reading Jim Thompson's Pop 1280 in a single day. I just read all of that today. It's really good. It's about a sleazy small town sheriff who pretends to be dumb to manipulate people. It like kind of kicks off with him engaging in like a plan to kill off a couple pimps who've been annoying him and frame a sheriff in the next town over. And it's just sort of like everything like starts falling down around him with that while he's trying to juggle his relationships with 3 women and get reelected as the sheriff. It's really great.
Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, I like Jim Thompson. What I've read by him, I think maybe only 1 or 2 books, but I do like his style.
Yeah, and I just started reading Work, which was a book put out by the Crime Think Anarchist Collective, it's a meditation on work in modern society and economics, and a view of like abolishing meaningless work in exchange for like a meaningful work in society.
What do they consider meaningless work?
Well, I just started it, so it doesn't really get into that. They do have this poem at the beginning. It says, "At this moment, an employee in a grocery store is sitting out genetically engineered produce rather than tending her garden. A dishwasher is sweating over a steaming sink, while unwashed dishes stack up in his kitchen. A line cook is taking orders from strangers instead of cooking at a neighborhood barbecue," and it kind of just goes on like that. Like the idea that so much work is just tending to others' needs while at the neglect of our own.
But I thought that wouldn't they be for the betterment of the whole instead of the individual, or?
Well, it's the idea that's a dichotomy is something they reject, at least what I've seen of it so far.
So they put forth that you said anarchist, right?
Yeah. Crime Think, they call themselves an ex-workers collective, so they're very big on the idea of the abolishment of work.
You really don't think that all these people don't have day jobs, though? I mean,
well, yeah, a lot of them do.
Okay, but why do they say
that's why they're against it?
Ex-workers, though.
Well, because when they were first established, a lot of the major members were squatters and people who lived off
losers.
Let him. We don't know.
People who lived off of things like couch surfing and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And it also comes from the idea of just the rejection of worker as an identity.
Well, I look forward to hearing how it works out. I mean, how what you think of it is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, I've read some of Crime Think's pamphlets, and those are really good. And this is one of their first full-length books that they put out.
How far along are you into the comfort zone?
Tom Over, his collection.
Oh, I haven't started reading that yet.
Oh, okay. It's on the list of things that you're reading.
That
So
was my bad.
It is.
yeah.
I just put stuff in the title that I thought you were looking at on Goodreads. Just
So have you finished the new Strand book, Jeremy?
which one?
Winter Bleeds.
Autumn Bleeds.
Yeah, Autumn Bleeds in the Winter.
I'm just a few pages in. My God, that man writes like a machine. It's inspiring.
Right.
But I can say that I've gotten through quite a bit of his catalog this year, and I would have said Dweller was the best thing he'd ever written until I read Blister. Oh my God, man! It's just.
I've got Blister. I'll have to pick that one up then.
I mean, I love how he takes time to get the most laughter out of even the most absurd situation. Like, and the characters aren't just poor slobs who can't hold a job and do this or that. I mean, they actually do things, that they can make things happen in their life. They can make things move, if they need to, and they can make decisions. A lot of modern writers, I think, use this catch-all, everyman, like Lebowski type main character, and I think that's another problem aside from endings that people need to work on. But
yeah, I'm guilty of the sad sack lead character. I've got 2 books that have that sad sack kind of lead character in it. Everyman kind of dude.
Well, no, there was
the
guy that kept women in his base in his dungeon. He had vision. See, I'm joking.
I mean,
what?
I don't see why we wouldn't enjoy sad sack a protagonist, given that's pretty much what we are.
Yeah. But you want characters who can go beyond that and show you something more. You want characters who can make something happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I don't, it's not like something I'm going to be fixated on, right? But I do have, 2 characters and 2 books that are both, kind of like a sad sack kind of dude, downward spiral kind of characters,
Yeah, but the allure and mystery of the mounds is enough that I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, so I get you.
You can balance it out with other things. You can pad it out by
right. I'm just saying, I'm just admitting it to that I'm guilty. So, what about Dead Jack and the Soul Catcher? What's that?
Well, hang on. First, what were you going to say, Ben? And then I'll do that.
You didn't lay it on too thick with people just telling them to your face. You're like some kind of half retarded person.
Yeah, nobody did that.
Yeah. Or prostate cancer gets more pussy than you.
No, these characters were a little bit more. They weren't so sad sack. They were just more of like an average Joe kind of cat.
Dead Jack and the Soul Catcher is it's the second book in a series by James Aquilone about a zombie detective. James Aquilone. Aquilone, whatever.
Gotta lend you some water.
Yeah.
Aquilone. And it's about a zombie detective named Dead Jack and his little sidekick who's like a shape-shifting doll thing with X's over his eyes or some shit. And he's gone catatonic due to things that happen in the first book. Dead Jack and the Soul Catcher, he's trying to get onto this prison island where he can find a warlock who can reverse whatever happened to his little shape-shifting buddy. By the way, this zombie detective, Dead Jack, he's also addicted to dust and some kind of demonic alcohol beverage. And so there it is. What?
Oh,
Who's laughing?
No, I'm just laughing at something I saw on Facebook.
Okay.
I think that I remember. Didn't you read the first book in this series or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Did it have like a voodoo guy's head on the front or something like that?
That's the shape-shifting guy, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's got the detective on the front too. They're both.
Okay. Yeah. I've seen. Yeah.
It's campy to the extreme.
Right.
But I can see a bit of evolution in Aquilone's writing style in the second one. He seems to be getting a better feel for making the characters at least somewhat more real instead of just great camp and kitsch. So, I'm interested to see where he takes it. Oddly enough, this is what I love about trying to read every book at once that was ever written, is that you start finding other books that kind of connect up in implausible ways. But I found another book about another undead detective, only he's a skeleton, and his name's Skeleton Jim. And I found that through Dead Jack.
Yeah, I think Tim Wagner's got a series too that's like that. Yeah,
it's becoming played out like almost everything, but
Tim Wagner kind of seems like his stuff isn't that good.
I think I published Wagner in Surreal Grotesque once.
Yeah, I think he did too. Yeah, I think I saw him in the table of contents.
He was actually he wrote an entire scene. It was basically a story that was one scene talking about how an academic, a college professor, felt like he failed his students and was screaming in horror because one of his students came out of there thinking, I know, I'll just write a ghost story where the ghost doesn't know he's dead. And then the guy's screams of horror are heard throughout the halls of So Tim Wagner's all right. He's all right.
I mean, I've read a couple of his books. I've read I think a novel and a short story collection, and they were pretty good.
So that's basically what's on my plate right now. But I guess we can go down through the rest of you guys before we wrap out. Who wants?
Go.
Oh, Ben already did. Gregor.
Oh, I was saying Mike.
What?
I don't know anything. Yeah, I'm still here. I just got done with a 12-day stretch of work, man. So I haven't read shit.
You don't have any years left. You're about to be an ex-worker yourself, right?
I'm thinking about it, dude, at this point. It was just like, it was weird because it started out as a 7-day stretch, which is fine. But then, it just kept piling up until it was the last day off I had was the 13th of this month. So I had yesterday off. Yeah. And then today I worked. I was supposed to have today off, and that didn't happen. So, yeah, I haven't had time.
You're one of those types that can't say no when somebody says, dude, this, and this happened. Can you cover for me? And you can never say no, right?
I can say no, but then I'm like, the fucking money. I mean, I like the money, so I'm not going to say no.
Yeah, I hear
Kill your boss. Kill your boss. Kill your boss. Kill your boss.
Yeah. I thought about it.
Zach, Gregor, you guys reading anything that you haven't read?
Yeah, I'm reading 50 Shades of Grey Aliens by Ken Ami.
I hear a chicken.
You know what? I hear that too. What is that? That's probably Zach wheezing or something.
Huh?
That's it. Zach, wait until after the show.
That's how Zach
before you
sounds
start
when he
fucking the
laughs.
chicken.
That's how Zach sounds when he laughs right there.
That sounds like a legit chicken.
Yeah.
Right,
wait until after the show is over to start fucking the chicken.
So anyway, Gregor's reading Ken Ami.
Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey Aliens, and it's got a really long subtitle.
Is it porn? Is
No,
it alien
it's
fucking?
not. No, it's
is there alien fucking in it?
No, unfortunately.
Boo!
I know. It's mainly about the guy trying to basically prove that Greys are really demons, essentially.
They are.
I mean, that's what the book is about. I mean, it's interesting. I'm enjoying it. I'm about halfway through it. And then I'm also reading An Imp of Ether or something. I don't know how to pronounce it. Ether by Pugmire. That's an excellent short story collection. I'm about halfway through that as well.
Didn't Pugmire pass recently?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, within the past couple of years, and I'm really enjoying the hell out of his short stories. I think they're fantastic.
What the hell?
What?
That's not me. fucking Michael Zippus making fun of me with that.
Well, wait, are you saying Zippus is in here right now?
Oh,
What's that?
I think I just came.
So you saying Zippus is in here right now?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So, all right, are you guys saying that Kazipus is in here right now?
Who?
Who?
Kazipus, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, he's the dude that started that
No.
little thing making fun of me with the doll thing. The Matt Damon doll.
I doubt it's him.
Dude, the resemblance is
That's all
uncanny.
he's got on you, dude.
No, it's me. It's Cuntcrusher.
Hey, welcome back, man. Good
nice.
stuff. So, yeah, we're about to wrap, but what else, Gregor?
I read a book by Edward Lorne earlier this year. I think it's published now, called South of Here, and that's a really good book. It's like a novella about some, kind of a messed up dude that lives in a trailer park where just about everybody that lives in a trailer park is a sex offender of some sort. And that's it's one of his best books. It's really good.
You say it was by Edward Lorne?
Yeah.
The book reviewer guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And let's see. I told you that I read Program to Kill. I read God Help the Child by Toni Morrison. That was pretty good. Let's see what else. Out of Body by Jeffrey Ford. That was a pretty decent story about out of body experiences. I read. I think I might have told you guys. I read Bronte by Jimmy Pudge. I don't know if I told you guys I read that or not. It's been a while. Jimmy Pudge. You guys like? What's that?
I've read a lot of his shit.
Jimmy Pudge. Yeah, he's a pretty entertaining guy. Yeah.
That'd be awesome if Pudge would come on here.
I would say he would. I mean, he seems to have pretty low standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all of us. Yeah, he'd fit right in.
You did that cover, didn't you, Cuntcrusher?
Heck, you just give his identity away.
I don't think so. Do you credit your name on there?
Yeah, on there.
Oh, okay.
Well,
sorry.
there, the cat's out of the bag.
I figured. Well, I'm sorry. I
okay.
didn't know that you were credited on that.
Wait a minute. Are you saying this is Pudge?
No, just the cover artist for it.
I still don't know who you are. Then it's okay.
The cat's out of the bag because Ben.
It's still in the bag. I don't know what you are talking about.
Well, I guess people will have to dig, and if anyone gives a shit, they will.
Okay.
But nobody gives a shit. Nobody likes us. And nobody cares.
Yeah. I've also read David Boring, which is a comic book. Has anybody read that?
Heard of it. I still don't. I don't even see any credit for cover art in here.
Daniel Clowes.
Anyway, okay.
But
so are these books that you've been reading recently, or are you telling us every book that you've read since January?
He's been away for a while.
I've been away for a while. Now these are these things I've finished over the months, I guess. Yeah. I'm not a very fast reader like our man Jeremy. Pretty slow.
Jeremy's not really that fast. He just reads a billion things at once.
Yeah, and so I just kind of.
Yeah, Zach reads pretty fast though too. I think.
That's true.
Yeah, I think you read pretty fast. I'm not. I'm probably the slowest reader on here.
How fast I read really depends on my mood. Like the fact that I managed to finish a single book today. So.
Yeah, I mean, but certain books you
today.
can do that. Like a Jim Thompson book, I could see where you could finish that easily in a day.
Yeah, he's pretty gripping.
Right.
So, a Cuntcrusher.
What's up?
Welcome to the quiet place, man. I think you'll fit right in here.
Yeah, I don't think I read as much as you guys, but
No, it's okay though. But you're not politically wound up, so that's cool.
No, I don't give a shit. Really.
And you make a good deep fried art.
He has actually done the art for my new novel coming out, which I'm not going to say the name of it.
Not today.
Yeah, no, not the name of it yet, or the name.
If you wanted to keep it a secret, you guys are making it hard for him here.
Yeah, you guys are pretty
I'm not.
Well, I figured out who he is. So
actual name.
I still don't know, but it's okay. You know, I'd rather he be Cuntcrusher anyway. So
yeah, likewise.
Yeah, well, I'm no one important, anyways. So,
well, nobody here is.
That's correct.
Why you fit right in.
Except
Gregor,
We're basically like the dirt on the bottom of the gum on the bottom of someone's shoe.
No, except Gregor, he is an FBI agent. I've been able to figure that out.
yeah.
So Gregor, welcome back.
No, I don't want him to be an FBI agent. I actually like him. I don't want to have to see him shot
Gregor,
in a video game.
Gregor, welcome back. And whether you're here next week or if it's every now and then, whatever you want to do, you're always welcome. So, and it was just good.
I'm going to get to my books.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
you should. But
Yeah.
before you do that, I want to say, isn't it kind of weird that Ann and I have never been on the show at the same time?
Wait a minute. What are you saying? What are you
Hey,
saying?
I
That
don't know.
Anne is Gregor Zane and drag.
That I'm not
man.
admitting to anything. I'm just.
I mean, if that's the case, dude, you make it for a good woman. I mean, I'll say that.
That's the gayest thing I've ever heard you say, Jeremy.
I mean, if
Just
compared
put
to
on
again,
the wig, Gregor, please.
I do make a good woman.
okay, go ahead, Zach. Let's kill this thing.
Okay, so the last book I read, I already talked about, was that Who Rides with Wyatt by Mark Henry, which literally killed more brain cells than pot ever could. I mean, really, it was a horrible, horrible novel. Basically, the Tombstone story, which we all knew, but he didn't do it justice. And the writing, like, he freaking, like, every dang sentence has this dang heavy Western dialect, and it got on my nerves so bad. I finally finished that, and then I've got a couple of books I've been reading on for a while. Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, which I do not like. I don't trust him. I think a lot of the stuff he got was right, and I'm not going to say what because I'll be kicked off the internet. But a lot of stuff's really freaking wrong. Like, he's one of those morons who looks at Rome and says, they changed worship to Sunday. It's supposed to be Saturday because the 10 Commandments. And he thinks he's a freaking genius for figuring that out when he doesn't understand he's got his theology completely wrong and needs to be quiet. But no one told him, well, I guess someone did tell him to be quiet when he got killed, but that was for a different reason because he was probably onto some stuff that people didn't want. Because, I mean, a lot of the stuff in there, I do think he's coming out with good information about what's going on in the world. It's just he's so unhinged and he doesn't have a basis for reality, basically. Like, that's the problem with a lot of conspiracy theorists. They get onto some stuff, but they don't have that solid grounding, so they go off in every possible, horrible direction because they, like I said, they just don't have a basis for reality. I think he was, he kind of flipped his gourd or something. I've also been reading the Book of Concord, which is a Lutheran Confessions, and it's pretty dense material. I was going to go through it and read the scriptures like sided with it, like side by side, but that was a little bit too much. So I'm just going to read through the first time kind of just by itself. And then I also started reading an amazing $100 and something large print Lutheran study Bible, and the thing is gigantic. Like, I mean, it's literally the biggest book that I own, and it's giant. But it's super, super helpful and in depth. And since I read the Bible straight through, I think the study Bible is definitely going to help me grasp certain things related to systematic theology, which is very helpful. And then later, I've got some books lined up to read because I've been kind of on a PDF finding binge. And
what?
A PDF finding binge. Like a kind of like books that are like, well, no, it's books that are super kind of banned and hard to get and politically incorrect. So you kind of have to read them that way. And I'll talk about those later when I actually get around to them, if I talk about them, because they're almost too like the subject matter is a little too touchy. But
right.
Yep, that's basically it.
Behold the Pale Horse is actually really popular with like underground hip hop artists. Like I know that a bunch of the Wu-Tang Clan members have referred to it. Cage Kennels has.
Yeah.
I think Cool Keith has before.
Yeah, Cool Keith has. Well, now I guess I don't know that for sure, but I think I remember hearing something like that because there's one track on, what was that? I'm getting my dang albums and stuff mixed up. It was an All-Star Material album. He may not have been the rapper on it, but something like that was definitely referenced. And honestly, a really weird thing. Yeah, it was Cool Keith. The track Conspiracies on Inton, I can't pronounce the album name, but they literally talk about soy boys in the 90s, which was kind of weird.
What, do they like literally use the term soy boys?
They don't use the term soy boys, but they, that's what they talk about. I'd have to go back and see.
Well, like the idea that soy creates effeminizes men with estrogen.
Yeah, or something like that.
Huh. Yeah, or just the idea of like soy latte sipping liberals.
Maybe I'll have to go back and look at it. But, I mean, Behold the Pale Horse.
What? Huh?
I mean, I was going to say it's got some good stuff in it that I believe is right, but overall, like I said, I just don't think he has a basis for reality.
So this is kind of taking a step back in your reading your reading list or whatever. But do you plan on learning how to read Hebrew?
No.
What about Greek?
No.
Why not?
Because, I mean, I've looked up a lot of stuff about the languages, and they say pretty much you read the English and you're fine. There are a couple things that'll be different in the Bible, that the languages can kind of make a little bit blurry, but they've been talked about at length. So, I mean, you can get the information on that pretty easily.
Can Ken read Hebrew or Greek?
I think he can read Hebrew because he is ethnically Jewish.
Well, I don't think that generally makes you be able to read a language.
Well,
if he grew up Jewish, then if they grew up Jewish, they probably taught it to him.
But he said it was because he was ethnically Jewish.
He talks about the languages a lot. I don't know if he actually knows them or just uses like the various tools that they have out there for translation. But
okay, yeah, I would like to. I mean, it'd be nice to know. I'd like to hear his thoughts on reading it in the original language and all that.
What are your thoughts on people who say you should only use the King James version of the Bible?
I don't know anything about that. I know that Cuntcrusher knows all about it because he told me he was a KJV onlyist.
Yeah, at one point in my life, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't the King James version actually use the term unicorn?
Yeah, but the problem with that is if you look at like the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, it's not referring to a mythical creature. It's
it's referring to a rhinoceros or something like that.
Yeah. So the language has some, there's definitely a difference in the language between now and even back in 1611. They weren't speaking exactly like that King James English. It was actually kind of created in that time for the purpose of translating the Bible. But I mean, King James onlyism is kind of one of those, it's interesting that you bring it up. It's one of those kind of difficult to understand because then you got to go to like whether the Textus Receptus or the Byzantine family of manuscripts are more accurate than the critical text. And it just becomes this it's pretty much just a big in-house debate between Christians. And most people tend to favor the critical text, which they'll say is, the oldest and best manuscripts. But like you got Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, which both of those manuscripts disagree with each other in numerous places. Sinaiticus is actually, it was found in the 1800s by this guy named Constantine von Tischendorf in this monastery. And it was actually disputed by this other scholar. He was a paleographer, I believe was the term for his profession. He actually said that he actually wrote Sinaiticus, so it wasn't actually this old manuscript, that it was actually just it was basically a fake. It was made as a gift for his uncle or something. This guy's name was Constantine Simonides, and there's a pretty good debate between Chris Pinto and Dr. James White, who's a Greek scholar.
He's my favorite dude on the internet. I'm not gonna lie.
No, James White.
Yeah, that dude's amazing. Like, he's so fun to watch.
Yeah, he's pretty knowledgeable. I mean, he's got some. He's a Calvinist, so if you go to like Romans 9, when you go to Romans 9, he's going to have that hard interpretation of Jacob love or Jacob have I loved, he's not hated.
If I was a Calvinist, I wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. I'll just be honest. I mean,
well, the thing about them, I've found, I definitely disagree with them fundamentally, but there are certain things it's like they really are in agreement on the main core points. It's just that one thing about election and things that kind of branch off from there where they go off because they take a more, I guess, rationalistic, but super rationalistic to where they're almost denying that certain things have I don't want to use the term supernatural value, but like sacraments, for instance, they'll say it's symbolic as opposed to like a spiritual union, which the text clearly says it's a spiritual union. And for whatever reason, they'll just want to turn it completely rationalistic and say it's symbolic. But on most,
hey Zach,
huh?
You said that they agree with like the core tenets, right? Like I don't know too much about Lutheranism, but you guys don't like follow Tulip, right? Like the 5 points of Calvinism.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, like total depravity is basically man is dead in their trespasses and sins. He's completely dead.
Well,
then you've got
some of that we do. Like I don't know exactly. Like I know the Tulip brings up a lot of like bad images in people's head. Like it seems like parts of it are good, but then like it gets off track on like the fourth or fifth title. But Lutherans definitely big on original sin, but not in the sense that like we're still in the image of God. It's just that we're so separated that you might as well like say original sin to where you're basically dead. But I might be misrepresenting a little bit, so don't quote me on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Calvinists would agree with that. They would just say like the image of like Lazarus coming out of the tomb. That's pretty much salvation, and dead man can't save himself. There's nothing in man that wants to go to Christ. So that's a part of their irresistible grace. God's grace is irresistible, and He elects certain individuals to come to Him, and when He elects them.
Okay, so they'll say it like that. They'll say it's like an individual election, whereas Lutherans say everyone is the elect. Like a corporate election. Yeah, but we damn ourselves. Basically, that's on us. So the salvation is 100% on God and not people, but the damning is 100% on us, basically.
Yeah.
So you opt out.
Have either of you ever read The Last Temptation of Christ?
No.
No.
I've heard of it. Didn't they make a movie based on it?
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, there's a part in that where after Lazarus gets raised up by Jesus, he basically practically walks around like a zombie. He's like in a daze and feels very sickly and all of that. And the way he ends up getting killed again is actually by I think by Barabbas, if I remember correctly.
The one that they release instead of Jesus. Yeah.
It's either Barabbas or someone else. I think it's Barabbas, but he basically like stops Lazarus on a path, and like the way he's described is like trying to kill Lazarus. He describes like cutting through his skin as like cutting through cotton, to the point that he practically just has to like rip Lazarus limb from limb to actually kill him again. I don't know, that scene always just like stuck with me because of how it was described. I really
That's
recommend
interesting.
that book. That's a really great book.
That sounds kind of freaky, yeah.
I like the idea of Willem Dafoe playing Jesus in a movie, though. I like that idea.
Wait, is that real? Like, is it William Dafoe?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, he was younger, so he probably didn't look as freaky then.
He looked pretty freaky. I mean, I think that's a good look for Jesus to look like Willem Dafoe. I think it's good.
Yeah, the way Jesus gets described in the Last Temptation of Christ when he really throws himself into his mission is pretty crazy sounding.
Have you guys seen that video with Willem Dafoe? Just to change the subject real quick, because it's something I saw recently where he's describing how he likes having gaps in his teeth, but they put Joker makeup on him. It's on YouTube. It's actually really good. Like, he would make a really good Joker just based off of that video.
Yeah, I mean, he would make a good Joker. Yeah, for sure.
Well,
he would make a good. What do you call it?
It was pretty
Green Goblin.
as
too.
Green Goblin.
Yeah, he was amazing as Green Goblin.
He would be great as Green Goblin if they would let him.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, but they did a shitty job with it.
Oh,
I mean, they should
shut
have
up.
used his face. I mean, why they
Shut
put the stupid Power Rangers freaking enemy mask on? Or
Hey,
whatever,
Gregor,
you know? Like,
Gregor,
I guess that's
Gregor. You suck.
what?
You
What?
suck. You suck.
No, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
They should have like used the same makeup that they used as the Green Goblin in the Spider-Man musical.
I don't know if I don't know about that, but they should have used his face. All you had to do is use his face, right?
Just paint it green.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Now,
Or very
Jimmy,
tight prosthetics.
one thing I know you said you struggled with reading the Bible sometimes, and like it is like super long and stuff, but like the different topics and stuff, like it's endless. Like there are endless amounts of things that to discuss and stay investigate. Like it's freaking awesome, and to be honest, I would say it is like my best reading experience with the Bible. Wouldn't you agree, Wiz?
No. Like I said, my approach is I'm kind of like on the fence. Like I was a hardcore Christian for years and years and years and years. I studied theology. I studied apologetics. I studied the ins and outs of different eschatology, and just kind of saw that it was like a huge mess. And I'm reinvestigating again, but I've also done enough study on the opposite spectrum to know that there's good reasons for re-examining some biblical texts in light of creation and all that stuff. Not saying that the philosophical arguments that atheists have are necessarily sound. There's a lot of good arguments with Christian apologetics. Particularly, I like Greg Bonson's approach. He's dead, but he has a presuppositional apologetic approach, and that's pretty logical to me. But the Bible, it's a good read. It's just, I guess there's so much because the background that I came from was I got really heavily into Calvinism and lordship salvation, and
that hurts a lot of people.
It becomes like they say it's about grace, they say it's about all this stuff, but then it becomes about producing fruit. It's double speak that basically makes you an undercover work salvationist, and
isn't it like they're trying to get you to see evidence of your salvation or something?
Yeah, and that's why I would caution against someone like James White, because they'll constantly talk about that stuff. James White, Paul Washer, Tim Conway, those types of guys.
Yeah, well, that's where Lutheranism's completely on the opposite side of that. It's completely there's literally, you don't have to see anything or worry about anything like that, because it really, everything that the Bible says, if you're adding your own works or wanting to see something like that, is way more counterproductive and ends up hurting you, because it just reminds you of that thing about the stumbling block in the law. I can't remember what scripture that is, but I mean, to me, that's clear. It's like if you're wanting to add anything at all, that's you taking that responsibility on your shoulders. When the whole point is like it's a free gift, basically.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I've landed on my soteriology. Is basically kind of like the free grace position. Like as I've been reading and studying, and I'm not, I wouldn't consider myself like a Christian or anything. I would say I'm seeking, but I would say that the free grace makes the most sense because it has the least involvement of man. There's nothing that you can bring. It's just a free gift.
Yeah, I think that's definitely correct. Maybe, I mean, I say this somewhat hypocritically because I do love reading theology and different like philosophies related to the Bible that aren't necessarily theological. But sometimes like digging into that can hurt you more than just kind of taking a normie approach to it, because you see so many people that they just go like kind of flip-flopping from one position to the other. And Dyer's kind of a good example, because I think once you go from Protestantism back to like a pre-Reformation church, you put yourself in a very dangerous position because you start messing with the canon, and that opens up a big can of worms, because obviously if you include these scriptures that weren't viewed as canon in their time, but because the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church said they are, it messes up theology. And I think people get more, they start caring more about what saints said than A, what the Bible says, and B, what purely biblical exegesis people say, as in people who their theology is based from the Bible. So I mean, not saying you have to interpret it yourself. There's people who've done it, but it seems to be a dividing line. It's like you listen to these people who were arguing from kind of like a Greek philosophical, really wordy type thing, versus hardcore systematic people. It's like the systematic is where the like comfort is, basically, because everything else is super wishy-washy.
Zach, we keep talking about the Bible, dude. This is going to end up turning into like TBN, and we're going to be selling like blessed water and shit.
No, it's a good. I've actually learned some things from this, as just a kind of lapsed Baptist, who just believes in, basic salvation and, Christ to individual salvation. But, I don't intellectualize it like I feel, Zach does, but, I still feel it, but I can also, I
agree with you, man. Like, that's my problem is when I went into it, I tried to intellectualize it, and it's good to study apologetics and it's good to study theology and stuff. But I think when you start obsessing over, and I think this is like kind of like a stumbling block for young people, especially young men, because men tend to be more prideful than the female counterparts in some ways. I think we have a tendency to grasp at things that kind of lead us on an adventure of missing the point, and then it just robs whatever joy is there. And nobody talks to me on my face.
Okay, so I'm assuming if you were coming from a more Calvinistic background, there wasn't really any emphasis on the sacraments. That's one thing that Lutherans are very strict on about what it says about the sacraments. That really does kind of strengthen your faith. It's like, you kind of have to realize that even the act of believing is like kind of a gift. Like, it's not purely a mental exercise. And I think if people turn it into, they philosophize it too much, they kind of forget that it's not about theology as much as it is about God working on you. No, I mean, I'm not saying theology doesn't matter. It does. But that's kind of like a theological error. They put too much stock in their own brain, basically.
Yeah. Like Jeremy, I kind of come from a more of a Baptist background, but I grew up in like Word of Faith, Benny Hinn, Kenneth Copeland, like, hearing all my life, when I criticize them, don't touch the Lord's anointed or you're going to go to hell and burn forever. And just like all sorts of weird shit. But
it's like they don't read the Bible.
No. So it's basically me trying to work out the kinks. Cause I'm like, I read the book as an American. And I think that's what a lot of people do is they forget that it's a Middle Eastern book. And it's good to go to the original languages. Like I was going to say something earlier, like, get yourself a lexicon and learn the Greek words. Learn, you don't have to study extensively and go get, go to a seminary and get a degree in like, Koine Greek or anything. But, there's some words like,
questions.
Huh?
I would say it's better to surround yourself with people who know the Greek than learn it yourself.
The problem is with that though, is that you can take a lexicon and if you're not looking at it, you can there's like world. Calvinists use, I forget what the word is for world, but there's like 6 or 7 different definitions. And for John 3:16, for example, they'll go to one of the definitions of world and it will say the elect only. And so it's good to learn Greek because there's people that can use Greek to kind of confuse you if you're not really studying.
I agree, but I feel like at this point, language is completely over my head. Like, I did 4 semesters of German in undergrad, and I literally have not retained anything. So, I mean, that's literally like a year of German, and I can't speak even a sentence.
German is a very pithy language. I mean, my grandmother came from over there, but yeah, it's a very like pithy, guttural, language. But man, I've worked 6 days straight. That's nothing compared to Michael's 12, but I'm pretty beat. I think I'm gonna wrap here, but everybody is obviously welcome back next week. Gregor, Cuntcrusher.
You want to do like a special episode one day?
What?
The show's over for tonight. Clap for it, you stupid bastards.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to the returns of Gregor and Cuntcrusher.
Yeah. Thank you, Cuntcrusher.
We're the
that sounds very enthusiastic.
I've got a feeling Gregor's not going to be on the next one.
I don't know. Depends.
If it's okay.
Depends on what?
Nothing.
Tell me.
No, because then I might jeopardize it.
It depends on Jeremy.
Doing what?
I'll send you the link. Don't
Not
worry.
being a cunt.
Wait, are you sending him like a Pornhub link to yourself jerking off?
The sound of Gregor's dulcet tones.
Yeah, I mean that. It makes sense with the clap everyone and then send me the link, and it depends on Jeremy. Like, are you bribing him into jerking off in order to come back on?
I'll never tell.
We need to start the Gregor Zane OnlyFans. We need to get that kickstarted.
Oh yeah, that sounds all right.
I mean, with the deep fakes, we could just put a goat head over his face.
Yeah.
You
guys work on the tech. I'll do the voice work.
Dude, yeah, Gregor left. I mean, we still had a lot of great shows, but I mean, it removed a major dynamic.
Nah, it was just as good.
Jeremy started getting really, really kind of like he was on a period the whole time.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
his vagina was
mad at me.
Your vagina was
easy to get mad at because you're easy to get mad at. You make it so easy.
Your vagina was bleeding the whole time. It was like that scene from The Shining when the elevator opens up.
Whatever. All right.
Every dang show it was an attack Zach.
Because you wouldn't stop trudging shit up with everybody.
Because Zach is a dork and let's all throw rocks at him.
Starting shit with this person over here, starting shit with that person over there at the same time, and then starting shit with this person over here that we already smoothed it over with once.
You were the one I was starting stuff with.
No, no, it was not.
It was indirect.
Yes, fight for my amusement, maggots.
Oh well, now it makes sense then, and that's exactly why I was mad then. Okay. All
He
right.
just called us maggots, as in MAGATS.
No, I didn't. He did. Anyway, yeah, and hopefully Ann can make it back.
MAGATS. Is that how you fucking spell maggots?
I've been called that before.
You've been
You
called
actually
misspelling of
retarded.
maggot before.
Huh?
Somebody called you maggots misspelled.
No, they were doing it as a play on the Trump thing.
Oh, MAGA.
Oh, that. Oh, I just figured you were a dumbass who couldn't spell.
I figured you would be smart enough to pick up on that right away, but no.
I've not heard the term maggots.
I even literally spelled it out for you.
Perfect.
Well,
I just figured that's just how you spelled maggots, because you dumb piece of shit.
yeah, I wasn't.
Oh
following
god, it's
it.
horrifying. Get it away. Kick him off.
It's a dead ringer for you.
Okay. I want to go to bed. Come on, guys.
Zachary Macaca.
I'm sleepy. Come on.
All right, let's hurry up before Jeremy shits out his doo-doo ass.
Good night, y'all.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
I'm listening to the song.
Later, CC.
Later.